lights and
I'm
open
going to
the
call
awning
to
windows.
order the Saturday, March 7th joint meeting of the Select Board and Finance Committee. I'd ask the Finance Committee to also call to order their committee.
Being we have a full quorum, I'll call the meeting to order, Finance Board.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. It is 8:45 a.m. And we are going to start with, I guess, we're going to start with facilities before DPW? Yeah. Okay, we're going to start with number 2 on the agenda, facilities and building maintenance. And Facilities Director Extraordinaire, Peter Coleman.
Good morning. Thank you. It's nice to see everyone here. Bit of a range of view here.
You're surrounded.
I'm surrounded, not getting away. Great. So I have 6 items on the budget. I'm not sure if it's coming up. It's fine. I will start with some basic NFPA. Oh, there we go. I can follow that order if you prefer. Would you prefer that? Okay, very good. Number 1 on the list is a service contract proposal for snow removal here on site. It's quite a major team effort. We've made it this far thanks to tremendous support from DPW, WD Rich. It generally takes about 3 to 6 hours with 3 hours with 4 laborers and 2 machine operators to get the site ready to open for a construction business day that's not being terribly concerned with pedestrian walkways. And we'd anticipate at least that much. We have a similar winter in the years ahead. So working with Superintendent Goodwin and others regarding how we'll tackle that situation in the future. There are some options. Perhaps we could do a hybrid model with support from myself, DPW, and contractors, or bring in a third party, a sub altogether to look after that. Very happy to answer any questions about it.
Yeah, I have a question. So that would be a like per inch of snow contract, or it would be a flat yearly contract no matter how much snow?
Probably a flat contract. I would default to Superintendent Goodwin. This was a starting point, looking to get roads open, at least parking lots opened a bit. The walkways are going to be, we have nearly a mile of pedestrian walkways. So the products, which we can't use until next year for the warranty on the concrete walkways, etc. So we'd have to continue to feel it out a little bit and find what was most sustainable for the town.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jeff, this is a very fluid situation because this year's taken care of, but next year, you know, we're going to look to get Peter and us more equipment for our Bobcat and stuff like that, which is on my docket later on this. So for one person to do this by themselves in the winter, even remotely like this, is
I can't.
lunacy.
It's impossible.
I agree.
But with that said, you know, we don't want to break the bank of the town either, so we're going to try to find a happy medium if we can.
This shows that that's starting in FY '28. What about FY '27?
That's what I'm saying. So some things are still under warranty, something we're still trying to figure out.
Right, so for next winter, you're comfortable not having this proposal?
I don't know about comfortable, but
We have to do it.
we'll figure out something.
Okay.
You know, we'll still work with Sarah and Justin and stuff like that. We'll figure out what's best for the town.
But you're going to have, by FY +27, I know you're going to talk about it in your budget, but you'll have the equipment for here.
So the goal is, we're gonna ask for a new Bobcat. We're gonna give Peter the old Bobcat with a bucket and a push.
And a push button,
and a
yep.
push bucket. That'll help a lot.
Yeah.
And the reality of it is too, is when it snows like crazy, this building will probably be closed in general, not public safety, but this building will, so it'll give us more time to respond. Now, obviously, the roads in town are more important than a parking lot, so there'll have to be some patience and stuff like that.
As long as you can keep it open for fire purposes, and then the public safety building will stay open, and fire department has a blade on their truck too.
Yeah. And I pushed it into FY '28, trying to be, mindful of the current budget and the cost that the new additional costs it would propose to the town, thinking, gosh, we could get through, the next 12 months.
You know, one of the things we can do too is break off we have a significant amount of contractors in the Brigadoon neighborhood because it's so wide, the streets are, and the proximity is so close, we could always have them swing by a couple times, stuff like that we had to. It's not ideal, but we'll make something work.
Okay.
So is your hope in the future Is the Bobcat gonna be able to do all the walkways too? Okay, so it'll fit.
The Bobcat will be, we have a place for it over in the fire base, right,
Yep.
Peter?
Yes.
So that'll
Ready.
stay here, that will be here the whole time, assuming we get the new one.
So you're gonna hold this building fire.
Wait a minute, we
Yeah, that's right.
lost
It's
it.
good.
You heard that at the end.
Is anyone having trouble finding the
Wow.
documents? Is anyone having trouble finding the capital budget documents online? Okay. Just, I want to make sure we're all, those who can't see the screen we're good. Sorry to interrupt.
No, quit. All right. May I answer any other questions or provide more information for that first item? Okay. Shall I move on to number 2? It would be legacy building transition. This is sort of the mothball proposal, if you will. We're looking to keep the buildings, the building envelopes safe, compliant, and as adequately preserved as possible over, the next, speaking from now, it's called the next 18 months. And also included in that item would be the development of a hazardous materials survey for each building so that we could make decisions effectively regarding what we're going to do and how it can be done safely if, for example, using for Lake as an example, if there's going to be a demolition, we'd have to do quite a bit of legwork before we get to that point. So in this, there is coverage for hazardous materials surveys, perhaps some abatement, including keeping buildings online per NFPA 72, and other testing items, and energy as well, be it gas, oil, or electric, so that the buildings are preserved, they're safe for at least, let's call it a 17-month runway, starting, now as many are becoming increasingly unoccupied.
And what would it take if we extended that deadline? Because I'm not sure we'll have disposed of them by June 30th of '27. If you added 6 months to that, so each December of '27, how much would that 122 have to increase by? 15, 20,000 because we're only talking about some utilities, or a
Right.
lot more?
So I can do this, which will help us understand. So per building, we can remove about, for the smallest building being 38 Maple, 22,000. Let's say we were going to push hazardous material surveys, et cetera, year or 2 out. We could remove that from 27, and then you would be looking strictly at your costs for operations in the building,
Wow.
energy.
No, I wanted to find out, keep everything in there.
Okay.
The surveys, et cetera. So I'm looking if the number to increase, not decrease,
Okay.
To give us more time.
Sure.
so that there's coverage for the utilities, the insurance.
Absolutely.
Until December of 27.
Yeah, and I can give you an estimate based on my numbers here. They're nearly actual. So 38 Maple, it'd be roughly $9,000 to extend it 6 months. 4 Lake would be roughly $14,000. 48 South Main would be roughly $12,000. 65 North Main would be roughly $13,000.
48,000.
Yeah, all into, yeah.
So this is capital, right? That we're talking about, but didn't we put some expenses for heat and electricity in the operating budget for those buildings?
No, we've pulled them out.
We pulled it out for
Yep.
this?
We had it in the February meeting, in the
Yeah.
subsequence of that.
Okay, I thought I saw it in February.
So my question then becomes, do we have the free cash to do that? If we dispose of a building earlier, well, the money that's in that article just, gets back.
So I would say one benefit you have is that if we're trying to cover the upcoming fiscal year, if we get through this year, find that we need additional time, we can right-size that as part of the fiscal 28 capital plan.
All right.
And I would say, at least for me personally, I work better with a deadline, so I'm fine with keeping it tight. Let's see how much we can get done. And if we need more, if the board and committee is open to it, let's revisit it for next year.
And
And
we
what were
shot
the-
that number by 38,000, you get 74,700, it's short of deadline.
There we go.
The police and fire station, we pretty much decided that we're not gonna use them for anything anymore. Would it make sense to shut the water off in those buildings and the heat off and just
Winterize them
just
effectively.
I think
winterize
for
the police and fire
insurance
station rather
purposes-
than pay all this? We know we're not gonna use them for
We,
anything.
we can't for insurance purposes.
Yeah, that's what it
Because
might-
then it becomes a vacant building and then we need to get separate
then
insurance for
a-
it,
a
which
separate
ends up being more
liability.
expensive to do. So if we basically treat these as mothballed, but you still have some stuff in there that qualifies it for a occupied building, then for insurance purposes, at least until we resolve what we're doing with them, we don't have to get that additional insurance.
Yeah, I think one of the buildings sprinkled, so you have to have the water on for that,
Correct.
yeah. Even though it wouldn't be a problem if it burned down.
What was the energy, utilities cost based on? You said actuals?
Yes,
For
in fact,
what?
I'm not sure how granular I could get, Sarah. It is as an attachment on this line item. I did put the breakdown there, I believe. I'm not sure how much it moved
No, I
over.
was just wondering what you based it on. Was
Oh,
it last year's
yes.
utility
No,
bill?
in fact, it's a little bit on the high side. It's based off of the operating budget proposal from '26. So it was on last year's numbers.
So it should come in a little bit lower than
Yes,
that, because you're not gonna
yes.
have the heat is high, you're not gonna have the air conditioner on.
Right.
Right, I mean, we could lower the temperature so that the pipes don't freeze, but it doesn't have to be kept at 72 for the whole
Correct.
winter. Yeah, okay.
Correct. That's
All
right. So it would, I would
Could come in well under
anticipate the
that.
energy costs being reduced easily by 10%. And I do have the energy items here for each building. I can give you the breakdown. Oh, there it is. Second item down. And I've moved away from oil, electricity, we're just gonna call it energy, but gives you a little bit more detail on how one can factor in an additional 6 months.
So like the police station, would we shut the air conditioning off all summer in that building?
And town hall-
They're in, I
town
think
hall has air conditioning.
they're in wall anyway. It's
Oh,
not a
okay.
central.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's all window air conditioning.
Yeah, in the wall, just don't plug.
Yeah, so that should be a
That should
very
go-
conservative number.
Yes, indeed.
Go
Yep.
way down because nobody's using the bathrooms.
Agreed. Yep.
To an extent, we do have some historic files still in the basement of Memorial Hall that we're gonna wanna try to keep relatively climate controlled, but for the rest of the building, we can kind of just let it ebb and flow.
What is the,
Why wouldn't we bring those files here?
We are eventually. Well, let me walk that back a little bit. So we have limited file storage space in the new building. The square footage cost of new construction didn't justify for some of these items that are forever files that we're not accessing on a regular basis. And so later on, there actually is an item in the capital plan to cost effectively build out a space at 195 where we can permanently store those files. So for now, where we knew that Memorial Hall was gonna be around for a year or more, that bought us time to keep them there for now, so we're not moving them twice.
Plus, we need that for the insurance too, so that it's an
Occupied.
occupied building.
will,
We're still occupying it.
will police and fire be completely empty? Or is there any storage being kept there of equipment or files?
So there is some carryover items. Mostly what they need is going to be moved over the next month or so, with some items trickling in thereafter. And then as part of the decommissioning process, we're gonna put out an RFP for all the buildings we're leaving behind to have a third party go through inventory and surplus everything in there to make sure that we can get top dollar for what's left. So there will be some items left behind, and they will be in active use until we officially get rid of them.
Okay.
What's next?
All right, next, a little more simple, is a support vehicle for the role. I'm currently filling a vehicle. Superintendent Goodwood would certainly have final say in the exact specifications of that vehicle. It would include a plow to support keeping this area open, either as a hybrid model with third parties or independently. I think I'm in vehicle number 1 at the moment, which is just fine. But it's at it's a neering end of life for us to extract any scrap value out of it.
It's a beater.
It's beater.
It's 3 years past end of life.
Okay, yeah. It's,
You close the door and stuff falls off?
yeah, well, yeah, pretty much, or just turn it on, one or the other. But it's certainly getting the job done, and yeah, it's been looked after well. It's got us through this winter with plenty of snow. It's moved, huge amount of snow. It's done a good job.
Is there gonna be a big need to, move things around the complex? Like, should that be like a stake body flatbed with a lift gate?
We have, the old pickup, that Travis had, has a lift gate on it for that reason, and that's going to the DPW staff, and Travis's new truck, doesn't have that, so we have access to 2 of those,
Okay.
so we should be good.
And you're gonna have a blade on that?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yep.
The only thing we might upgrade is a blade that feeds and scoops, so we can, because this place needs something like that,
It's gonna be a nightmare to plow.
it's gonna be a real nightmare.
Yeah. Yes. Any questions on that third item?
But we knew.
All right, number 4, exterior facade cleaning. This is particularly important in my opinion for 2 reasons. One, included in this is gutter cleaning, and that would just, as most of us know, the importance of that. We were able to do it at the last minute with steam because we had early ice in our gutters at the library. And we had an excellent contractor come in and do it. They have a number of municipal contracts and did a great job, and I'm ever so grateful we did it sort of in the nick of time, the amount of snow we've had and the amount of freezing. And so included in that is gutter cleaning. If there's a freeze, I can do that with steam, which is fantastic. And then the facade, as water, if there's a driving wind and driving rain, it will inevitably run down the same spots on the building and create some stains and some mildew. Being an absolutely beautiful campus, I think it would be wise to, not every year, but perhaps every other year or as needed before it gets too bad, clean the limestone, the brick, the mortar, and the clapboard that, really have wrapped these buildings. It could quickly look, well, fortunately, north is not extremely public facing. That's where most of the mildew, et cetera, would take place. Wouldn't be highly visible, but we certainly wouldn't want it on our main entrances where we have the, sort of the engraved words, et cetera. So I believe it to be quite important to keep up appearance, optics, and for the sustainability of the buildings.
Did you get that quoted?
Pardon me?
Did you get a quote to cover that?
That is based on the quote for Flint Public Library. They're not apples to apples. We have obviously more square footage, more surface area. However, the complexity of the library gave me a pretty good baseline to develop this number. So it is not a firm quote, but based off an actual from Flint Library, which I did get a quote for pressure washing to the entire exterior of the library.
Peter, we wouldn't have to do that every year.
No.
Pressure wash.
Correct.
What's your anticipation?
I would,
On a rotation
yeah,
of years?
I would
How
say
many?
it's probably part of our runway period. It could be that it's not needed for 3+ years. It could be more. We might have fantastic luck. We might have enough sufficient overhang and deep enough gutters that water rarely hits the surface of the building or rarely would run down the side of the building. These are fantastic deep commercial gutters. So it could be that we say, oh my goodness, it's year 5 and there's no buildup. It would just be unfortunate if we do have to do it at a pretty regular yearly cadence to not have those funds available. It could look
So we're not gonna
quite
put this
crummy.
in operating, we'll take it as needed out of free cash. So-
Yeah, right now I have it on like every 3-year cycle.
Yeah.
Well, if it turns into routine, we should definitely put it in the operating budget and do a building a year or something rather than the whole thing at once.
Right.
Lots of things to learn as we go on.
Yeah.
Indeed. Yeah, indeed. Any other questions regarding that item? Okay, NFPA 70B thermography and IR scanning. So we just, as we commission these buildings and we go through them with the turbine commissioning agent and with ABB, who have manufactured the main service entrance to the buildings, these very large, fairly dangerous switch gears where the main electricity comes in the buildings. There are some points that could become vulnerabilities to the building. We would not expect that to be within the next 5 years, but we can't make that assumption when it comes to NFPA and OSHA. And best practice is to do IR scanning, which is thermal imaging, thermography, and you scan the panels. They're in the main electric, and you look for irregularities in heat. You look for high temp points inside those panels, and that would indicate something in fault, something that's getting too hot that could eventually cause damage to our, millions.
Equipment that the fire department would have now?
I don't believe so. It's generally done by a Griffin or a Nardone, our electrical contractors. They generally do it. It's not terribly expensive. It's very important, and I do believe we would see some incentives from Cabot Risk and from our insurers regarding taking this step. It is not a mandatory Massachusetts regulation. I imagine it will be in the next NEC or NFPA code cycle. And it's a wonderful way to ensure that our equipment is safe and the people in the buildings are safe, and we're not jeopardizing the equipment in the building. It's a relatively small price to pay for maintaining brand new equipment. So, any questions on that thermography? It'd be nice if I could say the word that I put in the line item. Anyway. Okay, I'll keep us moving then. Single person lift. This is a Genie 30-foot lift. This is primarily to address any issues we may encounter in the large COA meeting room. The ceiling is quite high and there's a lot of equipment overhead. The top priority is to resolve any issues and to do filter changes, belt changes, motor and exhaust fan motor maintenance and repairs, and to get up to the 30-foot windows on either side of the apparatus bay at fire station. There's, as you know, a mountain of overhead equipment, and presently we don't have a way to reach that. Fire has been very generous, of course, with their bucket truck for other needs. That won't operate effectively with the size and of length of that boom. There's so much crisscrossing overhead equipment. And so this would allow us to even clean the app bay ingress and egress doors, which are quite high. They're gonna build up with anything. They need to be cleaned, and then the windows. And it should give us, I hope, it would be another 10 feet, if not access to the attic in the app bay, which is way up there. Should not really be a reason to go up there. If I needed to go up there, it'd probably require a sub anyways to deal with the issue at hand. This will allow us to change filters, belts, motors, etc. Yeah, so.
You probably find that tool will come in handy and
Oh, my goodness.
around the whole campus at
Yes,
some point.
in fact, even at the library, if we were able to get it in for future upgrades, etc. So
Do you have a floor scrubber here?
that is, no, we don't. It's been proposed, and I think it was migrated into the budget, and perhaps still yet part of the building, the campus budget. There are two floor scrubbers. One is a 40-inch ride-on for the apparatus bay because it's a huge area, and another is for us to do the non-carpeted, the hard surfaces, and that would be shared between both buildings.
When are you gonna have those?
As soon as we ordered them, really just waiting for
Okay.
approval.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Any questions regarding the single person?
I've got one
Yes, sir.
question back on the thermography. There's nothing in for next year's budget for doing that, and, the building's new, but especially large cables tend to get loose early. It'd probably be a good idea to, even if we got warranty, to run through it just to make sure everything's tight and running smoothly under the normal operating load.
I agree. I didn't put it in for this year, being that we're under warranty, but there's certainly wisdom in that.
Yeah, but we don't want to wait for it to fail to say, hey, fix it under warranty. I'd rather catch it and say,
Correct.
Before it gets out of hand.
Because there is indeed a downstream effect that can be.
Yeah, so I mean,
So-
this is like the there's gonna be stuff that isn't quite right. I'm sure you've discovered a few things already. And 6 months from now, having an electrical connection kind of come a little bit loose and get hot would not be surprising to me, so.
Could we have our electrician come in and do that before they're done?
We also have had it done by the OPM, I think, as well, recently. So we could see if they could let
Right,
us
we could
borrow that
review.
technology.
Yeah, but 6 months down the road
Right,
is,
they will have been running at hot, at full capacity for 6 months, which they haven't heretofore.
yeah.
If I could certainly put together a proposal that could be added in for others to review. if
What
you
this is
find that-
saying is not gonna be until July of '29.
29, yeah.
Right,
That's kind of a long way.
You know, and that, but, you know, downstream 29, that would be, you know, routine
sir.
stuff. That you'd be scanning one building or multiple buildings every year, but.
yes,
Yeah.
that's right, yeah. So I would agree, there would be value to having a scan done sooner than later, yeah, as new use takes place.
By that time, okay.
So if you like, I can certainly put together a number and present that to those who'd like to see it. Yeah. Gosh, I don't believe I missed anything. No, all right. That's all I have.
Have you figured out, now that you've been here a whole week? That's true. Have you figured out what you think once everything settles down, what your daily cadence is gonna look like here? 'Cause, I mean, I'm excited that we have a full-time facilities director, and we actually do have more facilities than these two buildings.
Yes.
But I feel like this could be 125% of your time.
Yes, I think that the town administrators and I and Deputy Superintendent Goodwin are looking at that. I think we're looking to connect as we start to feel and experience this building and then the level of rigor that it requires. Then, of course, with public safety, you know, shortly hereafter, I think we'll have a semi-precise answer to that question, I would hope, within a month. But certainly, quite a bit of time required here, at least until we engage full-time custodial service. We do have coverage right now. They're doing a fine job if we do that. So I'm afraid it'll be probably,
When are we going out for procurement for custodial services?
gosh, I'd say in the next 2 or 3 months.
Yep.
Perhaps, yeah.
So we're using the same,
Yeah, we have carryover from the existing team, but part of that also is we wanted to better inform the experience in this building to help us put a scope together.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And all the paid custodian services for the old buildings are being cut off pretty much immediately, right?
Pulled back, not fully cut off, but pulled back very significantly.
Why not cut off completely?
Well, we're not fully out of those buildings yet, so we still have people going in and out. They're still like recycling a lot of old things that we can get rid of and things like that. But I'd say probably within the next 4 weeks or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing I was thinking, once we do exit those buildings, like, after you bring in the company that's gonna do the inventory and possibly sell off, there's still gonna be, I think about your old desk with the drawers that were broken off, there's gonna be some stuff there that needs to be disposed of. I think it's a good opportunity, once those buildings are empty, all three of them, well, now 4 of them, actually. We should reach out to the sheriff to see if we could get, some prisoner workers to actually come over with.
Clear it out.
You know, we have dumpsters there, and they could clear out, I mean.
I see market for a yard sale, let people come take it.
Right.
If you saw Justin's desk.
Well, that one might not
wouldn't
get
want it.
taken, but many others, yeah.
But, I
Take
mean,
anything.
that should be a
Yeah,
logical,
Like the swap
agree that
shop.
they should be able to send
Swap
folks
shop.
over.
Could we get a price of what the insurance on the fire station and police station would be if we shut them down? Like, what would that insurance,
Well,
so we're saying we're
we'll
not
cut-
shutting them down because of
Yeah.
insurance. Can we get an actual number of what would it cost to insure those buildings if the water and electricity was shut off?
We've asked the question, but
That's
we'll
a
cost it
Band-Aid.
out.
An actual number.
We'll communicate it to you.
Jeff, we'll get you that number. The one thing I wanna add, it's not just about the money. The money's part of it, but also it's really hard to get vacant policies because no one wants to cover a building that no one's doing a walkthrough of, that there isn't fire protection service of. So some of it is just the market does not wanna give us vacant policies, and we've had this issue with some of our other existing vacant buildings where we've had to figure out other
Let's see what we can
options.
get.
So
I
what is,
can
I will say, we
contest
did
to
have two
exactly.
vacant policies that they actually canceled both policies on us because we weren't doing anything with them. So I just don't want to have to go through the procurement of getting the policies, paying the money, and then in a year, we're back to where we are right now.
It's a bit
And
of a
having no
headache,
insurance on
and
those.
and it likely won't save money, but we'll demonstrate that and send it to you.
let's just get it.
I did
Yeah.
that in Marblehead,
Yeah.
a vacant school that we kept on the rolls for a while. Maya made us
Yeah.
eventually take it off, and it was significantly much more expensive.
Yeah.
So eventually they just got rid of the building. So yeah, I've recently gone through this in the past couple of years, so I understand completely what you were saying, and I believe you.
I think I'm not trying to be,
No, it's much
difficult
more
about it, but
difficult than you
it's,
think it would be.
yeah, it's a lot more. I
It doesn't
mean,
make sense,
we
it's
had,
true.
the tramp building was a policy, that alone was like $3,000 to insure it.
And then the school.
But we actually
And it's just a
think about
very
it.
small building,
All we
so.
really need is liability, like if the.
It
if
does.
the- if
That's
the-
all we
if
have.
the police station burned down, it's not like we're gonna need money to rebuild it.
Jeff, that's all we're talking about is basic
Right.
liability.
Yeah.
We're not talking about rebuild, we're not talking about rebuild money.
Just liability, but just even saying that, when it comes to municipalities and buildings, it works much different than the outside.
I'm just looking for a number,
Private.
that's all. Maybe it's way too high, but I'd like to know the number.
And we are monitoring those buildings, it's worth mentioning, so if anybody's looking to go score some copper or something, we do keep an eye on them, and they are monitored, so just so the public knows, they're not sitting vacant. So,
All right. Any other questions I may answer for you?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you
you,
for your time.
Peter.
Have a good rest of your day.
Peter, please go home. Just leave here. Leave.
It's hard, but I will. After you go to the basketball game.
Yes, that's right.
right.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks for what you do. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Peter did an excellent job.
He's done a fabulous job.
And Paul, I'd like to commend you and your crew on such a wonderful job with the cleaning up after these massive storms that we've had.
Thank you very
I
much.
am here to tell you, our streets, traveling from town to town.
I'll let Sarah answer that minus $150,000 question.
That's all that's left.
Probably gonna be close to 2 by the time we get all said and done.
You're actually gonna see Paul
I
going
think
up
you're-
to sweep up old salt.
The actual deficit right now is about 75,000.
120.
I think it's gonna be between, 120
Yeah,
and
we will 150
close
at
to
least.
2, depending on what happens the next couple of weeks.
Depends if you want me to fill the salt shed up or not.
We've got a bucket and a half left, Brian, if you need any.
Thank you for that round of applause. 99.9 of that goes to the staff. They've done an excellent job, spent a lot of hours in. They've learned trial by fire, learned through experience. They've had everything thrown at them this winter, and they've done a really good job, so kudos to them.
And just the timing of these storms too.
Yes,
I, hats off.
yeah, well, thank you very much. It's, I was gonna read this, but maybe I won't now that you guys gave me kudos. Us kudos, I should say.
It's his manifesto.
But, well, as you guys know, I've done this job for a long time, been the guy behind the plow, been the guy managing the plow operations and stuff. All the credit goes to the staff and the trucks, all the hours they put in. You never truly appreciate it till you actually sit in a vehicle for 20 hours, and 10 of those hours you couldn't see more than 4 feet in front of you. And I can read it to you if you want, but
Go for it.
the Mass Municipal Association puts out, you guys know about it, puts out a beacon every month. I'm gonna cover that. The executive director puts out a letter every month. I usually just glance through it, but this month was specifically about snow removal. So if you guys don't mind me reading it for a minute?
Go for it.
I will do that. All right, thank you. It's from, I did call, his name is Adam Chapdelaine. I called him if I could share this. He said, fine, no problem. He said he spent about, in one of his previous communities, he spent about half an hour in a snow fighter, 10 feet up off the ground, 10-foot wide road with visibility about 4 feet, and that's all he needed was a half an hour. He's like, I'm done with this. So he doesn't know how we do this stuff all the time. So kudos to the staff and every municipality in Commonwealth of Massachusetts for what we do. So he wrote, the name of it is Snow Removal, the Nuts and Bolts of Local Government in New England. Well, we've had snowy winters, remember 2015. Last week brought a storm with intensity and snow accumulation that most of us never experienced in our lifetimes. In some areas, the snow totals from the blizzard of 2060 eclipsed the totals from the infamous blizzard of 78. This storm wreaked havoc in eastern Massachusetts, particularly the southeast and Cape Cod. Many lost power for an extended period, and in some cases, schools were closed for an entire week. All this put significant pressure on residents, parents, and of course, local officials. While this pressure likely resulted in frustration being directed at the hardworking people in city and town halls, one municipal department in particular was hard at work long before and long after these city and town halls were open, the Department of Public Works. In the hustle and bustle of daily life, it can be easy for residents to take some things for granted. But in the winter, we should all be grateful that we have dedicated public works employees across the Commonwealth standing ready to work long hours in dangerous conditions to battle a relentless storm like the one we saw last week. Let's consider the challenging nature of the work of snow removal. For starters, most of the staff we're talking about are typically day shift employees who are used to working from 7 to 3 or something like that. But throughout the winter, these same folks climb into large trucks for overnight shifts while we're all sleeping, to salt and sand our roads if there is even a chance of icing or light snowfall. So even if there's a chance, these guys, they sleep with one eye open, as I can attest to. For a storm like the blizzard of 26, crews started pre-treating roads in the early evening before the first snowflakes in order to get ahead of the storm. Following that process, they needed to shift to begin plowing operations overnight as the snow came down. This obviously continued throughout the night and all day Monday until the snow finally diminished into the evening. So we're talking about a 24-hour shift at this point. Let's not forget just how challenging it is to plow snow that is falling at the rate of 2 to 3 inches per hour. Now, it might seem like this is the end of it, but it certainly is not. In towns and cities across the Commonwealth, overnight snow removal operations had to be planned for almost the entirety of last week to clear curb cuts and crosswalks, clean up business districts, and provide safe routes to school. These are tough overnight shifts in cold conditions, all focused on getting life back to normal as quickly as possible for the residents of the Commonwealth. I, for one, am immensely grateful for the people that do this work. I am thankful to the Public Works directors, plow drivers, heavy equipment operators, and everyone else who plays a role in these challenging and complex operations. It's also important to call out the good work of private plow drivers. Very important to call that out. Used by many municipalities who are a critical part of making all this work. All told, I hope that the residents of the Commonwealth can find a way to express their gratitude to the local DPW. These are hardworking folks, and living in New England means that we need people brave enough to climb 8 feet up into a snow fighter to take on whatever Mother Nature has to dish out. The DPWs of the Commonwealth have my thanks, and I hope many more will join me in saying the same. That's from Adam Chapdelaine, Executive Director of Mass Municipal Association. So, thank you very much.
100% correct.
Thank you. Now, what can I do for you guys? Have we got stuff up, Sarah?
It should be, yes.
Okay, I can just bang through this pretty quick if you want.
You need it a little bit bigger, Paul?
No, I'm good, as long as I'm far enough away. Focus on 27 or everything on the list? Basically everything? Okay.
Anything in 28, 29 that you think is worth calling out?
So top of the list, Maple Street and bridge repair, you guys are aware of this by now. Those two bridges are gonna overlap a little bit. The one, Maple Street one will start first in FY '28. It's gonna cost about $12 million. It's gonna be about 2.5 years, all paid for by Mass DOT. The 114 bridge will start about a year later. Both travel lanes will be open the whole time during this. I'm not quite sure how they're gonna do that in 62, but they say they're gonna be able to do it. And the rail trail bridge will be done the first phase of that Maple Street bridge. They're at about 50% plan of the Maple Street one, they're at about 25% plan of the 114 bridge. They are gonna overlap at some point for a year. We've made that abundantly clear. We're concerned about traffic, but also water, because you have to do a water temporary line. You can't have both of them at the same time with the two main
I just
trunk lines
hope-
in and out of town.
Drivers find a way to avoid driving through here, and then when the bridges are done, they continue to take their new
2
road.
years, maybe.
Yep, again, both lanes of traffic should be open at all times, a couple disruptions here and there, so I think it should go fairly smoothly, he says cautiously optimistically. But
This being recorded?
both of these entirely funded by Mass DOT. We will inherit the one on Maple Street, that will be ours to maintain in the future. The 114 bridge is still be a state bridge. Chapter 90 paving work, that's paving work throughout the town, as you guys know, that number is a little bit bigger than that now, it's much closer to 400,000 now. We have set roads we're gonna try to do this year. School, Ogden, Averill, and part of Peabody from Mill to Liberty. Possibly, no promises, Brian.
Said it, it's on the record.
And we're also looking to do, possibly, and this will be involved much more political stuff, the Brigadoon sidewalk area.
and then eventually other neighborhoods like Silas Merriam neighborhood. We want to do maybe the Silas Merriam neighborhood, once these bridges start, because it's out of the way, so to speak. We don't want everything going at the same time, the same place.
Now, the additional Chapter 90 here, this is the allocation that the town gives.
Additional Chapter 90 is the money the town gives. That helps pay for the stuff that Chapter 90 doesn't, mostly police details, type stuff like that. And it does help, every time we go to do a job, there's always whoops or unforeseen costs. It helps with that kind of stuff.
So
You can use chapter 90 for sidewalk?
You can use
Yes.
Chapter 90 for sidewalk, yep.
sidewalks, retaining walls. So when the legislature allocated additional Chapter 90 dollars last year, we were purposefully kept from it.
No, we got it.
No, the second round.
Well, we didn't get the additional piece, but we got more money than we usually get.
We got more money than we used to do, but when the legislature allocated additional dollars, we and a handful of other towns, because of MBTA, were carved out, which for me was the first, window of Chapter 90 overall could be at jeopardy.
Yeah, I'm obviously very hopeful that it's not. That would crush us, to be honest. I think that was what the shared roads in the past was called once,
think so,
Sarah?
yeah.
That was like 65 grand or something like that. So I'm assuming this number probably would have been a similar number.
Actually, I think it was closer to 90 that we would have gotten,
Okay.
90-something thousand.
Is it RAP money?
No, that,
No, we received the RAP money.
They've had different names for it every year.
Yeah.
But we did get, instead of 315, we got 470 last year, so that was a significant increase. We have currently, I like to leave a little bit of an overlap because if you don't, even if the money, like Justin should be getting a letter anytime now that says the state approved this much money for the town of Middleton. You can't use that until the actual Senate votes on it, so if you get that letter in January, you still can't use it until past July. So I like to start road work in the spring, so we usually keep some, like right now, we have like 500,000 to use. So that will do those neighborhoods I just mentioned. Additional Chapter 90, we just spoke about that. Replace 2 6-wheel Sanders, alternating years. Those are the big Sander trucks that you guys see. They're very expensive, so I try to not buy 2 in the same year for obvious reasons. These ones will be truck 7 and truck 10.
and
depending
these
on
are
which
actual
one.
dump bodies that you put a sander in.
Correct. We've had multiple private citizens helping us maintain our trucks throughout the year, and kudos to them. They come in at night and on weekends to help make sure these Sanders are ready to go, and they take a lot of maintenance, so they take a beating during the winter, you can imagine.
How many of those do we have?
We have 5. We start the year with 5. By the time we get to this time of year, if we have 3, we're lucky. That's just reality. We never have 5 going at the same time.
Salting just destroys
It
those
destroys
trucks.
them.
Absolutely destroys
It's
them.
something as simple as a hydraulic hose to a busted plow to something you can't fix in the middle of a 3-inch-an-hour snowstorm. You gotta just park it and get the next truck. Sometimes out of commission for up to
Do we have,
a month.
for the number of drivers that we have on staff and the equipment we have, what do we have that's in reserve? So when a truck goes down, is there usually something for them to get
It's
into?
usually a small 1-ton or a pickup. Like the pickup I mentioned earlier, that's gonna be an extra truck. There's a 1-ton with you'll see a chipper box on the back of it once in a while.
Yeah.
Try not to use that during the snowstorm because it hits the tree branches, but that's an extra truck. Usually a truck that, usually isn't good for snow fighting, but it works in a pinch. When you go from a big truck with 11-foot blade to a small truck with an 8-foot blade, it's a huge difference. You can't push the bankings as far and stuff like that. What else we got? Purchase a new backhoe. Our backhoe is getting up there in age. It doesn't get a lot of use, but when the loader's down, it takes the place of our loader. So that's a few years out, about 130 grand. Want me to just keep going through these, or you want me to?
Yeah, kick on.
Truck 2 is a 1-ton dump truck. That's to replace that. We'd like to recycle those. I like to get 10 to 15 years out of the small trucks, 15 to 20 out of the bigger ones, depending on how bad they are. If they start, like truck 7, for instance, one of the big Sanders, that's starting to cost too much money to maintain. That one has to go really soon.
Is it always the oldest one you replace, or sometimes you run into that the second oldest one is worse than the oldest one?
Very often that happens, because the oldest one doesn't get used as much. And sometimes the newer ones, with all the computer gadgets, the electronics on them is huge. And, you basically have to take apart the engine to replace a wire. That's $10,000 worth of labor and stuff like that, so sometimes those aren't worth it either. Same with 1-ton dump, number 6 is the same as truck 2.
It's another 1-ton dump truck. The wall at the Marion Cemetery, that's one of those ones that, you know, I keep putting there as a placeholder. It's not urgent, but it's, that wall's starting to lean a little bit. Could be a CPA funds kind of venture.
Is this cemetery, which?
This is the one right near the Old Town Hall.
Oh, Old Town Hall.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you look at that wall, it's kind of,
Yep. I'm thinking of the one next to Memorial Hall, which was done before. Okay.
no, that is the one I'm talking about.
That is.
But that wall was
former town hall.
replaced.
No, the wall, if you're facing the cemetery, on the left near that
Yeah.
person's house there, they just put a arborvitae's in front of it. It's kind of starting to lean a little bit.
Right on 114. Yeah, that wall was replaced.
Not the one in front of 114.
Oh.
So the one going parallel to the
Oh,
house.
parallel to the house. Got it. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Truck 13's a pickup truck, just like Peter was talking about earlier. New Bobcat, that's for this year. That's what I discussed earlier. We want to replace our old Bobcat and give the new one to this facility so they can solely use it for here.
Have you thought about when you get the new Bobcat, because I know you have a snow blower attachment for the Bobcat where you do sidewalks and so forth. Do you think it would be worthwhile to have a snow blower attachment for here as well?
Yes, that old Bobcat will have all the attachments with it.
Oh.
Okay,
it
so
will
this
have-
new one will have another,
Correct.
I
okay,
knew,
so both will have snow blower
Right now, we have
attachment?
two Bobcats. They have a V-plow, they have a broom, and they have a snow blower.
Okay,
This one here will take all that old stuff with it. And the new one will have a
Got
same
it.
thing. bucket,
Okay. Oh, that'll be
V-plow,
here.
blower,
Got it.
yep. You use a V-plow if it's like 3 inches of slushy stuff. The blower is obviously the snow we got this year. So that's that. Purchasing a chipper, I put that out 5 years from now because that thing doesn't get a lot of use, but when you need it, you need it. Fertilizing the fields, that's this year, like I discussed before.
does that include this facility,
What?
fertilizing?
I guess it does now. No, that makes
I-
sense. It will include this facility.
I believe they still
Yeah.
own the grounds until
Correct.
it's established.
Yeah, so
So-
they'll own it till at least
Next
fall.
next season.
So you don't do that every year?
Yeah, I was gonna say, why isn't that part of operating done every year?
Right now, our fields line item is $19,000 a year, and we have a fertilizing line item as well. Just to put it in perspective, the field's $19,000 line item, over half of that is paid with porta potties. That's half the cost of that. To fertilize one spring crabgrass use on all our fields, I think the line item is like $6,000, and for all the fields, it would cost 3 times that. So I basically, that's why I hit up the youth programs, pay for some of these fertilizations sometime, like for instance, soccer did the one on Nassau Way in the fall. So there's simply not enough money in the current line items to pay for, I'm not talking about the 4-step program you do at your house, but we have to at least do the one in the spring and the one in the fall. And there's not enough money to do that. The cemetery by itself, for example, is $7,000 for one treatment. So to fit all that into those 2 line items is impossible. And the fields are getting to the point now with the droughts, that if we don't do something now, we're gonna lose them. And if you go to replace an entire field, you can just imagine how much that costs. So I'm hoping,
Are we reaching the size now with, especially with this, the grounds here, that we should just get one of your employees licensed and certified as a, to be fertilized,
Horticulturist, I
to
think
spread
it's
fertilizer?
yeah, we could do that. We had that in the past. It was part of the union contract in the past. They got a stipend for that, but that has since dissolved for various reasons that I won't get into.
Which I agree with.
But I agree with too. Yeah, we could. Sometimes it's one of those things though, there's a reason why the experts do that kind of stuff.
No, I get
You know
that.
what I mean?
I just didn't know because, our field and green space has gotten larger.
We basically, like, we always plow snow in the wintertime, all we do is mow grass in the summer. Because the demand is to have Rupchinook, Nassau twice a week. And to mow all these places twice a week, it takes a lot of time. I know fertilizing makes you have to mow it even more because it makes it grow more, but nobody wants to play baseball on a grass that looks like this. Sometimes, if you notice how Manning, for instance, this past summer looked, I don't know if you guys went down there during any of the games, it looked really, really good. There was a private person that was in the base, the Little League, maintaining that on his own. So that kind of stuff helps a lot. A lot of people do volunteer, money and time and stuff like that around town, so that does help. This, I'm hoping that 30,000 won't be an every year thing, it'll be use 10,000 this year, 10,000 next year. Like I said, it's not for the four-step program, but it's just to keep the fields looking as good as we possibly can.
I don't see how that is capital. I don't know how everybody else feels.
Well, I would see this as fertilizing, and I am assuming that sometimes this line item maybe not gets used for other field needs. So this kind of reminds me of years ago when we put a line item in for field maintenance and mowing to do additional work. Originally, we were gonna bring in a contractor. We decided against it.
I think that was right before I
And we
got here.
used, yeah, that was before you were here. We used that line item over like a 4 or 5 year period to supplement. But if this is gonna be just for fertilizing, it probably should be in the
In the
And
operating
particularly if it's gonna
budget.
be for multiple years.
But I also think this is a weird year for us. I know that until the grounds here are fully turned over to us, but at some point, we're gonna have a lot more maintenance, fertilizing, mowing, repair, whatever is gonna happen here. There's gonna be a lot of events happening on the field, on the green space out in front here. I'm okay with the line item in the capital that would be used to supplement with an understanding, I think at some point, we need to get that into the operating budget once we figure out the cadence here. Cause,
Currently, it's, there is a fertilizing line item, but it's very small, and it's only, I think it's line I mentioned, just only for like schools, I believe.
well, the schools have their own line item for that, I thought.
I don't believe so.
They don't?
I don't believe
Oh,
so.
okay, I thought they did.
Not really.
Sarah, you don't think the auditor would kick that out would call that out?
No, because it's an additional fertilization on top of what we do annually. It's an additional one-time burst of fertilizer, as what Paul described in our meeting that we had, because I asked the same question. But where it's just a one-time to make sure it's not, the drought is affecting it, I don't think the auditors would bat an eye at it.
So I'm misunderstanding. We already have in the operating budget, regular 2 times a year. I think I missed this. This is a sort of an
In
additional
addition
thing.
to.
Correct.
that-
Yeah,
We still fertilize twice a year.
No, I want to make sure I'm clear about that. The amount we have in there isn't even close to doing it twice a year. But between Rob and Peter to pay Paul, so to speak, no pun intended,
That joke's never gonna get old. I'm so excited about it.
getting money from private donors and stuff like that, we can usually scrape together enough to do 1 or 2 on most fields. But again, that's asking Little League to help, asking youth soccer to help, getting a private donor to help, literally scraping together whatever we can. I just didn't want to have to.
This is on top of.
This is on top of that, correct, yes. If it goes in the budget too, I don't care either way, to be honest with you, as long as we can. I just don't want to lose the fields, so I know what it costs to
But
replace the
I'm
fields entirely.
assuming the 30,000 that's here wouldn't be expended in FY '27.
Probably not, no.
So again, I'll say, if it's for annual fertilizing that's gonna happen every year, it should be in the budget. But I still believe that there needs to be something in the capital until we understand exactly what our maintenance is gonna look like. And there's gonna be an expectation when folks drive down 114 and look at the field here, the grass here, it's gotta look, and that can't come at the expense of our other fields as well, so there probably should be something in this capital line
So
item.
I can
For
see
now.
that as being a point, and maybe a year or 2 years from now, we'll increase the
Yeah,
fertilizer.
no, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah,
So this year I do this, and next year I add $5,000, $10,000, whatever.
When
guys
you know
think.
what you're
once,
dealing with.
once we get a handle on
Right.
And I will
what the
say
need
too,
is gonna be here.
there is an article at town meeting to reestablish the field use revolving fund that could be used, the revenue coming in off of the fees could be used to offset the cost of this and other maintenance of the fields. This is kind of just a gap to fill in all of that as well.
I mean, just, and you guys are around town more than I am, you know how much these
Not
fields are
really.
used. These fields are used, like, our field schedule that Ashley maintains for us, it is end of March, end of November, every day, it's full. So even finding the time to maintain these things, when it doesn't drop something, is tough.
This year it won't be end of March, it'll be end of May, end of June.
Might be, yes. They'll try to get on end of March, believe me, they'll try.
I think we all agree it's necessary,
Yeah.
it's just how, I don't know if we all agree it's appropriate to be capital.
Yep.
I think for the temporary, as most of us are saying. Just for now, until we get a good handle on what the cost is gonna, and the need is gonna be for the, complex. And then it should go into the actual operating.
can
I
live with
agree
that.
with that.
Thanks. We good with that?
Yep.
New mower to maintain previously mentioned fields. We try to get a mower every year, every other year. We have about 5 and 8 of them. Some of them we don't use very often. They're older ones we use like to do the sides of the rail trail with and stuff like that. But some of them they're used 8 hours a day, every day. Just the cemetery alone takes the whole crew a day and a half, 2 days to do it, so.
How much more green space do we have to mow now compared to what we had before? And while in the winter your guys are plowing and in the summer you said they're mostly mowing, is there more to mow than you have guys?
If I have a full crew, we're good.
Even with this facility?
That remains to be seen, because like you said, our crew is, and if you guys looked at my personal lawn, not to give myself kudos, but I'm kind of one of those, mow the lawn different directions every guy, and everything has to look really good all the time. So we take the town facilities the same way, as all the guys do too, the crew. So that remains to be seen here, but I expect to mow this twice a week, like a Monday and Thursday kind of thing, all depending on around the schedule of what's being used and stuff like that. It all depends on the rain too. It's gonna be a lot of maintenance. As I mentioned before, I'm more worried about snow removal than I am about the lawn, so definitely.
Are you gonna get a finished mower for the tractor,
For the,
John Deere?
it has one, but it's so big, we don't like to use it in most places. Yeah, it would be used basically a Rupchinook, end here. But it doesn't do as fine of a cut, in my opinion, as the X marks do. It looks neater with the X marks. It'd be like, you wouldn't mow Fenway with it. You'd mow it with a smaller mower, so.
I'm gonna ask, you're not gonna brush it out like an all-star game?
No. Plus,
Some cool patterns out there?
that mower is, that's got the boom mower on the back.
Yeah.
And that thing is not fun to take on and off. So
Okay.
that does the brush cutting along the rail trail and stuff like that. Cuts the big fields like off of V Street, places like that need to be cut once.
I'm assuming with summer help, you're probably gonna have at least 1 or 2 summer help guys here at this facility.
I've already told Peter he'll have one every day. So whether it's one kid 1 week, one kid the next week, and so he'll definitely have that every day. Not necessarily the mowing stuff, but just the little stuff you don't think of, the weeding the mulch beds and stuff like that, the edging the mulch beds and trimming, 'cause I agree, town spent a lot of money in this great facility. The last thing you want to do is drive by 115 and see it look like crap.
Should we at some point in the future talk about like a facility here outsourcing the ground mowing and maintenance?
We could. Another possibility is, this is subject to maybe next year, as I was talking to a couple people in this room with earlier, was possibly expanding our staff by at least 1 person. And I say that not just because of mowing. I say that because there's gonna be roads we start accepting, like East Meadow and the road.
No, we have more roadways, we have
More roads to plow, more roads to maintain. That takes more bodies to do it.
and you guys are now starting to focus more on some of the retention areas that need to be maintained and all of that, so.
Yeah, we haven't done that as much as we should, to be quite frank.
Paula, I'd ask the question, not of you, but someone else on the team. Relative to the size of the group you have, how much has that changed over the past 20 years?
Well, I've been here since 2018. And I know right before I got here, I believe they approved a new
That was the
position.
first staffing increase in probably 15 to 20 years in the DPW.
Yeah, I think that was Luke. Luke was the new.
And it might have been longer, and if you think about how many roadways.
I think it was when Andy got here.
Well,
No.
I,
The last one that was added, you mentioned,
yeah.
before that, it was over 20 years before anybody else.
just think
At
about
least
how
20
many,
years.
think about how many roads had been added to this town in that 20-plus years.
So that's why I ask, right, if you picture Middleton in the late 90s or early 2000s versus Middleton today and where it's probably gonna be in the next 5 or 10, I wonder if we have an obligation to maybe look at staffing sizes, in a way that's responsible to the budget, but realistic.
I appreciate you guys mentioning that, because, I mean, it's a credit to the entire staff that's worked here before I got here and now, because, it's a lot. I mean, all I hear the stories, when I got, Middleton used to be a little rural farm town, now it's boom. And that costs money, to plow those roads and cut those trees and all that stuff, so. And you add this place to it, I think that's all the more reason to do it. Peter's only one guy, he can't do everything. He falls under the DPW umbrella, so we're gonna help as much as we can, obviously, and we'll send equipment and people up here as much as we can, but the reality of it is you're gonna want this place looking great. You're gonna want the entire town looking as good as it possibly can, and that can't be done if you keep expanding it with the same amount of people. It's as simple as that. I think everybody here knows that. I think all the taxpayers know that, so.
Paul, let me ask you, do
That seed
you,
planted good enough for that?
We'll see how the grass takes.
do you see any retirements coming up anytime soon?
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because I mentioned to Justin in my, my budget this year, I had to write the little.
Not gonna be you, is it?
Narratives, I'm getting old.
He didn't
Brian. I'm
answer
getting
that,
old.
Brian.
The biggest challenge the department has, in my opinion, and I said in that narrative, basically was the amount of retirements we've had recently, and filling that with licensed personnel. I mean, the team has done outstanding this winter especially, but it's hard, and every DPW is going through it. It's not just Middleton. I talked to my brethren around the area, they're going through the same exact thing. Licensed operators, experienced people to do it. We've lost 150 years of knowledge in the last 3 years due to retirements. Scott, Kenny, Paul, Glenn's probably right around the corner. So it's a lot. There's a lot of years of knowledge to this. So, John.
Are all you guys, have their hoisting license?
As we speak now, no. There's two that don't. That's why you saw yours truly out in the loader a couple times. So,
Guys and girls.
Sorry, you're right, guys and gals.
yes. All but two, and I'm gonna send them to New England Water Works down in Holliston. There's a 4-day trench safety program you can send them to get those. So I'm gonna send those in the spring. We currently have one open position that hopefully won't be open too much longer, but we'll find out Monday. So everyone is a CDL, so that's good, so they can drive the Sanders. Town spent a lot of money and resources on training for that, so kudos to the town, and thanks for allowing me to do that, because without those classes for those CDLs,
Right,
we'd be in a lot of trouble,
that's right.
a lot of trouble.
Okay.
Paul, on the new mower in FY '29, it's less than the mower in FY '27?
Yeah, it's 60-inch, 52-inch, just a little difference in the size. Sometimes you gotta get the narrow ones that fit between the stones down the cemetery.
So you don't need a new extra piece, you're just replacing? Or is that a new additional inventory?
We keep the mowers, we don't trade those in, because what we do though is the new ones mow the fields, the older ones mow the size of the rail trail, size of the roads. You know what I mean? They can get beat up a little bit more as opposed to the nice new ones. We good? Water main installation on roads close to Old Land, oh boy. Edited version, or?
Keep it light.
Okay, I'll try to keep it as light as I can. Extremely long story short, you guys all know about the landfill monitoring we've been doing, testing for PFAS. PFAS came back higher than the MCL allows, had to test for private wells. Private wells in the area of the Middleton landfill off of Natsu and the Rupchunk landfill off of East Street. That may mean we have to install water mains so those people in private wells can hook to town water and not be on private wells. This is
If they choose.
if they choose. Currently, we have 7 exceedances in town on the both places. We've been providing them with bottled water. We did, as Justin sent you guys an email recently, we got approved for an SRF loan for $6.7 million for this project. But the town has to come up with money to pay for the design, and Justin and I got an email last night that said basically that design is gonna be $600,000 to $700,000. And that will basically totally annihilate the enterprise fund if we do that. And we gotta find a way to pay for that if we choose to go down that path. There's another grant we're looking into. I sent an email the other day from the DEP to see if us being 3A non-compliant will affect that, and I haven't gotten an answer back yet. My gut tells me that it will affect that, but I'm
I
not
think
sure.
your gut's correct.
Yeah,
I think so too.
it's
But if
already
we
axed.
make public that there's people in town that don't have safe drinking water, and that's being held up because of this, that might be similar to what happened with the fire safety.
So, the timing of this, do you think it's gonna be FY '28 that we're gonna have to do something?
We have to act on it before that. Justin, correct me if I'm wrong, Justin and I were on a call the other day. We have to approve this before June 30th of this year, that we're gonna do this.
So this
to
is
get
the
the funding.
It came up on Tuesday, but an added warrant article for this purpose.
Okay. And this isn't something that can be addressed through several homes putting some type of water treatment unit in the home?
Justin and I spoke about that a little bit. We could do that to buy time, if you will. We could put a POA system in, a point of entry treatment system, into these 7 homes. They're about $7,000 to $10,000 a piece, so obviously it's much less expensive. The other thing that does though is, if we did that, we lose this round of SRF fund. It doesn't mean we can't apply for it next year or the year after. It does give us some time to deal with the problem. But there would have to be some kind of language, as, does the town pay for it and maintain it in the future, or does the homeowner maintain it, and all that stuff.
What's the expected useful life of those systems?
I'm not positive, because I don't have a lot of experience using them. I know they're relatively successful, but I know that like the GAC, the granular activated carbon, needs to be replaced once in a while. They need to be cleaned and maintained. How much that maintenance is a year, I don't know.
Are they installed inside the home, inside the foundation, or outside?
Yes, point of entry treatment, for the POET stands for.
So, one of these landfills, obviously, was our landfill, so we own it. The other landfill wasn't ours. And I don't know the full history of it, Rub Chinook, but it was basically forced upon the town.
The land, the Rupchnook property was taken over by the state. A state receiver was appointed. The receiver, brought, his charge was to cap the landfill. He brought in fill from the Big Dig.
Oh, I remember that.
And collected.
Because that's clean.
Lots of money, because they were paying, to bring the fill here. Then, when that was done, the state receiver said, wasn't going to keep holding the property. He was going to dispose of it to whoever wanted to buy it. The select board at the time entered into negotiations with the receiver. The receiver agreed to do some work on the property. That field was built by the receiver to the town specification, and to pay the town $450,000 to take, and the town took ownership of it.
That was a bad idea.
Wasn't on my.
No, I'm not looking at you. I'm not, so, the argument I was trying to make here is that we took a problem off the hands of the state. We took a problem off the hands of the state. So, now we own the problem but I get it, at the time, 400,000 in a field was an exciting opportunity, but you bought that pig in a poke at the same time.
Well, they were, environmental reports done. There was, at that point, the field had been capped for a while. There was no leakage, from it. And for almost 20 years, there have been no issues. Then the regulations changed.
Well, I will say too, it's, not to be Debbie Downer, but it's PFAS now is emerging contaminant. 10 years from now, it's gonna be another one.
That's
10 years
right.
after this, it's gonna be another one.
Every town is dealing with
How
this
many
PFAS.
of the homes
It's ridiculous.
are about the Rupchnook, and how many our landfill of the 7?
There's, we test, don't don't etch this in stone, I don't have the numbers. There's 7 houses we test off Hilldale. 2 of them went over the threshold, 1 of them is unoccupied.
That one's vacant.
There's all the ones on Thunder Bridge on this side of the landfill, and all from East Street, from East Meadow to Thunder Bridge on the landfill side. 1 on East Street was over the threshold, and 4 on Thunder Bridge. One of them, if you exceed the 0.9 parts per billion, you have to go into another whole thing. And luckily, there was only 1 that did that, and that's the one that's vacant.
Vacant.
The DEP was actually gonna put in a POET system in that house, but they found out the house was vacant, so obviously they didn't do it. But
Like, we couldn't get the DEP to pay for a POTUS for the properties against the B Street facility?
I don't know, as Justin will attest to, I'm better off staying silent when I talk to the DEP, because my frustration oozes
Is that Eric?
sometime.
Is that Eric Worrell?
Eric's one of them. Who else is another one on that list? The water and landfill stuff all intertwine with me sometimes, so. But
Okay.
they've actually been, I will say, twice I've asked for a grant extension, the one I was talking about, that's not, may or may not be compliant, and they've granted it right away. They're trying to help us with that PFAS problem, so
Okay.
I will say that.
So relative to the design funds, and I think we're still waiting on something a little more firm, but Jackie has been coordinating on with Paul and I on this topic. Jackie's been communicating with Congressman Moulton's office for community project funding. And so we are of the belief that we're going to receive a little over $1 million that could go towards that design phase, but we're still waiting on something a little more concrete to hang our hat on. So, but good work to Jackie for
So
coordinating that effort.
The million, like if we got $1 million, does that go against this 10 million?
Goes against the 650.
So it would cover the about 650 for design, and the remainder we could apply. It's pretty broadly worded, so the remainder could go towards the actual construction costs.
Right, so the 10 million is just for the construction cost, what's we paid for the design?
The whole project, including grant dollars, allocation, town dollars, that's the total cost.
Yeah, roughly, Hilldale will be quite extensive because there's a lot of ledge there. So that would be an issue at Hilldale. The borings, the design, all that.
So the total cost will really be more like 12 million?
No, 10 should be pretty good. Yeah, 10 should be pretty good.
And we're looking at what, 6 or something from that fund? Or is that still up in the air?
The SRF loan is 6.7. And Congressman Moulton's office is $1 million, and possibly this grant is another 500,000, give or take.
And how long's the payback on the loan?
That, Justin knows more about SRF stuff than I do.
Yeah, so you can choose from several different options, but given the length of life of that infrastructure and the cost, I would say let's start at 30, and then if we can find a way to do it faster, depending on different funding sources that we can find. I mean, I think that's the ideal piece. The language for the town meeting vote is kind of similar to MSBA language in that the town has to vote for the entire amount upfront. And then if we can find a multifaceted approach to funding it to try to defray some of those costs, that's the hope over the next year.
No, I know this isn't the time, so how fast are we looking at whether or not we're gonna do POET systems or not?
That depends on a lot of the answers to the questions we have pending. It depends on a lot of variables. Justin and I have to have a really good sit down and decide whether we want to.
Because that's kind of wasted money, no disrespect to the residents, but, you know, that's.
And, you know, do we want to buy some time, do the POETs, or do we want to just bite the bullet and just do this? And that's something that, obviously, money is the primary driver here, but obviously town safety and resident safety is
So if you
also a
had
driver.
$10 million available to you to extend water systems somewhere in the town, forget PFAS, would this be where you would be extending?
No. I would loop the mains like we did at Liberty and Essex and the Bush. I would probably do from the end of North Main Street over to Meadowlark, cut across that way, because North Main Street's where we have the TTHM issues. Or definitely loop dead ends. That's what I would do first. If I had $10 million at my disposal, like we have with the ARPA funds.
Yep.
To $2 million.
Okay.
Too many dead ends in this town.
Because I don't see the town voting it down when it comes, if it went, for this year, town's certainly gonna pass that, no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, it would, and Justin and I, of course, when we were on the call the other day, we asked the question, if we do this, does the monitoring for PFAS disappear? Of course, the answer is no.
And like you said, they're only gonna keep raising the bar.
Right. But it does, it does stop the public safety cards, it's helped immensely, obviously.
I think I was the first bill.
There's a lot still remaining until we've worked on that. Are we good with that for now?
Yep. Yeah.
Design and construct water main on Central Street, I just keep this as an earmark, because it's the place we've had the most water breaks in town the last couple of years. We've had 3 in the past 5 years there, right in front of Howman School. So it's something that we should think about in the future. Obviously, can't do everything in the water system at the same time, so we can't do the looping projects and what we just talked about above at the same time.
When is that road scheduled to be repaved?
Central and Washington? Can I?
Not for a while,
We just did it, didn't we just do it?
No, it's not for a while, especially with those nice new speed humps on it, so.
Do you have any more of those,
I couldn't resist, Justin.
are any more of those valves gonna give way under Central, or have they all been, there's like, what, 3 of them or something, and we've seen 2 go?
Yeah, it's mostly because it's old cast iron main, sometimes a lot of it's because of the fill around it, woulda, shoulda, coulda, people
Grinds
did
through
replace
it.
when they did the Howman School, who knows?
So it could still just go anywhere underneath
But
it?
that's almost the same as any
It's
place in
winters
town.
like this that have been crazy cold.
Yep, it's not when it's cold, it's when it starts
Shouldn't
going
have
out.
said that, but yeah.
Yeah, I know, thanks.
I was hoping that the recent, burst that we had, that eventually you'd have it gummed up with some tape and some, fix it.
The next one, this is, again, just an earmark, there's nothing planned, but you guys may or may not be something aware, off of Piedmont, there's some issues going on with contamination.
Yep.
Eventually, someone's probably gonna knock on the door and say, you gotta put a water main down there. In my opinion, with what's going on down there, I don't think the town will be responsible for paying for it, but you know how things happen.
Yep.
So I just wanna put it there to keep everyone in the loop. And we desperately need a new water utility truck. That truck's been in maintenance anywhere, so we put in for that. And that's all, everything we talked about is water enterprise funds. PFAS monitoring and/or remediation.
Real quick on water mains, we had talked in the past when we were doing looping of potential connection fees.
Yeah.
So when we bring in a new water loop and water is brought in front of somebody's homes, there is no connection fee, correct?
There isn't if a contractor provides the work. That's what our water, rules and regulations say.
Yeah.
The town did this, so if John Smith on Essex Street wants to connect to the new water main we put in, he would be charged a $2,000 per inch connection fee. The water would run from the main to the curb box, he has to run it from the curb box into the house. It would be $2,000 to connect to that, for the privilege of connecting to the water.
Okay.
Per inch, so if it's 2-inch service, it would be $4,000.
Per inch of pipe, not per inch of length,
Correct, per inch of
just so we're clear.
diameter pipe. PFAS monitoring and/or remediation, you guys are all aware of how we test for the landfills, and it was an $80,000 a year cost, and now it's a $220,000 a year cost. And we're offsetting that, some of it in capital, some of it on the budget, due to not an annual thing, or if you want to explain it better than me.
Yeah, so, there are a few things that we were trying to do as part of the capital process, this year, and one of them was doing a better job of trying to separate items that are genuine operating budget costs, annual expenses versus what are, 1 or 2 time costs in response to that one-time cost. And so I think this is a good example. So we will annually always have the cost of landfill monitoring relative to PFAS. But we're not always going to have the expense of a POET system or delivering water to the residents or something like that. And especially in a challenging budget year, anything that is a non-reoccurring expense, we're trying to get out of the operating budget and into the capital budget. And so as part of that, we had kind of drilled down on some of the granular items and pulled those out and shifted them into capital.
And the last one is just an earmark too. I don't have the answer, and this is probably not the venue to talk about this in depth, but Justin and I had this conversation about once every 3 months, what maintenance and requirements are we responsible to do for unaccepted private or public unaccepted roads? And the chief and I have had many conversations about this in the past in terms of emergency access for vehicles. For instance, there are some roads we plow right now that are not accepted roads. And I don't think that's.
Like Old Forest, I know there's been ongoing multiple years
Yep.
issues there of.
And if it's not a town road, we can't use Chapter 90 funds to work on it. So, there's other roads that aren't accepted that we're plowing right now, so. Just, again, earmark, topic for another discussion. Questions, comments, concerns? Is that it? Nothing?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Have a
Paul.
great day.
Okay, Fire Chief LaCoste.
Good morning, everybody. Your jacket, Paul.
Hey, Chief.
Good morning, how are you?
Good.
Got my glasses so I can see. Okay, ready.
Let me just grab your PowerPoint.
Chief, your tie bar is gone askew.
Oh, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
You're on camera, you gotta look good.
Thank you. Good try.
There we go, sorry.
Ready?
Yep.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Perfect. So, good morning, everybody. So I am here today with some requests for fiscal year '27. I have 3 requests on the docket. The first one being the apparatus mobile radio replacement, which is year 3 of 4. So we staggered that out over a 4-year period. This is year 3, looking for
24,200.
just under $24,000, I believe, for additional radios for the apparatus. Next item is the vehicle extended warranty program for our 2 fire engines. And the third request is for firefighting equipment that was normally obtained through the state fire equipment grant, which I'll get into in a little bit. Next slide. So just under $24,000 to replace radios that were purchased back in 2008. As mentioned in years past, these radios are no longer supported by the manufacturer, and as previously mentioned, it's year 3 of a 4-year plan to replace these radios. Next slide. Any questions with the radio request? No. Okay, so next item is vehicle extended warranty program. So asking for a total of $119,000 to go through Vital Trends, which is an emergency vehicle warranty protection program. So this kind of came to light with the new engine, which I'm happy to report that we're going to do the final inspection next Friday. That's only been a 4-year process.
Yay.
And that vehicle came with a 1-year warranty, 1-year factory warranty. So
That didn't start on year 1.
thankfully not, no. So I looked into trying to extend out that warranty because unfortunately our current engine, our engine 2, which is our frontline engine, has been somewhat painful with repairs. Probably on average, we're spending over $15,000 on repairs for that vehicle. So I looked into extending out the warranty on the new vehicle, and the manufacturer recommended this company, Vital Trends, which I did some research and made some phone calls, and they seem to speak pretty highly of it. So we would be looking to extend out the factory warranty, make that a 5-year total. So once the 1-year factory warranty expires, the 4-year warranty would kick in for this vehicle. It would cover routine engine maintenance, would include the pump, which is significant with vehicles like this, and any equipment. And then for engine 2, our current vehicle, we would add a 5-year warranty on that vehicle so that basically those 2 vehicles would be covered for the next 5 years. And, the thing to remember with these vehicles, in particular, our frontline engine, it pretty much goes on every call. So medical calls, the engine responds. Fire calls, obviously the engine responds. So it's definitely our most heavily used piece of apparatus. So I feel this would be beneficial to help, ensure that, we're not taking a bath each year with repairs. And I'm sure Sarah will agree that, unfortunately, each year with our vehicle maintenance accounts, we usually get hit pretty hard with repairs, so I feel that this would be extremely beneficial. The way it works is that I can bring the vehicles anywhere for repair. The maintenance shop, they basically log into this company's website. They put a summary of the work that's done. They submit invoices, and they pay the invoices. There's no deductible. So almost sounds too good to be true, but like I said, after doing some research, that is, talking to some customers, that is the process that takes place, and like I said, they spoke highly of it.
Engine 2, you've been spending about $15,000 a year.
Yeah.
I mean, that's about $60,000 over 5 years. And then another vehicle, if you end up running that same cost structure, that's
Yeah.
another $60,000, which is really the cost of this extended warranty. Would it cover just about everything that you've been paying for on engine 2?
Bumper to bumper.
Yeah, so it would cover, belts, hoses, engine repair, the fire pump aspect, which is a total, a separate component of the vehicle. And I mean, I guess the good news is that our current engine 2, that will become the second due truck, so it's not gonna get the wear and tear that it gets now, but, yeah, I feel confident that it's gonna cover, everything pretty much from bumper to bumper that we normally see.
So
with
the
these
only
type of
thing you'll be
repairs.
paying for on maintenance is going to be, oil changes,
Yeah,
lubes,
correct.
tires, brakes.
Correct.
Do these warranties cover things like electronics, like window things?
Yeah, so basically, if I bring that vehicle in because the electric window doesn't work, that would be covered. And that's another important point with these vehicles today, is that there's so many electronics with these vehicles that, it's just so much more involved to repair. So, yeah, so I feel good about this program, and I think it would be beneficial for the department. And actually, I had looked at, I think one of the finance committee meetings, we talked about maybe looking at the other vehicles. And I did get prices for like the ambulances and so forth, and I just didn't feel it was worthwhile, just the prices they wanted to, to cover those other vehicles. So I just figured where these 2 vehicles are used on a regular basis, that this would be the most beneficial.
Who around us uses this company?
So I didn't find many in the state. There were out of state. There were some that I called.
And how do you shop for different programs?
So this was the only one that I had gotten. So I did not shop around for. I don't know how many programs there are out there. So.
And the reason to take the fire truck to all the medical calls, that's so in case there's a fire somewhere else, they're already in the truck?
Yeah,
Is that the
so
rationale?
basically what happens, and staffing plays a big role in that. So if we have 3 to 4 people on duty, those people are needed on that medical call. So if they go out in the car, let's say, and there's nobody back at the station, and we get a second call, which happens quite often, we're already in that vehicle ready to respond from the first call to the second call. Any questions, further questions with this program?
So, with this extended warranty program, would that have an impact on the maintenance line on the operating budget?
As far as,
Reducing.
Well, now you're not spending $15,000 a year
Um,
repairing something.
I suppose it's possible.
I think all it's gonna do is help the chief not go over that line item as much as he has been. That line item is typically 30,000 overspent most years.
And that 30,000 gets funded from our FinCom reserve or from other line items?
It's usually a departmental transfer that I do at the end of the year, or the chief has other lines within his budget that can absorb that. It all just kind of depends.
So you don't see a way of cutting something in the operating budget because we're doing?
I don't think I would make that cut in FY '27. I think I would wait to see.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, looking out the past 5 years, I mean, probably out of all the accounts I have, the equipment repair, and I think Sarah will agree that that's taken the biggest hit out of all my accounts.
Okay.
So,
I guess the finance committee looks forward to not seeing you at the end of the year for the transfer.
so listen, I hope that's the case, because one less headache, so.
I think there's been 2 years in a row that it's been a reserve fund transfer versus just an absorption within the other budget.
Yep.
But I would keep an eye on it for '27, and then maybe in '28, we can
Okay.
find some
That-
reductions.
That makes sense.
How did it work out? A couple of years ago, you came and we funded a big repair on an old truck, right? Rust work and paint. Did that get done and did that prove to be worthwhile?
So I was here, was it last year, for money for the ladder truck to do rust repair and paint repairs on the ladder truck. That's because we anticipated a 4 to 5 year wait for the new ladder truck, which has been ordered, and I'm being told by the manufacturer that's going to be about an 18-month build time, which is fantastic in today's day and age. So with that being said, I did not pull the trigger on those repairs on our current ladder truck, given the quick turnaround for the new truck. So I did not
What
spend.
happened to that? We allocated that money, right? Did we
It'll
not?
close to free cash.
Okay.
That was a warrant article, right?
It was
That
a warrant
cap-
article,
yeah.
yep.
Yeah,
Or
like I
think
said, the
it was
reason for that was
59,000.
we just anticipated given historically how
Thought it was a
these new
4-year.
trucks work. as far as
Congress has
building
been
them,
weighing in on the,
Correct.
the length to replace fire equipment, so I
Yeah.
think manufacturers are stepping it up.
Yeah, it's painful. I mean, our ambulance, we're probably going to get that the end of this year. That will have been over 3 years waiting for that, so.
So in FY '28, you have replace engine 3.
Yep.
If we vote the money in '28, you'll be 30 by the time you actually have the truck?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be at least 3 years, unless something drastically changes with the process, it's going to be 3 to 4 years again for that.
And at that point, 30, how old would engine 3 be?
So engine 3 is a 2002. Yeah, so engine 3 will be, once we get the new truck next week, or, this month, engine 3 will rotate into our spare apparatus. That will be, that's our 2002. And then
And that's your oldest?
that'll be our oldest.
So when you have a spare truck, how often do you start it up and take it out? And
Weekly, yeah.
Weekly to keep it going, or weekly it gets used in a call?
So if a truck goes down for repairs, which with this truck happens somewhat frequent, we rotate that into the front line, so.
So it's not just gonna be started to make sure that the
No.
engine is staying healthy?
No.
that kind of stuff.
No. Any other questions?
The 119, chief, do you have a breakdown of engine 1 and 2?
Say that again?
On the 119,000, that's for the engine 1 and 2, the warranties, do you have a breakdown for each?
Yes, so the engine 1 warranty, so the 4-year extended warranty is $46,725, and the engine 2 warranty, which is a 5-year warranty, is $71,354.
So they're independent of each other?
Correct. Yeah, and I went with the 4-year for engine 1 because it already comes with a 1-year factory, so in the end, they'll both have 5 years coverage. Any
I'm
other questions?
surprised there's just such a small difference in the annual cost between,
A brand new one, 2000.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they come up with their numbers,
Yeah,
but,
that's that.
right?
Chief, what has been your annual repair costs? I don't mean maintenance like oil change, brakes, tires, but like actual repair costs for like the last 5 years? Because just listening to what you said, you've talked about engine two, it's been running about 15,000 a year in repairs.
Yep.
But the engine two cost for 5 years is gonna run more than $15,000 a year for the warranty.
So,
Same, about that much.
so unfortunately, the breakdown that I have, for equipment repair, for instance, it's
But that's,
a case of motor oil, it's,
Yeah, yeah.
filters,
No,
it's
it may not include.
brake jobs,
yeah.
it's pretty much everything. So I can tell you that for fiscal year '25, for instance, I was just under $62,000 spent. I was budgeted 40,000. '24 was 31,000. '23 was 79,000. '22 was 38,000. '21 was 60,000. 20 was 58,000. So pretty much with the exception
About
of,
60 grand a year you've been running.
with the exception of '24, I've gone over every year in my maintenance.
Okay.
And like I said, that unfortunately includes everything. With First Due, our new records management software, fortunately, I can drill it down to each vehicle that's spent, so it gives me a
Okay.
better idea as to what's spent on each vehicle, so.
And the 119 is an upfront payment.
Yes.
It's a one-time payment.
Yes. When I asked the company, I said, well, what if I wait on the new truck, wait till I get closer to the end of the 1-year factory and then add the 4-year, which I could do, but then you run the risk of that price being more expensive. So he suggested, and I feel the same, that, we should just do it now while it's cheaper versus, it gets more
it almost
expensive.
seems like there may not be much savings doing this, but it levels it out more, I think, year to year.
Yeah, I think it helps with the years that you had $60,000 plus spent.
Right, it levels it out,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
And if it happens to be that there's this extraordinary repair that has to be done that we've never had to do before,
Right.
leveled out, plus that will be covered,
Right.
whereas now, this unforeseen thing could be a big hole,
Yeah.
Yeah.
something just significant.
This policy doesn't cover any collision damage, though, does it, right?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Bodywork, like rust?
I don't believe so, no. No.
Well, I'm sure the small print says it doesn't include things that are otherwise insured, blah, 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 blah. No, I would guess. Because if it's one program out there with no competition, then
It covers like the pumps and stuff that aren't really mechanical to the truck, but used for firefighting?
Yeah, so basically, if you think of it with an engine like that, for instance, a vehicle like that, you have two separate components. You have the engine and the drivetrain, and then you have the pump, which,
Right.
Fortunately, this program would cover both, so.
And then all the hydraulics, electrical,
Yep.
Covers hoses and everything?
Yep, belts, hoses.
not fire hoses though.
No, not fire hoses.
almost want to hurry up and break something so we can get some.
Yeah, great, Rick.
For 120 grand, hey,
I'm sure.
That's your job.
don't tell it.
Due time, it'll break.
All right, let's get some juice out of this thing.
Rick, there's plenty of people who are not gone after saying things like that.
Are there requirements
Huh?
of maintenance that we have to make sure, like maybe we're changing the oil every 5,000 miles and you have to do it every 4, are there things?
I think, we're pretty good at
Yeah,
doing
you
that
have
stuff.
to
but-
just check and make
Yeah.
sure we don't violate one of the
Sure.
conditions.
Sure.
Okay, that makes sense.
Where does the repairs take place? You mentioned out of state, so does
Yeah.
that mean upper state New York?
No,
or-
the companies that utilize this program out of state. As far as where we repair vehicles, depends on the size of the job, you know,
And will
and what vehicle it is.
those places that we usually use, will they
Accept.
this?
Yeah, so, you know, I asked the question, did we have to go to specific repair places? And they said, no, any repair place. And, you know, we have good relationships with the companies that, that we utilize.
Yeah, 60 grand a year, we should.
Yeah, right. Any other questions?
And we'll now have an additional spare vehicle engine. We'll have an additional spare engine.
So we have one now.
But when this new one comes.
Yeah, it just, everything will rotate.
But we're not disposing of an engine.
So we have our current spare
Yeah.
vehicle.
And that'll be disposed of?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Can you sell that one that's gonna be disposed of? Does anybody else want it, or is it so out of lifespan?
So we had worked on trade-in with the manufacturer. And it's been so long that actually Chief Martinek, who was sitting in this room, he's the one that started the process way back when, so.
He was
that's
a
just-
junior firefighter.
That was, yeah, right? I was still in diapers. So that's really, if you think of it, that's how long this process has been with this vehicle, and it's been so frustrating.
And are they still honoring that trade-in value, even though it's been 3 years?
Yeah, we're working on that, but, and the thing is that the new engine that we're buying is 750-ish. That truck today is over $1 million. So that just shows you how long ago this order was placed.
Well, maybe they should get their act in gear and move faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, they complain about the trade-in, say, well, deliver the damn truck.
Yeah,
Let me have
right.
it early.
Right.
Yeah, 'cause I ordered that before I retired. That's how long it's been.
Yeah. So.
Insanity.
Crazy.
But these new trucks this is a great deal, because these new trucks are always breaking down, because they all have so many electronics. You look at Peabody, Danvers, Peabody's been running a Boston engine for a while now, because their trucks are broken, so. Like Paul said, even his trucks, same thing, this, you know.
Pay more, get less.
Yeah, right.
It's the way of the world.
Yep. All right, next. So fire equipment upgrade. So I will tell you that this was extremely frustrating. So each year, we're eligible for a fire equipment grant through the Commonwealth for roughly a total of $15,500. It's based on population. We've been successful each year with this grant, and we use it to buy important equipment for our department. So what I found out this year, and there was threats of it last year, but fortunately they came through last year. So this year, they put it in black and white, they put it in the presentation that communities, in order to be eligible for such grant, needed to be MBTA compliant, which obviously we are not. So there were two grants that we were at risk of losing, both the fire equipment grant and the Safe and Senior Safe grant, which is extremely popular in the community. As you know, we have the Retire the Fire program, which allows us to go into homes and check smoke detectors, carbon monoxide detectors, trip hazard, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's all been made possible through the Safe and Senior Safe grant. This grant is used to buy equipment, like I said, and we were told during the meeting that we would not be eligible if we were not MBTA compliant. It was in the notice of funding opportunity, et cetera. So what had happened was I had reached out to Senator Tarr's office to hopefully get some clarification. I was told by his office that somebody may have misspoke and that they're only considering withholding these funds from non-compliant communities. I'll believe it when I see it, because it's, as you can see, it's in black and white that the communities must be compliant in order to be eligible for these grants.
You are still applying, though?
I applied, the application process closed, I submitted both applications, and I'm now waiting to hear. So it would be my intent that if we were successful with this particular grant, I would not utilize the funds. I would only utilize the funds if successful. I would only utilize them if we were excluded because of
On this,
our
and you're also applying for the senior and safe?
Yeah, I applied for the senior, and
What is the amount that we get for that?
so this one is 15,500. So the safe and senior safe The safe education is 7,200, and I believe the senior safe is 3,500, so just over $10,000.
So if we don't get that grant, you're gonna have to cease the program?
So probably what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna try to look for other avenues, like for instance, the Red Cross does have a program that will help to supply carbon monoxide detectors and smoke detectors. So I'll look to them and, just try to look for, other ways to fund that opportunity. I'm hopeful that they'll do the right thing and,
Well, I'm glad the administration wants to put firefighters and seniors at risk over an MBTA zoning issue, so
Right?
yeah, so.
shame on
it's-
them.
Yeah, it's very frustrating, but, that's why I'm here, looking for funds if needed. Like I said, if I'm successful with that grant,
Well, I would say the safe and senior work that you've been doing has been fabulous, really well received. I've heard clearly the number of homes you've gone into and like you've left after they now have smoke and carbon monoxide detectors and didn't have them or they weren't operational. I think we should consider putting a line item in here as well. I appreciate that you're looking for other funding sources, but if those don't pan out, I don't want to see that program end. So I think you
Agreed.
should put that in here as well.
And
I agree.
should we do both of those as a separate warrant article?
I would do them as a separate
Other than
warrant.
the capital
I would
budget.
do it as a separate warrant article, and let's explain it on the floor of town meeting.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And just a little plug, I know I've said it before, but the trend continues. We've found that over 80% of the homes that we've gone into have either had expired carbon monoxide detectors or no carbon monoxide detectors. I went to a call last week, and smoke detector the wire was hanging with no detectors in the home at all. After the call, I grabbed some detectors and brought them to the house and, helped install. So it's clearly a problem, especially this time of year with the cold weather and the, fossil fuels and so forth. That's what we worry about. So been very successful. I'm hopeful that, like I said, the state will do the right thing and, not penalize us for,
You think you'll know prior to town meeting?
I do. Yeah, I do. So,
But let's put the funding in for that as well. I don't want to see that program because of stupidity in the state's level. And
okay. And on the other end too, the safe firefighter's roller. I don't know if you know him. He's a retired North Reading firefighter, very passionate with going into the schools, does a fantastic job. So we've been pretty successful with the safe education in the schools as well. So it's very important, and I think we should continue it. So.
Okay.
He just wrote a book.
He did. He just wrote a book on fire safety. So. Yeah. So.
Nice.
And that's all I have for requests this year. If anybody has any other questions or wants any other information.
You ready to move into the new digs?
Getting there. Yeah, we're at the finish line almost, so it's exciting.
So what's the date you'll actually be in the space?
So we had originally talked about the 16th, and we're still holding that date, but I know we're being held up by things like the traffic signal and some other things that are slightly outside of our realm of influence, so we may have to push back a week or two, but for now, we're holding the 16th.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Chief, one other question, real
Sure.
quick. Now that we actually have a building that stuff fits in.
Yeah.
I know like the last time we bought an ambulance, like it didn't really fit. Does this open up different alternatives for us on buying equipment that is a different price point because it fits, like ambulance and others?
I think the biggest benefit is that we won't have to special order a vehicle. We can just buy whatever
Right, standard.
standard vehicles, and is that going to equate to a cheaper price? I'm not really sure.
Probably a
We
shorter
definitely
time
wouldn't
frame,
have to custom build a vehicle to fit in our station, so that's one benefit, so.
Okay, good, thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, Chief.
All right, thank you. Have a nice day, everybody.
Okay, Chief William Sampson.
I load up the seat for you. I try.
Bye, Chief.
Morning, Chief.
Thanks, Chief.
Well, good morning, everybody.
Morning, Chief.
morning,
How we doing?
Chief.
Good, how's everything?
Good. Thanks for watching.
Okay, so, the floor is yours. I think she'll be pulling up. Yeah, there it is.
biggest ask is for new tasers. Axon has kind of a monopoly now on the taser industry. Our tasers now are currently over 10 years old. They're no longer serviced by Axon. The warranty, they no longer replace them. So we're at that point where we have to go to new tasers. And the price for the tasers has jumped considerably. What we have to do is, it's a 5-year plan. We'll get 25 new tasers, the new training module that goes with the tasers, and the service plan is for 5 years. The first one is about half. The rest of the years, they go from 12,000 to 28 every year for the next 5 years.
So after the end of the 5 years, when will you be recycling through again? Is it going to happen on year 6?
That's the problem. With technology in these tasers, they say they're good past that date, but they don't guarantee that they're good
The
past
reason
that
why
date.
I'm asking is should this just be a budget line item rather than a capital line item if this is going to be an annual? And I want you guys to have like the equipment that you need to have, but I'm just wondering if this should be moving over.
We had asked the question in the early review process and discussed it pretty extensively. I mean, it makes sense. If it's going to be on a revolving basis, it's kind of, I guess the question was asked, like, can we phase these in, right, and do them in fifths or something like that and build them into the operating budget? But it seems like we have to kind of do them all at once.
Because the other ones are so old that they don't service anymore. We're just, as the people that were here the other night, the tasers are, one of our continual force. It's less lethal, and past that, it's lethal. So that situation we ran into on that night, without the tasers, we would have had to gone to lethal force. So it's, like I said, it's gone up considerably. As far as which budget we could put it in is definitely open for discussion, but to not replace all the ones we have now, we have the risk of a failure, and that could be catastrophic.
Okay.
What's the reason that the first year is is so much less than the other year?
I think it's a half a year because of the fiscal year and then the full year. So they have.
They run on a calendar year cycle?
Correct.
Okay.
So we got basically half for the first one.
Okay.
Any questions on the tasers?
Nope.
Okay, the next one is portables. Basically, we're replacing 3 radios that we have now, and we're adding an additional 3 radios. We have replacement batteries and spare batteries.
And this is just because of new officers?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, makes sense. That wasn't included in when we were doing the new officer hiring, didn't we have equipment, supplies, and?
We did, but it wasn't we didn't have radios.
Okay, got it. Okay, thanks, chief.
The next one is cameras for the intersections. We talked with Lantel. I mean, basically, that's what a lot of communities are going to now, just for reporting purposes, to monitor accidents, to monitor traffic, crime-related things. So Lantel had come out.
There's a woman in this room that will absolutely support that, so.
Agreed. And that was a perfect example. They came out, let us use them for a while, and they were beneficial in just that short amount of time. So I think that's where we should be going as a town, as to kind of be like with every other town.
So which
And
intersections would this cover?
We're looking to cover the square, a couple areas in the square. Forest in Maine, Boston in Maine, River in Maine, and Maine in the east. Maple in the east. So the major accident, where we're seeing the most accidents is where we're trying to cover, with the intention that if these work out well and we find that there's additional areas we may want to cover, we could add additional cameras in the future.
Now, do they have to be wired from the intersection back to the station, or is it all done wirelessly?
I believe it's done remotely. They come and do all the installation, because they didn't have to do it on the last ones.
But it's all monitored at your station?
Yes, correct.
Would homeowners that are in that field of vision be notified that we just want to let you know that this camera's
If we could do a public announcement about it.
I would think.
Of where these are gonna be, what they're gonna be covering, that would be.
If you drive around, Jeff, and look at intersections, there's a lot of cameras
I know,
at
I know.
intersections, more than people realize.
But I would not have a problem with that. So
Yeah, I
people
think
are
someone-
aware. Sure, so they don't get caught off
Yeah,
guard.
that's in that
Yeah,
field
the
of
comings
vision.
and goings every day is on
Right.
a public camera. I get a little annoyed myself.
And,
Right.
how specific do you get, so there's an accident in the intersection, you see the accident.
Right.
Does it allow you to see the license plate?
They're sophisticated enough, you can actually get the license plates off.
Because if we have, say we have a burglary and the person takes off, breaks into our store, breaks into a store, robs a store and takes off, we can then go back to these cameras and see the, the footage of whether they were to identify the cars.
And we have that now?
We don't, they let us borrow, utilize one for a few months. Test it. Good answer. But they've taken it down. But we just wanted to see if they, how they worked, how they looked, and like I said, on a quick thing, they were very,
And what's the timeline to get, if this is approved, to get these in place?
oh, they could get them in as soon as we get the money, yeah. Yep, come and install them.
I just want to add, I'd given back Justin, like the wish list of things you'd like to see done. And this was one of them, but my concern ultimately is not just for motor vehicle crashes, but, to say the bad surveillance word, but we got a lot going on in the area of, say, the dairy, the lot, and all there that, when it comes to just downright, crime and such, or those kinds of things, I mean, I'd like to see something done there as well, maybe at the lights, the crossing light there. I mean, not to be invasive, but my mind just goes to where the more popular this area gets over time, that God forbid something happens in between those areas, that I just think it would be an oversight to not have the ability to do that there. I don't know how much more cost it adds, but frankly.
It's not actually that much more. The city of Lawrence was that situation, and they brought in cameras, and they put them in certain areas, high crime. And at first, they were taken kind of like, why are we doing these? After about a year, the council was, why is not more cameras in my district? Why not? They wanted more. So basically now the city of Lawrence is on camera. The entire roadways are on camera.
Somewhat an epicenter for us, for people, so.
In the 1800 and out years, that's just the
maintenance of it, so to keep it running, and they service them and to keep the, it working.
Yeah,
It's listed as an operating cost, it's not a capital cost, it's just there for information purposes.
Got it,
okay.
Thank you.
I'd just say to make sure we bring in MELD involvement, because it is it is their telephone poles.
Correct.
So just, I know you have
Do they go on the
past experience.
telephone poles or the?
They can go on either, they can go on any pole. So, MELD, because they're here, would obviously get involved with them and for the installation.
find the
things like
location that
Would
works
find a
the best.
location that works best, correct. And gets the best area of coverage.
Yeah, but not like the traffic light poles.
It could be.
Yeah,
And if it is, do we need permission from somebody else?
yeah,
to put it
if
on?
it's somebody's private pole, if it's the states or whatever, then yeah, we'd have to go through them to put them on there.
Chances are, they're not gonna say no.
Well,
It's a benefit for everybody, yeah.
But, it may take longer for them to
Oh,
say
yeah,
yes.
just to get
Yeah, we should
the
start asking
answer.
now if we want them to come.
Do
You're
it and
not
say,
wrong.
sorry, like, do what I did.
Well, that's always something. Something.
Do it
Nah,
now
it's,
for permission.
yeah, I agree with it.
The next one's a new police cruiser. We typically phase out the older cruisers. Last year, we didn't get a cruiser because of the budget, so we held off till this year. So that's just the new cruiser and upfitting for the new cruiser.
So, I know you don't have anything in 28, 29, 30, and 31 for cruisers. Are you just,
We kind of go year by year.
Okay.
I mean, we'd like to get a cruiser every year, but I know sometimes things are tighter than other years, so. And it used to be in the operational budget. We just swapped it over to the capital budget, so it's a good point. I really didn't think that. I should have put that forward.
okay.
So, and what would you get? What kind of vehicle?
Dodge Durango is what we're looking at.
Not electric, not hybrid, not electric.
No, none of that.
No,
They're just not,
it's not worth it.
yeah, and they just, they're good for certain things, policing, they're just not. Okay, and last one we have is a side-by-side, it's a Polaris. This would be used to patrol the rail trails, around the lake. Currently, we have an old ATV, like a 4Runner, and the problem with those is it's an older vehicle, so we're starting to put money into it. And with that, you can't transport anyone. If somebody gets hurt in the woods, in the fields, whatever, you can't transport anybody on that. If you arrest someone, you can't transport anybody on that. So this is where basically most departments are going.
Chief, how often would you be using this?
I mean, I'd like to use it a lot. On the weekends, we get extra staff. Once we're up to staff, we'll have people that we can put into this. On the weekends, the rail shows, whenever we see that it's busy.
So the reason why I'm asking is, I assume the fire department has one, right?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
just got one last year.
And for brush fire purposes. I was just wondering if there was a opportunity to utilize both.
And that question does come up, and one of the issues is because it's police, we can pull people over with that on blue lights, where the fire department has red lights, and they say fire department, they can't pull people over. So there is a distinction between it, and I'll be 100%, this is more of a want than a need. You know, I know it's a tight year, and if that was one of those that we just couldn't do this year, like last year, we said, okay, we'll have the fire department do it last year, and we'll do it this year, but again, it's more a want than a need.
When you are patrolling trails and stuff like that, in reality, how often do you have to either do something with somebody who's arrested or somebody who needs help? Like how often, if it was this
Not that
last
often.
year, would you use?
Not often, but we haven't done it before. You know, we really don't patrol the rail trails because we don't have the vehicles for it. Correct. So this would be an additional patrol.
So would that be able to get on the rail trail with the gates?
It should be able to, yeah.
Yeah, you just open them.
Oh, just open
Yeah,
them.
they're not locked.
But, you know, to patrol them.
Now you tell me.
The officer would have to, you know, who's in a cruiser, goes to the station, you know, gets on this vehicle, goes to the trail and patrols the trail, and then takes it back to the station to get in the car.
Yeah, basically we'd have to do it when we had extra people. You know, when we had, it was, you know, a busy weekend, a summer weekend, we had 4 people on, we'd take one and dedicate them to that. It wouldn't be when we have 2, we just take one off and put it on that. It would be when we had the proper amount of staff. It would be an extra thing.
In a medical call, we do have the fire department one.
They do.
Transport someone.
So, you know,
already.
I'm not convinced how much utility would gain. I'm not sure it's, you know, $50,000.
I do say it's a want, it's a want more than a need, so I would understand if that was something that we would push down the road.
Okay. And I think that's it.
That's it?
Gunther? Okay. Anything else while you're here you want to bring up?
No? Any questions, any concerns, anything?
No? Anything? Okay. Thank you, Chief.
All right, thank you, have a great weekend.
Okay, Anna, Planning Department, next in the hot seat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Anna. How's that little princess of yours?
She's great.
I
Thank you.
thought you were gonna bring her in. I would have just taken her.
You know, we haven't taught her budgeting yet, but we're getting there. So I'm coming with one request this year. And we, in the planning department, are gearing up for hopefully a comprehensive plan. So comprehensive plan, master plan, I kind of use those terms interchangeably, but this is something communities do pretty much. It varies, but I would say 10 years is kind of a standard approach. Update a plan every 10 years. The idea is that you're looking comprehensively at multiple different strategy areas in town. So housing, conservation, open space planning, economic development, and kind of trying to hold them all together in one place so that one priority isn't inadvertently hurting another priority. The last one that Middleton did was in 2018. I think it's great timing, to be honest, to be updating it because the world in 2018 was really different than the world that we live in right now. For one thing, we're post-COVID, and so planning post-COVID looks different than planning did before COVID. We have some different concerns that we need to be taken into account. And then the other thing I think that is really top of mind for me is housing. There's real housing pressure in the state. That's been coming up for us a lot, and I think there's a real opportunity for us to be looking at a proactive local approach and how we really want to have a local strategy for that. So in terms of the request, we're looking at probably an 18-month project. Typically, that's how long I would scope for this kind of a project, so that way we have a lot of time to get community input, get conversations going, be able to really get a lot of people talking. A lot of the strength of the planning process is actually in
the process of it, not really the final report. Really like the benefit is coming as we have those conversations to get to the report. That's where a lot of the work happens. So 18 months probably. And in terms of budget, we're looking at 170 is the quote that I got from VHB. I requested that from VHB. I've had a good experience using them for this current zoning update that we're doing. I do think that they do really good work around the state. They have a lot of experience in comprehensive and master planning, and I think this probably would be a top of the line budget. This is this kind of project would be required to go to a typical request for proposals procurement process, so we wouldn't automatically work with them. But I do think that this budget request would cover if anyone came in with a lower quote. I wouldn't expect a higher quote than this.
It amazes me, the 2000 master plan, at that time, Middleton did not have a town planner, did not have an assistant town administrator. That was done for $35,000, which was the result of a grant. The committee, the master plan committee, did the work. So 20 years later, it's 6 times that, with 2 additional professional staff. Explain to me how that is possible.
Before you explain to him how that's possible, as somebody who is very familiar with the last.
Anna, this is Peter Moon.
Good to
Peter,
see you,
that's
Peter.
Anna.
Yeah.
Hi, yeah, we've only exchanged emails. Right, so the last master plan we did, we brought in, what was it, the MPCA? No, what's the-
MAPC.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they came in, spent a lot of money, and basically ended up with a boilerplate master plan. And when you went through, I mean, it was so boilerplate that they were showing pictures of intersections that don't exist in Middleton. I mean, they were clearly not here. And in the end, the master plan committee, we spent hours going through that thing line by line to correct it and make it even somewhat sort of like what Middleton would want. But we couldn't make it perfect because it was already this big book. So when I see the 170,000 and you're talking about this other, we had, that organization we were told was good. They do this all the time. They do it with plenty of other towns, which you could see because they had the boilerplate stuff in other towns. So my concern is with this kind of money that we not go through that same thing again. So I'm wondering.
How much did MAPC charge last time, do you remember?
I think you said 35, 40,000.
No, that was in 2000.
That was 2000.
And that was Planners
No,
Collaborative.
no, I'm talking about the one we did.
2018.
For 2033,
Oh.
right, the 10-year one.
Do you know what we spent back then?
Yeah, it was a combination. So MAPC put in about 15,000 grant from them, and then we paid, I think, 35 on top of that.
So it's
50 grand.
35.
And it was an absolute
It was a disaster.
travesty.
It had nothing to do with Middleton. It was what it seemed MAPC wanted Middleton to become, never mind what anyone on the committee thought about it. It was deeply
But
unsatisfying.
170,000, who would
that?
you envision being, give me an example of who that consulting firm would look like? Like, what would they be doing
We're
differently
using
than
them now.
Yeah.
2018 or 2020?
Right.
Yeah. So typically, there's 2 things that I want to answer your question with. One, when I'm talking about the process, the majority of the funding would be going to supporting outreach processes. And so that's something when we're getting people together to have these conversations, that tends to be a high cost for consulting. So that's automatically an area that if I'm very engaged in the process and if I have the bandwidth, which I do for this kind of comprehensive planning process, we can automatically cut some costs there because then I fill in a little bit that support. Like a consultant who doesn't know the town is going to need a lot more money in order to figure out who to contact than me already working here. So that's one of the higher costs typically in a comprehensive planning process. And so that's one area where we could bring this down.
Do you have a breakout of all the costs? Like,
Yeah, I do. I don't have it on the slide, but I can, it's in the.
I might be able to pull it up.
Okay. For now, I'll just talk it through. But their breakdown in the quote is 25,000 for project initiation. Basically, that's them looking at previous plans that we have, doing a kickoff event day, and pulling together like other stakeholder. For instance, they would definitely have a conversation with you as the master plan committee chair and being involved in the past process to be able to understand, okay, what are we walking into, that kind of thing. So that's part of like that project initiation kickoff. Thanks, Sarah.
You're welcome. Is this what you want here?
Yes. Yep. So that's kind of the initial cost. Community outreach and engagement, like I was just saying, that's one of those areas where they're holding monthly or every other month meetings. We have right now at this cost, they've scoped in, I think, 6 months of committee meetings, 3 public forums, and 2 as needed. So over, 18 months, we're looking at a big public forum every few months, maybe quarterly, and then ongoing meetings.
Question on that item?
Yeah.
Again, so we had that theoretically with the last one, but it ended up us on the master plan committee having to, also do outreach and help coordinate this stuff. For 35,000, I would expect that I wouldn't have to go out and ask people to come to these meetings like that. They would be
Right.
doing all that, the marketing materials, all that kind of stuff. Is that?
Yeah, that would be all included. Yeah.
But I think that's a shortfall of the plan. The more that town citizens do, and for the 2000 plan, it was a 7-member committee that did all of that.
Yeah, but that's assuming that the 7-member committee has time to do all that.
Could I add?
2000 is a little different than now too. To the point, there's more streets, there's more houses, there's more people.
But there's
more
less
stakeholders.
ways of communicating. There wasn't a town website, there wasn't, email, there wasn't.
Right, I'm not saying we're not gonna be involved, but I'm saying to get that marketing and to get that out there, that's a lot of that, even now, just to put together a website, and to put in some communications, right, takes time. Somebody needs to know how to do that. I mean, I know from our experience, right, people are more busier now, or it seemed to me anyway, and I don't wanna be in a situation where we spend this money and then it turns out that we end up having to do all this extra work because and then it becomes a waste of money and we still have to do all the work.
That's, the more the committee is involved, the more buy-in is from town residents.
Yes.
And you don't, if you're involved all the way through, you don't get something that then you have to rewrite.
No, I understand that, and so like the master plan committee being at the meetings and being at these gatherings and the question sessions, yes, I'm not talking about that, I'm talking about all the logistics behind the scene, I mean.
So last year we had a discussion, if you remember, there were multiple consulting requests that came before around some of these topics. And I think at the time we said, like, wait a minute, this is a lot. This is ginormous. Like, I'm concerned that this is, I just quickly looked, they're a 900-person firm. This is a big company. So I don't know if they're coming in with a massive, like, overkill proposal here.
Yeah. So
And,
maybe,
and we would have to bid this anyway.
yeah, exactly. So if I can add some context here, so I think relative to the concerns of the room, I think 170K is probably a little robust. I think we're all in agreement. I think, but also the intent for capital planning purposes, we typically try to be conservative, and I think Anna laid it out in pretty plain terms that we don't expect it to hit that number. It's certainly not going to exceed it. So just taking that and placing it aside, I think in what Peter's highlighted a little bit as well, things have become progressively more technical over the past 2.5 decades or more. I mean, even looking at my own position, there was a period in time where a small community could get by with an administrative secretary. Local government has shifted pretty drastically, and the world around us has as well. And so, take that element and put it aside. Also, Peter touched on, people are busy. I look at a lot of the folks in this room, and I often try to stress how appreciative we are that you're sacrificing a weekend, but also many, many nights throughout the year as well. But I also look at a lot of people in this room, and you're wearing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hats. And I can't speak to the crew in 2000 and who was sitting at the table at that point in time for the master plan. I just don't know if the pool that we have available to us from a people availability standpoint is really what it was back then. And
But back then, there was no town planner, right? I was doing all the work. It was like a full-time job for me for 3 years.
yeah, do you want to do it
We
again?
have a full-time town planner. Why do we need that much of consulting services? That boggles the mind.
And maybe the answer is, I guess what I'm trying to get at is maybe the answer lies somewhere in between those 2 points. And I would even say relative to planning, that has become far more technical over the past, even recent 5 years. If you look at the way the housing conversation has exploded, that wasn't something you all were talking about 20 years ago.
So
It probably should have been, but.
Can I also ask, from the 2000 plan and the 2018 plan, so we went 18 years in between, and now 10 years, like.
But 10 years is a better time.
Is the non-time frame. Secondly, like, how much of that report and plan that was put together in both of those cycles has been implemented?
I'll speak for the 2000. The 2000, had in the executive summary, there was like, I think, 15 action items. They all were implemented. Some of them were zoning changes. One that wasn't was to, create a fund to, purchase land. That was not adopted.
But we purchased land.
But we bought land. So in
Sitting on
effect,
some right now.
it was every action item, because we methodically moved through it. It took some time. Like, one of them was, I believe it was a town website, and it did come, but not immediately.
Yep.
And so I can say, at least what I recall from 2018, that really not much was implemented. And there were 2 things, a lot of what was in there, like all these things like bicycle trails and all these kinds of things were 2 things, right? They were, I think a lot of people in the community, when they contributed.
You mean bike lanes or rail trail?
Both. Well, the bike lanes and the roads and stuff like
We
that.
have a road wide enough for a car.
I
and
did.
bike lanes.
So let me finish that.
That's the whole point.
That's the
When we
whole
point
point.
out that it's not practical,
Yeah, I
they
know,
say,
I get
well,
that.
maybe in 100 years it will be.
Right, and there were things that not necessarily the townspeople, it wasn't at the top of their mind, right? I also will say that the previous town planner had ideas of how we could improve, and actually bike lanes was one of their main sort of things they liked. But so it was between that and the MDC, the recommendations were just not realistic for 10 years and where we were and where the people of Middleton were and what they were looking for, right? So net, not much. And that's my other thing, right? 170 grand, if it ends up being not much, is.
I don't know what the assumptions are that went into this plan. Maybe they're assuming that they were gonna do the whole thing, soup to nuts. And I think that we can say, well, that's not what's gonna happen. So I suppose when we bid something like this out, we're gonna have to let them know exactly
What
that,
their
you know, what those
position's
assumptions are.
gonna
This might seem like we're dumping on you.
We're not.
I am not, but I will say that I've been on the master plan committee for a while, and it's very frustrating dealing with, like, that 2018 master plan. It was, you would read through it and say, where were they? It looked to me like for $60,000, they changed the name of the town from Carlisle to Middleton and shipped it.
And, did they produce things along the way? Because that same issue, existed in 2000. Planners Collaborative, which was the consultant, would come to our committee and say, you should consider this, you should consider, and some of them would say, yeah, good idea, let's look into it, and some of them, hell no.
Yeah.
And we made sure that they didn't, on the nose, that not a hint of that was in their final draft.
Right, that did not happen this last time. The report just said, oh, here's your report.
So.
And that was it.
Is there bandwidth for this to be started in FY '27, or is this really an FY '28 issue? The question I have is, I mean, there's a lot of things in your plate right now, obviously. So, I mean, are we?
My concern is if we wait till 2028, then we're gonna be that much up more, if we wanna keep that 10-year thing, we'll be that much more up against it. I mean, I'm wondering if we started in.
But the reality is, 10 years ago, the plan that was put together wasn't even, it's not like we need to buff that plan up. That plan was unrealistic.
But going into the current town meeting, this is a non-starter for me. I couldn't possibly support that. I couldn't support one half of that amount of money.
We've had a terrible time with consultants. The last 4 or 5 consultants that this town has hired, whether it's how to dispose of the obsolete buildings, whether it's MBTA, whether it's, and I'll say it out loud, the current zoning one. We have not had great luck with consultants in the town of Middleton. So to support another one for $170,000 would.
Yeah.
And I'm fine, and the point is, I'm fine with, like, if you're saying just don't move it to 28 to try and squeeze it in to keep it 10 years. If you're saying start it maybe in 28 and then we think about it as if it takes to 29, then this plan will be good till 2039, and this master plan would last, let's say, 12 years instead of the sort of 10-year thing, then I'm fine with that. Like, I don't think, personally, from what I've seen, I don't think we, given the amount of money that we are short right now, I don't think that having a new master plan in the next couple of years is gonna make much difference from what we have now. Like, I think we can push this out for a couple of years, given the big hole of money we're gonna have.
At the same time, it's got to be a lot more interactive process between the master plan committee, the planner, and any consultant that's hired to make sure that we're directing the effort continuously and not just letting them run and say, this is what I think you should do.
Because
That's kind of what happened.
And the master plan committee was, it was sort of smoldering along, and then it was put together for this. The other thing is, at the same time, it was building the business case for the Nat's Way project, at the same time the master plan. So there was also that, it was just the people involved in both. There was a lot of split
time.
effort, and when this MPC was brought in, it was just, we showed up one day and it was like, okay, this is the consultant that's doing this, and we had no input into even helping. I think to John's point, if there's an interview, there's at least a couple of us that should be part of the interview to sort of pepper them with the, the not, no offense,
Yeah.
not coming from a town planner, but for those of us who are not town planners, are more, mainstream type of questions, which I think.
Yeah, so I mentioned the RFP process, and anything that would be over 30,000,
Yeah,
we're
has to.
required to go to an RFP process, and we put together, like, that would involve putting together a committee of people to review any of proposals that come in.
Outline what we're wanting.
Yeah, I think it's gonna take the master plan committee working with the town planner to develop the RFP.
Yeah, I think we maybe the cart's not ahead of the horse, but I think we should take a beat on
Yeah,
this.
let's
Take
move the
pause.
project to FY '28
I agree.
and then take '27 to develop what the criteria for what we want to hire, in a consultant, and the mechanism for ensuring that the consultant really listens to the
Yeah.
committee.
Based
Because-
on
I'm
the
with
20,
Costa on that. That's
based on the
exactly the right
2000 and the
approach.
2018 experience. And get some time to, is the existing master plan committee still in place?
Yeah,
There is
we
one
have
in
a
place.
permanent
Yeah.
master plan
Sure.
It
committee.
is
Yeah.
permanent, okay.
It's relatively.
But in the meantime, do we need to start recruiting new members, new blood, I'm not saying, thanks, get out, no, but I mean, do you need other folks?
There's-
Well, John,
Okay, we're set.
no, I mean, there are other people,
There's
but even other
three.
people like Annie, right? Like but she's doing 5 different things too. So the people who are part of the master plan, Costa, were, they were doing multiple different things. And I think what we need is to get some people who are not doing
Yep.
who have the time to focus just on the master plan and not 5
Agree.
other committees.
Agree.
Is my concern too.
Anna, is VHB the consultant that's doing the North Main corridor?
No, we have not hired a consultant for that project.
I thought we did.
No, we, you might be thinking of the zoning review. I had discussed that process, and we started putting together a request for proposals, but I haven't finalized that request for proposals, and I have not sent it out.
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't hired anyone for that review yet. Yeah.
The one other thing I'm thinking of too is what might be a good, I think we've already agreed, maybe push it out anyway, but just in addition, right, this MBTA zoning thing, something's gonna happen. Clearly, they've sued the town, so we don't know how this is gonna play out. But I'm thinking that a year from now, we'll have a better idea of what that may result us having to build something else, and then the master plan we did in this past 18 months goes out the door because we've gotta.
Yeah,
Yeah,
point
that's
well
a
taken
valid
there.
point.
Yeah, very valid point.
So if I can just take the feedback that we got and let me put it in a neat package for direction here. So it seems like everybody in the room is in agreement that a master plan is important as a starting point. Pretty much to varying degrees, everybody is in agreement that the most recent one, while the efforts are appreciated, kind of fell short, in so many words, to put it diplomatically. That you all want to take the next year to maybe get a group together or to reinvigorate the existing master plan committee, to have them meet regularly to talk about items that would shape the scope for whatever the future master planning process would be in '28. Is that it?
I think the town needs to find out, and maybe on our own, what people in Middleton envision and want in town, because it might shape who you hire. If we want mixed use and bicycle lanes, you might hire this company. If you don't, I don't think any company can be expected to do a good job without knowing, in theory, a few things that the town for the future is, and I don't know how you do that, but I think the town has to decide what they want this town to look like in 10 years maybe first, and then.
Well, that was the theory so when you talk about the community outreach and engagement, that is what you're talking about, so that was part of the thing, right? Coordinating that, right? I'm telling you, I dumped a little bit on the previous vendor, right? But
Correctly
for the
so,
effort that
though.
was put out there, it was still pulling teeth to get people.
I wonder if there's a
into
way
the
to do
meetings.
it the same, like, the same, I don't know if you can, maybe this is a ridiculous thing, but maybe the same night as a town meeting. Maybe the same, the people are already in the room.
So,
And maybe you have a, I don't know, but there's gotta be, I think that the town has to do the community outreach and engagement prior to hiring a consultant to see, so that they can say to the consultant, here's the goals of the, this is what the townspeople seem to think, help us with a plan, right? I think, and I don't know if that can be done, but that would be a lot more productive.
Then
than
you're
this.
saying that community, and I'm not arguing right, that would maybe say 35, but now you're saying that whoever it is, these people in the town, would basically do that line item 2.0. If we go and find all that and then go to the vendor and say,
We've done
hey,
that.
this is what we've done that community outreach engagement, in my experience, that is the most challenging
Right.
and time-consuming part of this.
But that's the thing, you don't need professionalism for, you don't need, like, there's things you need professionalism to help with, that, that's not something you need a profession, I don't think they can do it any better than we can do it.
So no, I disagree with that because there are some technical questions that need to be asked. And I don't know if anyone on the master plan committee understands the full scope of that. So we do need some help. We just don't need it running the show to make
And-
sure.
And the
Sorry?
other thing is, right, yes, if I sat down and, went with these guys and learned about how to really effectively do community outreach, sure, I can do it. But I can't do that with my full-time job.
But I don't know if they
That's
are
the
that
point.
great at it.
No, but you need to have somebody who
Right.
has the time. I can tell you, that's a lot of
So,
time.
so I think we've at least reached an agreement here that we're not gonna do anything in FY '27.
Right.
So, what I recommend is, Justin, you and Anna kind of take this feedback back, and start to put together a plan. I do think of developing some engagement with the existing master plan committee on exactly what it is that we as a town want to see. And it may be coming back in next year's budget, possibly for a consultant again, probably not at 170,000.
So I think the master plan committee could take a page from the charter review commission process where the master plan.
As long as it's not the 4-year plan
No,
page.
but, go to various, other boards and committees at their public hearing and, discuss some of these issues. Conservation Commission, what do you want to see? Affordable Housing Trust, what do you want to see? And by doing it in these public hearings, it almost invites the public to get in touch, either of that committee members or the master plan committee members, and build what it is the community might want as a starting point for the community engagement that's done as part of the process. So you start with something that people are involved in town government in some
No, I agree.
way understand.
But, I mean, I'll also say, and to your point, Justin, like, I think we're probably all in vehement agreement that we need to do something. I mean, a perfect example is 2018 to today. Did anybody think in 2018 we would have a 40B project, ground getting ready to break, and another massive one on the radar screen? Did we think we would be battling it out with the state over a ludicrous affordable housing MBTA process that, to your point, a year from now may still be simmering or may be solved? Did we think in 2018 we'd have the affordable housing crisis that we have, not just here in Middleton, but all across Massachusetts? So when you look at our master plan, we have to start addressing these items. And to your point, like pre and post-COVID, I mean, things have changed and the priorities. I appreciate in 2000, you came up with 15 recommendations and 14 of them have been implemented, but I guarantee you, when you started the process, you already knew most of those items that your plan helped you figure out how to implement them. You probably knew what those were before you even stepped into the plan.
That's my point, is to my exact point, let's see what we really want, and then, like, it's not about the 35,000 for the outreach, I don't think that a consultant can properly do the outreach.
So
No, but
we're,
come up with an effective,
Yeah.
you know, focus.
Okay,
When we
something
did that, you know, the one for the disposition of the properties, albeit I think it was grant paid, fortunately, I believe.
Back when we used to-
I found that you know, the response, some of them were, you know, because the only people that respond to that, a lot of them were things that we didn't see that we needed at all, so. To your point, maybe like, you know, reel it in and get it specific to different boards, gets us closer to what we're all talking about than any company's gonna, you know, other than just, that's due diligence, and we asked everybody.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
if I could, group, we're 20 minutes behind on the
Yeah, let's get
agenda,
back on
So
calendar.
I'm gonna,
Right?
Yeah.
I'm reining it in.
Okay, so, sorry, do you have anything else? I know,
No, that's all.
well, you had the Affordable Housing Trust piece that's in there, and that's just CPC dollars that are coming over. And I think the board, I wasn't at the meeting on Wednesday, but I think the board took a vote
Did you take a
to,
vote in favor of?
yeah,
different
to
amount?
ask CPC.
Yeah, and, you know, basically, that money is what would be in the affordable housing reserve after the 2027 appropriation. I'm supportive of that because if it stays in the CPC, there's no chance of it being used. If it goes to the Affordable Housing Trust, it can be used.
Okay.
You're navigating some difficult topics in town,
Yeah, it's
and
not-
some hot spots. So
Yeah.
if you're doing a good job, don't
Yeah.
be discouraged. We'll navigate it together. All right?
Okay.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you, Anna.
Okay, next on the list is Middleton Elementary School Committee. We have with us Superintendent and Assistant Superintendent.
Actually, honestly, if you'd like, that table on wheels and it slides
yeah.
pretty easily. So, yeah, we'll get Steve up here. Come on.
And the chairs wheel too, so you can
The
wheel a
last
chair
dance,
over.
you know?
Welcome to our new building.
Beautiful. Very nice.
Have you been in it yet?
Jackie did me the walk around. It's stunning. Congratulations to all of you. Nice to have.
Okay, Scott, Steve, and team.
Yep, does everyone know
Chair
Dave?
Taylor?
Dave
Yep.
DeBonis,
Yes.
school
Hey,
committee?
Dave.
And you know Steve and Steve, right?
Yep.
Everybody knows everybody, I think. Good to see you all.
How many days?
I don't know.
Oh, come on, of course you know.
He knows.
You know.
He really hasn't counted, honestly.
I have it. It's just months. I know it's months. I'm not good with that.
Hey, Johnson. Okay, so the floor is yours. I think we have, let me pull it up on my screen. I think we have some stuff here for both Fuller Meadow and school and.
Should be Fuller and Fuller mostly. Yeah, we have Steve Clifford to talk a little bit about the roof project. I will start, as I always do, with gratitude, just for the partnership that we always have and continue to have, and we appreciate all the work that everybody does in the town, and the school is honored to be a part of the town and be a department of the town as well. So thank you always for the communication and the collaboration, and we've had a liaison team going on, Costa, as you know, and Richard, and Michelle, and Jackie, and Steve and I. That's been very, very productive this year in terms of just keeping lines of communication open, so thank you all for that as well. So capital-wise, as you can see there, I've asked Steve Clifford to join us today to give an update on roof project, where we are with design, and when we'll get out to bid, and the whole plan for that. And then a little bit about the HVAC project for Fuller Meadow as well, that is also capital related. So it's okay with everybody, turn it over to Steve Clifford.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Thank you for having us. So for the Fuller Meadow project, we are, I'll just give a brief overview. We're doing re-roofing approximately 41,000 square feet of the building. This is a portion of the building that did not qualify for MSBA program.
Which was the original building, correct?
Yes, essentially it's all the original building. Back when we re-roofed the original building in 2015, the section that's under construction this summer was 19 years old.
Back at that point, the MSBA's program had a threshold of 20 years old for consideration. So we fell short, it was left out of the project, so here we are, finishing it off. So we're going back in with a very similar system, same manufacturer, so it will be very like the rest of the building. It's gonna be the gymnasium, the lower wing that was built in the mid-90s, and also the modular buildings that we added in the early 2000s. Along the way, we're doing some HVAC that has gone beyond life, as we have to crane off this HVAC to do the roof. The practical thing is to replace it, under the project while we have all these resources at hand. So the project itself, we have a good team. We have architects out of Boston. They're a large national firm. And we have Greener U is our OPM firm. So good team. The principal architect we're working with is Andy Barr, individually used to own his own consulting firm, and a person that I've done several large roof projects with in our other districts. So some good familiarity there. Work's going well. We're at about 60% level design. And we have weekly project meetings. And so the design level will accelerate fairly quickly from here as we approach to get to 100% and then get the project out in the street for bid. And we will have the bidding completed before town meeting. Obviously have final financial numbers to secure the funding at town meeting if all goes well. So I'll just pause there for any questions overall.
Is the hope
anybody
to
has.
get this construction done before the school season starts in September?
Yes, so we will have, we have not put exact dates on it yet, because that stuff will fall into place a little bit more firmly once we have a contractor on the team. But we're looking at a substantial completion of roughly August 28th. Will there be activity after the doors open for the school year? Absolutely. It'll be, we'll be in some punch list and closing out the project probably for a good chunk of the fall.
And
So how much of the 2.2 million is non-reimbursable spending? You mentioned some HVAC units, so.
Yep. I would say that in the range of about 400 to 450,000.
So the reimbursable amount will be based on 1.8 million roughly.
Roughly, and over the years, the MSBA has tweaked their reimbursement formulas. I would say we have a great rate, I feel, as compared to some past projects. We're in the range of 40 cents on the dollar, which I think for Middleton and the demographics of Middleton, I think is a great rate. But they've tweaked it where I'll say Division 0 is kind of, in the construction divisions of a project, is kind of what we call general conditions. Now, the MSBA is kind of excluding some portions of general conditions, where in the old days, they used to consider it 100% reimbursable.
So when that HVAC equipment is replaced, is there gonna be air conditioning?
A commissioning?
Air conditioning.
Oh, air conditioning. What we're replacing in kind, so.
Okay.
For example, there's 3 units on the modulars. They are heat air conditioning combination units, and we'll be going back with, similar, same function.
In the library?
In the library, so, you've all been in the library. You're familiar with that 1995 Mitsubishi. It's
Really
kind of an
quiet.
antique. Mitsubishi may want it for their museum.
Real quiet.
That is a cool-only unit. Back in those days, they didn't make splits with heat-cool combo. That system's being replaced. You won't even actually see a unit in the library anymore. We're going back with a little different system. There's a closet behind that area. There's a unit inside that closet that's coming out, and then there's a combination unit that's gonna go on the roof above that closet. And then back into the building, ducted around the bookcases, and so it'll be kind of invisible.
So after reimbursement, the town would be looking at like maybe 1.5, 1.4 town cost. Because 1.8, let's say, is reimbursable, you get back 40% of that. That's like 600 something or 700,000. Take that 700,000 off the 2.2, the local taxpayers pay about $1.5 million, if my math is right.
Yeah, I'm gonna be cautiously optimistic that that's around the area we're looking at,
Because
but until
that
we
will
get
come
final.
up, so we need an answer to that. What's the?
And that's borrowed?
Yeah.
Yeah, the early indication, we'll see if this carries the day from the summer, just looking at the form. I think our reimbursement is closer to 47, which is
Oh, it
great.
is? Oh.
4721, which is again, for our area, that's a big number.
Yeah, so, but it all translates down to sort of
Yeah,
some
what's the
cost that
borrow
will
amount?
be borne by our taxpayers, and I think it's fair that they know what that number is about.
But you'll know actuals when the bids come in.
Okay,
Yeah.
So when the bid, and so we're moving towards.
and the bids will be in before town meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the goal, Costa, for sure.
And is there any borrowing pertaining to Fuller Meadow still out there, or there's no debt for any borrow?
think
Is
the
anything
last
ever
we-
borrowed for Fuller Meadow still being paid, or there's nothing right now?
2033, I
That's-
believe.
that's
Actually,
the
no.
current-
that's how
the-
many.
that's
That's
the-
how many.
Fuller Meadow, just
hold
Fuller Meadow,
on.
Fuller Meadow.
I don't think
I
there's.
don't see
Nothing,
it,
right?
I don't see it on here.
Please hold.
While Sarah's looking, if I could just say, on our side of things, how much I appreciate, that you all keep us in the loop to an appropriate extent. We have a lot of our own stuff going on, obviously. But you, constantly give us good touch points, throughout the process and really from the jump in terms of giving, the select board and the finance committee advance notice that this was coming up 2 years ago.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I really appreciate how you guys
Great process,
followed the right process.
real good. So thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem.
And I appreciate the like for like in the HVAC. Better than like.
The,
going
uh,
over-
The
yeah,
same
Totally
equipment.
different for way more money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So the
Costa, we can work
modules-
on that, those
Yeah.
numbers that are Leah's
What's the
done.
life
Yeah,
expectancy on
once
those?
you have the final thing, that's.
Totally different.
I don't know if there's actually a definition for that.
Well, I mean, our soon-to-be former police station has your old.
Those are our old
modulars.
ones.
Yeah, it's, we gave the chief a double wide, but,
That was a great deal, I think.
yeah, it was.
Do you wanna have that dropped off? at
Yeah,
Fuller
we could, I was
Meadow?
gonna say, do you want them back?
You looking to expand?
Yeah, good.
But,
Gently used.
I mean, is there are you at some point thinking that something's gonna have to be done with those?
I mean, honestly, the way I think about it is I care for them the best we can to maintain them.
And you hope you're retired
Instead
before
of
they
like,
have to be done.
you know, the kitchen timer goes off, like, oh, they're at end of life, time to rip them off the building. We use them every day. They have certainly become an integral part of the facility, serving the school, offices, programming. We've changed the use of them many times to fit that year's needs. So they've been a great flexible piece. And I think for the bang for the buck, again, the way I look at it is let's keep them going as long as we can, max the value. Because to replicate the footprint, I don't think there's a lot of appetite to do any new construction for replacement. That's why, new roof, new HVAC. Short of that, they get some nice I-beam framing foundations, and that's not going anywhere. So that's really the wear points that I think can extend its life and continue serving us.
Okay, good.
The first phase roof repair falls off in 2031.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
You were close.
I was really close. 2033 was correct for Tom
Okay,
Manning.
so,
Then we had HVAC, Brian, too.
yeah,
If you wanna hit that, Steve.
Yeah, as far as the capital plan, that HVAC piece is, it's essentially the building management system software component at Fuller Meadow. So we're all familiar with, we have to migrate to Windows 11 from Windows 10. This is, in the
we do
HVAC
this a
world, a
couple of
similar
years ago?
component.
How many?
oh, it was Hal Manning we
Yeah.
did a couple of years ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, Hal Manning went through it, much more substantial project over there. The digital controls at Fuller Meadow are a physically smaller footprint, so proportionally, it's a smaller cost. But again, it's a software upgrade that's, the system has reached end of life, end of support. So to maintain functionality and operations, then that's essentially what that request is seeking.
That's the 19,850?
Yes.
Okay. And then you're gonna be doing a multi-year replacement of the floor?
Yeah. No, we won't be probably starting the floors this summer, just.
Should it only be in 28 then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They will have no capacity for that this summer.
28, 29?
Okay, not 27, 28,
No,
okay.
it was just the software and the roof.
Oh, okay.
If I screwed that up, I can fix that.
I can fix it, it's okay.
Well, it looks like it's showing up twice, 27 and 28.
Yeah, no, it should be.
Okay,
Is it double, is it a total still of 300,000, or was the number plugged in twice by, 150 twice by mistake?
Let's assume that, if we had that money, let's say if we had the 380, that you would, no, but really, you would push out, you try to cover as much square footage as you could. Because you're not necessarily, it's not like, oh, we know what's underneath. There are things with glue, depending on the tiles that we're touching, what abatement do we have to do? So, we would use 380 easy, it's just timing, capacity, and really square footage. Fair?
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes flooring ends up being, kind of falls into that category as like filler work. You have big projects like roof projects and, boiler projects, or, just even servicing and turning over the schools every year for the next year. Having a budget to work off of capital-wise for flooring, because there's so much. So it's typically been our philosophy to approach it like that because of capacity and other competing projects at our other campuses, to have that available, because so we're not coming to the town saying, we need 600 or 700,000 to do flooring for the whole school. Because again, the way I approach it is I will look at it, I start with a condition assessment. So if I see 3 rooms that are just acute, those are the 3 rooms I want to start with first, and then I'll work off of that budget to start knocking those out.
okay. So, but that won't start until 28?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. While you're here on, and I know it's not in the capital plan, but is there anything else that you're thinking about on the Fuller Meadow parking lot in terms of?
It's on the list. We don't want to remove it from the list.
Yeah.
We want to keep it on the list. We have nothing that we need to do, let's say this summer, Brian. Things have eased, which has been huge, right? And so that parking project was 2 things, right? We want to keep traffic off of 114. That was obviously a safety issue. But again, it's our only campus with 1 road in, 1 road out. It's very tight down there. So I think, all of us feel that we don't want it to drop off the list, because we should have this conversation at some point. Like, we're not building a new Fuller Meadow anytime soon. We're not building a new elementary school anytime soon, but making sure that we have good access around that lot, I think is very, very important. And Steve, I don't know if you want to add anything to that, but I think that's the reason why we wanted to keep it on.
Yeah, and I think having that opportunity to see what develops in terms of the need of the district and in the needs of the community as it relates to those issues of one way in, one way out, safety, circulation, parking. There will come a time when we should be looking at replacing the school's generator. Right now, the school's generator was a used unit that found the town of Middleton through a gift from the county, as it originally served the Essex County Jail in Salem. And then when that facility closed, we were gifted this. Nice little machine, but it's under capacity, it's old, and parts are a challenge to get sometimes, but we keep it going. But it's inside the building, not ideal. What I'd like to do is, we've done in other places, is have a machine that covers the entire building. It really simplifies it when we continue school operations without a hiccup. Present machine isn't capable of doing that. So those are the things that, they're in the background under consideration when we can, perhaps revisit this in the future.
Would it make sense to make sure that the Fuller Meadow site configuration stays on, like the radar screen is, after we get through the budget process, like maybe summer or before the school year really kicks off, kind of reconvene to talk about like the nitty gritty and the decisions that have to start like really being made.
Be happy to do that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's an important conversation.
Yeah. I mean, I think
And it
way
affords
back
other
when having one
opportunities.
way in, one way out was probably not the best decision, and now we're at critical mass over it.
Well, and it affords other opportunities as well. As Steve said, you do the roof project and, well, you're up there, let's do the HVAC, right? It only makes sense because we're not gonna get an HVAC project going in 3 years, right? So for this, it's the kind of thing, you look at generator, you look at moving the playground maybe over behind the portable. So now when parents have kids for the games, the other younger kids can be on the playground. You're not doing this, where are my kids kind of a thing. That becomes parking. So it opens up, I think, a lot of opportunity for conversation. If we want to put a little mini group together, we'd be happy to be a part of that.
Okay.
Should we talk about operating at all?
Yeah, and any update on operating you have for us?
Yeah, a school committee meeting last Monday. I think all of us fell off our chairs like you guys did when the insurance rate came in at 2.9. That was shocking.
I think, and Michelle's actually looked at where rates are going across a lot of school districts and towns this year, and we're abnormally lower.
Oh, way lower.
I think because we were abnormally higher last year. I think the rate that we got stuck with last year, I'm not saying it was incorrect, but I think where our mod was going was down and their rate didn't keep up with it. But, I mean, I'm not complaining the rate we got this year. I would have liked something better last year.
Totally. I mean, and we always have the ability to do that three-town comparison, right? So Boxford came in at 10.71, right?
Boxford was 10.17. Topsfield 10.13. Topsfield was 6.7.
Right.
Yeah.
Most have been coming in about 7 to 10.
Yeah, which was, again, no one saw that coming. So we had that conversation with the Middleton School Committee meeting on Monday. So what that does is that puts us at the moment, and that was a conversation we had with the committee, like, let's say 134 under guideline, 134,000 under guideline. You know, if it had come in at 10, we'd still be cutting, right? We'd still be having to make reductions to the budget in order to get there. So we had a conversation with the committee as to that feature where we're 134, and we did make pre-cuts going into the budget. Steve walked into the budget room with, Steve, I don't know what the number is off the top of my head, but PD, I have it right here, PD, supplies and materials and facilities, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Before we even walked in the door to the school committee, we were, give me 1 second to sum this on the Excel sheet, 217 in the hole coming in the room. The school committee made a decision to put 40 back in over the budget process, so then that sort of original delta was 180, right? We're calling them the pre-cuts just so we didn't have the committee have to deal with a massive gap. We tried to look at actuals from 25 and add an inflationary factor to it. We talked about that at the last meeting. And so now that 180 differential, there's some talk there about, you know, is there anything there that we want to restore? And then looking longer term, you know, what to do with those funds in terms of capacity moving down the road. Steve or Dave, I don't know if you guys want to add anything to that from the conversation from Monday.
I just think it's a desire of the school committee just to revisit what was originally taken off the budget and see if there's anything that we need to reallocate to any of the things that were cut. And then once we take a look at that, we'll make like a decision on whether we're gonna reallocate the funds this year to some things that we cut and go from there.
Yeah.
Wasn't that number coincidentally like the number that we have to make, it's almost the same number, right?
My current deficit is $159,000.
And what was the number, and you have, you
130.
run the budget by how much?
I think it's 134. Give me 1 minute.
Yeah, that's great.
So that would almost balance us, if
134.
you didn't use that, that would almost balance the town's budget, right?
Now, Steve, on Monday, you had sent me, you know, the spreadsheet that, you know, John had done. And it shows like in 25, the budgeted amount turned out to be $1 million more than the actual spend. The year before that, 752. The year before that, 660. Raises the question, is the FY27 sped number overestimated?
No, I know the answer to why there's that differential. So I'll be going through that, and when we have our liaison meeting, I'll bring that back to you, and I'll wind up bringing you a revision. 'Cause I
Okay,
know
good,
exactly
thanks.
what it is.
Okay.
So there really isn't that differential, but I know what it is.
So in those previous years, the differential
Isn't this the spreadsheet shut?
I'll gonna double check it, but I know what it is.
Okay.
So I'll bring it back to the liaisons when we sit down.
So there's been years that the school committee's been over and come to the town and asked for more than guidelines in certain years, and we've done everything we could to help the schools and the school committee. This year, the town needs to make up approximately $150,000. I think we're coming to you and asking you not to use those funds so that we can balance, I don't know if I'm speaking for everyone, but maybe to not use those funds in order that we can balance our budget.
That request has been made.
I don't know if anyone else agrees with that.
So I would ask if, I'd like to negotiate with you guys to see if there's a ground and a number we can come to that's gonna help us, because, I mean, at 130 to 150,000, we've said no to a lot of things this year. You know, we are trying to stay at our guideline number, and we understand on the municipal side, I mean, our schools, elementary, Essex, and Masco make up the lion's share of our budget. You know, last year's override, we were abundantly clear to the voters that we were not coming back for an override this year. And we promised the voters, and we're gonna stand by that. You know, we weren't anticipating a much higher health insurance number, as were you. I think we're all pleasantly surprised. I will tell you, we're not gonna see a number like that next year. I mean, I work in healthcare, and I can tell you what we're seeing for clinical spends right now. That's not gonna continue. I think we got a 1-year reprieve, because I think we got a little shafted last year, to be honest with you. So I'd like to see if there's a way that we can discuss how, to Jeff's point, there are years where, you know, you guys have done your best to get to the guidance, but you haven't, and we said, we got you on that. We're kind of in a little bit of an opposite position this year. We're kind of seeing if you can do the same with us this year. And, you know, and I think in future years, well, you'll be retired, but in future years, we want to get back to that trend of, you know, I think the town's been very supportive on the school side, not just on the elementary, but Masco and even Essex Tech, which nobody really focuses on, but it's a big chunk of our budget as well. So, I mean, I wasn't expecting to leave here with an agreement, but I kind of was hoping we could leave with like an understanding that we're asking for help this year.
I can answer if you want.
Yeah, I have a thought
Brian,
too.
what we could do is, once we reconsider the cuts that were made and see if there's anything we want to replenish, we certainly appreciate everything that the town has done over the years to assist us, right? There's been years that, and even before I was here, that I'm sure money was given, we would definitely at least consider that as a possibility.
That's all we can ask.
Yeah, and I would just add to that, Brian, appreciate the conversation, and I say this not as a debate, I just say it as another data point, so take it as that, right? I think as the committee has wrestled with the budget this year, right, we had the 220 in pre-cuts that we came in off the table with, and we've cut 7 heads so far. And then they made more cuts to supplies and materials. So I think there's also that sort of worry of like, we cut too much? You know what I mean? I think that's another worry as we go into next year as well. And I say that again, not as a debate, but as like all the conversations on the table, including the one you just had, we'll certainly bring back to the committee.
Yeah, I mean, we even did that last year in the middle of an override discussion. I mean, I remember the last waning weeks of the budget before we balanced her to send her to town meeting. You know, the 3 folks to the right of me were literally going through line items and cutting and cutting and cutting. And then we got to the budget this year and we're like, did we cut too much in those line items last year? Maybe we did, maybe we didn't, but that's what we own. And we're still like living within that. So I get exactly what you're saying. And I mean, the MMA has been very clear. This is a perfect storm this year. And at the end of this year, the storm's not going to clear. This is a multi-year perfect storm. We've also been very clear, as while we said there would not be an override this year, FY28 is going to be worse. And we, as a town, as this board, the finance committee, your committee, Masco, we're going to have some really honest discussions of what does FY28 look like. And I hate to be the skunk at the lawn party, but I mean, we're going to be starting at a significant deficit in FY28. And it's It's gonna be one of two hard choices, going back to the voters and asking for a significant increase, or not strategically cutting in a budget, but actually roughly cutting into a budget, not even surgically. So that's why we're just trying to get through this year, get us balanced, and then, you know, kind of like I want to do with your facility at Fuller Meadow, I want to like start early.
Early.
And I will tell you, and I also want to say, especially with the school committee here, a big thank you to how you all have approached the budget process this year. I appreciate greatly the timeliness of it. I think a lot of that has worked out very well, especially with the liaison relationship. I really appreciate the transparency of the process. I think we've tried to be as transparent as well. I mean, I don't like sitting here in FY '27 budget planning saying that we gotta come back likely for an override in '28. I hate overrides, but it's the reality of, it's, at the same time, Beacon Hill is cutting our local aid. Beacon Hill is putting more mandates on us. Beacon Hill is taking grant programs away from us. I mean, a couple of attendees before you, our fire chief was in talking about, you know, grants to keep seniors safe at home with smoke detectors and carbon monoxide. The state doesn't want to fund us anymore. Equipment for our firefighters that the state isn't going to cover anymore, that has every single year, that we're trying to backfill at the same time. We're trying to stay within our budget guidelines that we didn't set just because we want to be fiscal conservatives. We set because we have no choice. I mean, the environment and the commitment we made to the voters last year, so. That's my soapbox, but I do, David, I appreciate, and the school committee's approach on that, and I know you guys gotta get your budget, both, not only just balanced, but where you think is appropriate. You know, we're trying to do the same thing here.
And Brian, I would add one more item to the, you know, the think ahead. I think there's three options, right? The one option is an override, another option is we cut. I think the third option is, and I give Dave a ton of credit for this because he's been out front having a lot of these conversations with legislative folks, and the bigger conversations around Chapter 70 is very broken. It's broken.
Been broken
Okay.
since 1992.
Agreed. The Fair Share Act that needs to be looked at.
It's not fair.
It's not fair.
Nor is it shareable.
And the Bright Act, or the Bright Bill, or whatever's in the governor's current budget, there's a massive amount of money going towards higher education. And we support higher education as well, right? I'm an educator, so we support higher education as well. But the amount of funds going to higher ed and the amount of funds going to transportation, I give Senator Tarr a lot of credit for standing on the floor of the Senate the other day, and I actually watched it. And he was advocating. I mean, he sounds like a superintendent when he talks, and I say that to him when I speak with him, that he sounds like a superintendent when he talks, and we appreciate that in public ed. And I think as we talk about, like, what can we do as a FinCom? What can we do as a school committee? We're just one town. I had the same conversation in Boxford on Monday night. We had a meeting like this in Boxford on Monday night with both teams, and it was, you know, FinCom, Select Board, School Committee, all teams, town administration. And it was that exact same conversation of what can we do if we could band together and try to have a stronger voice on some of that fair share funding. I mean, that's a massive number at the state level. And if you look up the Bright Act or Google it, there is a lot of money over the next 10 years going to higher ed. And I'm not saying they don't need it, but there's got to be some equity to what's happening in public ed as well. We're really pushing for a Chapter 70 review commission because that thing needs to be looked at. And I know you've been doing a lot of work on this as well. I don't know if you have anything to add.
Well, we've been reaching out to state legislators and speaking to this because there's, I don't know, $2.4 billion worth available. And it's, to my knowledge, not $1 has been given to K through 12. And most recently on one of the meetings we had, they said that $150 million was allocated to the circuit breaker, which shouldn't even be, it's almost like it shouldn't even be given out of that fund. So approximately 160 overrides in the last 5 years, average overrides $1 million each town. $1 million could easily be funded by that fund, and it's not getting to us. So I think, like, I always look at the shortest solution to a problem. The money's there, it's earmarked for this education, and I think if we spoke to the MTA, we spoke with student, if we could band together rather than, you know, the MTA school committees traditionally do not always get along, but I think we've done a great job with the last negotiation and building a relationship with them. We got on the phone, we made some calls. I think that if there's enough voices that are heard to try to allocate these funds towards our local budgets, I think our problems become minuscule. You know, if we can get that money to the people that need it, and at the end of the day, it's for the children, it's for our educational system.
On Tuesday, our legislatures were here and we talked about many things about half the time that we had with them, we were discussing education funding.
Yeah.
Because it impacts
Everything.
the school
Absolutely.
and the greater community.
Absolutely.
I mean, the bigger issue on ed reform, you know, I worked in the state senate for a senator that was actually on the conference committee of that bill, and I did a lot of work on that, and then later I served as the ranking member on the education committee in the House. And what I can tell you is, the only way that equity is gonna come back to Chapter 70 isn't going to be a reallocation. And every discussion that has ever happened in the legislature around reforming Chapter 70 has been about reallocation. And that's never going to work. It has to be an allocation from elsewhere. Because what Chapter 70 did in 1992 is actually the cities and towns that were greatly supporting their schools, put them on a 20-plus year pathway to now being in a deficit. Schools that were way underperforming have improved, and they've gotten a lot of dollars, but they have not improved to the rate that those dollar increases have happened.
Right.
And what Chapter 70 did was build a whole different type of inequity in the school system. And now that inequity is being born in the school districts like here, in Masconomet, being borne directly by the taxpayers. But now it's, I mean, I look when I first got on this board, the percentage of our budget that was municipal compared to what it is now. And I'm not complaining about it. I mean, education is probably the most important thing we can do in this town. And one of the reasons why people live here is education. However, it's, the Chapter 70 inequities are now affecting how we keep our roads, how we maintain our facilities, how we patrol our streets, how we maintain fire protection. And that's an inequity that it's not gonna be reallocated. There has to be dollars coming from elsewhere. And if we're gonna have a millionaire tax for transportation,
Correct.
like, you're telling me that there's not dollars that have been opened up elsewhere?
Correct. So we'd be happy to have a, you know, I don't wanna take up your time, but we, you know, Dave and I have had a lot of conversations with Steve. I mean, if you wanna do the Fuller Meadow conversation, let's get a team together and do this conversation, because 270 out of 319 school districts are getting the minimum aid bump of $75 a kid. 270 out of 319 get the $75 a kid. How is that even possible?
Yeah, and then in the same time, on the unrestricted general aid, which is what we rely
Right.
on, I mean, we're seeing numbers that are lower than we were seeing 15, 17 years ago.
We fought for that. We had a superintendent
Yeah.
meeting with the local legislative delegation, and we were talking about UGA. Like, the superintendents were talking about UGA to the legislative delegation. I'll share the work with you, Justin, if you want to share with the team.
I
but
agree.
I don't want to keep you guys held up, but.
No, so, but I appreciate the school committee, you know, and the work you've done in the school, in the administration in this. I think this budget process was immeasurably, amazingly better.
Great, thank you for the feedback.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Thanks, folks.
Thank you.
We'll
We'll see you Monday
Tom
morning.
Manning, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and Richard? Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
But is it 50
Masco.
degrees out yet?
It's not too bad.
No?
Yeah, not too bad.
I can't wait.
No, it'll be down to 32 by the time we leave.
Oh, no.
Good to see you. Yeah. No, you guys, always good to work with you guys. You do a great job with the schools. You know, for the guy that, yeah, does his job, so, yeah, hopefully it stays that way. How much longer you get? How much longer you have to go? Sure. No, you keep up the good work. I don't know how much. Good seeing you. Good job.
Okay.
Do you need more room? Kendra, do you guys need another table?
Is it just the three of you, or are there other folks here?
Just Lisa's. One more.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We have plenty of chairs and tables now.
Yeah.
I think we have another table.
Okay, well, she's out there. Why don't we get started? So, Superintendent Harvey, we have you and Trevor and Kendra, and I know Lisa's going to be coming in, so the floor is yours. I think we have, well,
We have slides
we are
up.
queued up.
The handouts are coming around, hopefully. Guys ready?
Yeah, you can get
Wanna
started.
get going?
Yeah. Go right
Might as
ahead.
well put up the first slide. So is it still morning? It's close to still morning, so hello, everyone. So what we're going to give you this morning is an overview of where the school committee currently stands in its budget deliberations for FY27. The committee is set to meet again this coming Monday evening and then vote on Wednesday, March 11th. So they've got basically one more full meeting, on Monday to deliberate, make some decisions. And then, as I said, they'll vote on Wednesday, and at that point, everything's going to be pretty much baked because we have to make sure the motions are prepared correctly for the votes. So I'll give you an overview of this. This was level service as we presented back at the beginning of January. And if you look at the third line down is the one we always talk about, that general operating expenses after offsets number. So that is level service. What does it take to, flip the calendar from June 30th to July 1st? And for this year, it's for the operating expense budget would increase just a little over $2 million or 4.6%. When you look at that center section, we look at our funding sources, and you can see there at the bottom line, the total funding sources is set to decrease about $517,000, and that is mostly due to the excess and deficiency line. As you can see there, it's a negative $712,000. That was the amount for FY26 that the Department of Revenue certified as being over 4% of our total operating budget. So right now, for this year, the E&D account is about $1.7 million, and we'll kind of talk about what we're looking at for that coming up for FY27. So then when we subtract our total expenditures budget from those funding sources, the net assessment is set for level service at $2.2 million, or an increase of 6.2%. And that breaks down into operating assessment of $2.5 million, or 7.2%. And then as you see, that capital is a significant decrease from the current year. So it's a minus 43%, but it's again, we're proposing about $400,000 in capital in the level service. So if we can switch over to the next one. So when we break that operating assessment number down, as you see there was $38.2 million down at the bottom for FY27. As I said, an increase of $2.5 million or 7.2%. For Middleton, that would translate into an operating assessment of $12.3 million, which is an increase of $783,000 or a 6.8% increase. So as you know, we presented this as level service just to kind of level set and get people to understand what it would take to do level service. I think the school committee is fully understanding that that is not a reasonable number, that it's not a number that, we think any three of the member communities can afford. And so we've sharpened our pencils and gotten to work. And so you can see the next slide in the deck. This actually breaks down the FY27 level service budget by operating expense categories. It's no surprise that our largest expense category, that 57% of our budget is salaries, $26 million. Out-of-district tuition coming up, it's 8.9% of the budget. Insurance benefits, 14%. So, we definitely are, salary and personnel driven in terms of our budget. Next one.
Can we go back for a second? What are you expecting this year on your insurance increase?
14.4. That's from Maya, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that was as of 2 Wednesdays ago, I think we got our numbers from Maya.
Is it still an estimate, or is that your final?
That's our final number.
Wow.
What was it last year?
Oh, God, I can't remember. It's close to that. It was up over 12. It was around 12, I want to say.
Yeah. We were at 2.9.
Yeah, I heard. And
but I will tell you, I think,
Thanks for rubbing it in.
but I think last year,
You were better than us.
I think
Yeah,
last
you know.
year we got, I'm not saying overcharged, but I think the calculations and our trend was going down. But I mean, I think we're seeing across school districts, regional districts, states, cities and towns, it's all about 7 to 10% this year. That's why I was surprised at 14.
Your numbers are an outlier for sure. That 2.9 or whatever that is. That's,
Yeah, if you
when I
look
talk
at,
to my colleagues, nobody's at that number.
if you look at the 2 years, though, we're probably
Right.
Got too high of an increase last
Right.
year and make up for it with a low increase.
I mean, last year you saw what?
Offset.
What were you last? And what are you seeing this year? Yeah,
Yeah.
22. Imagine that.
No, but it was, I heard all those stories last year. Yeah, and as I said, I think we were probably around 12, and we felt we were fortunate. But that was still, I think that number was more in 1 year than the previous 3 or 4 years combined. You know, just, the health insurance
I
thing was
will,
out of
I
control.
will tell you, I think this is going to continue to be more of the norm than the exception.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Okay, sorry.
I agree. That's right.
Reels it in.
Yeah, so next slide really kind of talks about where those level service increases are coming from, sort of what I was talking about on the slide previous. 53% is in salaries, is $1 million increase. Benefits, we talk about health insurance, $735,000. Transportation, both special ed and regular ed, at 6.9%. And then, retirement at another $73,000. Most of that's the Essex Regional Assessment. So as I said earlier, when you look at salaries, benefits, and retirement, that's all people. That's really personnel. So you can see that's 99.8% of our increase in the level service budget, sort of down to those 4 categories. So as I said, we sharpened our pencils and started saying, okay, what can we do? So this is where the school committee stands as of Monday, or last Wednesday, I'm sorry, and what they'll start looking at again on this coming Monday. And we're looking at restructuring in mostly in personnel, about 9 to the tune of 9.2 positions, and that would result in $1 million decrease in the operating budget. And these are some big ones. There's some teaching positions on there, but there's two department heads position reduction. There is the elimination of the entire Mandarin Chinese program. There is elimination of a team at the middle school. So that's, middle school has a team-based model. So this would reduce one team and force us to create a hybrid team that's where teachers would teach both 7th and 8th grade students. The other really big one is consolidating to one principal for all 7 to 12. So you can see some of those other pieces, and then about $100,000 in non-salary operating cost reductions. And then down towards the bottom, the other piece that the school committee actually just voted on Wednesday night was to change their policy around excess and deficiency to reduce the 4% threshold to 3%. And that would allow them to use $443,000 out of excess and deficiency towards this coming year's budget for FY27.
In discussing the FY27 budget, has there been any discussion or look forward to what the FY28 budget would look like if you adopted these changes?
Not at this point. We haven't gotten too far down that road yet. I think really, as I said, they're focused on FY27. The real big question marks, I think, that'll have to be solved in FY27 are the fact that the teachers and paraprofessionals contracts are open. At the end, next year is a bargaining year for both
So
of those.
their contracts expire?
In FY27.
June 30th, 27. Okay.
Yes. So FY28, that's going to dictate, what the salary increases would be. As you can see, that was the $1 million driver for the FY27 budget. So they're going to have to decide, what the right number is. And as I said, I think that would really drive it. For, as far as excess and deficiency, right now, we're trending to be about that number, $443,000 positive to budget this year. So again, that would roll into excess and deficiency, and so, I would assume, if there is a drop, it's not going to be the $712,000 number that, to zero that we had from last year to this year.
And then a simple question, I guess. So what makes excess and deficiency different than all these other things that you've eliminated? I guess, what does excess and deficiency mean, I guess?
So basically their version of free cash.
It's free cash for the school
Their
district.
version of free cash, because they're like their own municipality.
So our year, we close out the books at the end of the year. The state requires us then to certify whatever we have on hand at the end of a fiscal year. And so at the end of, at the end of FY '25, we were at $1.7 million. The state allows a regional district to keep up to 5% of its total budget as a reserve in excess and deficiency. And they say everything over 5% has to be given as a source of revenue in the next year's budget. This, so for FY '26, the number, and it's, our school committee actually has reduced that 5% to 4% traditionally. And that, with the 4%, at the end of FY '25's number, there was $712,000 that was put forward. Actually, the end of '24's number was put to 26. The current year was $712,000 over 4%.
But you can't do that every year, right?
No, we can't.
We're doing this is kind of an exception thing because it's such a.
Yeah, so there was that big drop. So the school committee, because they said it was certified at the end of '25 at 1.7, school committee, administration has basically said, given the state of our facilities issues, which we'll get to talking about later, we felt it was prudent to hold the most reserve that we could. If a boiler blew, we were going to need some money pretty quickly, and having that money on hand would have, we would have needed. Since we're in the MSBA program, and we're making progress, fingers crossed, hopefully you guys will be all supportive of this come town meeting. We're making some steps towards remedying those issues. And with the 1.7 in excess and deficiency, and we have about 900,000 in the capital stabilization fund, so that's a pretty healthy reserve, and we feel like we're okay taking that number down $443,000 to make sure we get through the operating budget for FY '27. And as I said, our current, expense thresholds that we're looking at for '26 say we're probably about that number to the good in this year's budget. So that'll then flow through through the excess and deficiency and will be available in FY '28. The committee will decide what the right number is for that, but they could use anything over 3% as a source of revenue for '28, and it looks like we'll have it.
Okay.
Knock on wood.
No, thanks for the explanation.
It's a shorthand way to equate excess and deficiency with free cash,
Right.
but there are significant.
Yeah, there's a lot of differences in the way we can't
just use.
We can't just use it. Actually, if the school committee had an emergency and wanted to use excess and deficiency, we have to go to the towns and ask for permission. It triggers a town meeting vote option for you to do that if we wanted to do it. It's one of those, there's a couple of scenarios in the statutes where the towns get to disapprove things that the school committee wants to do, and that's one of them.
And Peter, another thing is, if his E&D was huge, he actually has to give a refund back.
Yeah,
to the
everything,
cities and
anything
towns,
over
to
5%.
the member, anything over.
Anything over that
would have to
5%
come
has
back
to go
us.
back. And that's what when the Department of Revenue certifies our excess and deficiency, they also tell us what the amount is over 5%.
Carrying $5 million.
Right.
All
Right.
that extra money.
Right, we don't need it.
But the net for right now, the point of this is just another thing we're doing to try and plug this deficit that just
Correct.
everybody's got.
Right.
Yep.
Cool, thanks.
Right. Any other questions on?
I will just add with the E&D though, when the policy committee made that recommendation, we did so And we told the committee that this shouldn't be, an easy way out. We need to make the reductions that need to be done in order to right-size our staff with our student population. So the committee still has that in mind. It's not meant to be a one-off, one-time fix solution. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah.
Because you have to make that up in future budgets. I mean, there's not a revenue stream built into your budget for that.
Right.
And one of the other benefits of the new policy is that in deciding the amount, the committee would look at what the number has been in previous years to avoid, big.
Massive spikes.
Because one year it was almost $1.2 million that was used. And that year, there was very little discussion of the budget, constrained, because there was a huge other funding source, which then carries over to next year's that you can't afford.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think the issue with our excess and deficiency is a lot of it is state revenue that we can't spend because we vote our budget way before the state budget is done. And so right now, the governor's got a, Chapter 70 number in there that we know isn't going to be the real number. Once the House and the Senate get a hold of it, it will be likely to increase, but that's going to be well after town meeting is settled our budget, in the assessment. So that money
cities,
sits
it's
there
easier.
and just flows into excess and deficiency at the end of the year.
For
That's,
cities, it's a little bit easier because they usually approve their budget on just June 28th.
yeah.
So.
Yeah. So when you're doing it, when you're doing it in the third week in May, it's just where we're at.
On or about, right, Brian?
Yeah. Or the legislature that does it sometime in October.
Right. So, okay.
Thanks.
All right. This is also, this is a list of what we're looking at in capital expenses right now. Definitely, as I said, still probably looking at changing in some way, shape, or form. First one on there is, we took advantage of the coronavirus money back in 2020, purchased about 1,200 Chromebooks in 2020. And Chromebooks have a 6-year life in 2020. So we're at, looking at 1,200 Chromebooks that will become obsolete somewhere during FY27. The real kind of, problem with this, I mean, we could say, no, we're not going to buy any more. The issues are that the MCAS has gone entirely electronic. The SAT is now entirely electronic. AP tests most of them are entirely electronic. And so we have to have some on hand. And that's what we're talking about is what is that right number to make sure that we can continue operations. Because people are like, can't you phase them? Yeah, we can, but we probably have to have somewhere around 500 to 600 on hand just to make sure we can meet our testing requirements.
Right.
And so that's what we're talking about right now is what's the right number. We captured all of them, budget-wise, just to kind of start. There's actually a line, we're going to use our hardware line in the operating budget for 300 Chromebooks, and then the other 900 we're looking at as a capital expense. And then those Chromebooks all sit on Chromebook carts that, that will not be usable with the new Chromebooks that we're going to get, and so we have to upgrade the carts too. So yeah, it's a vicious cycle. And then we're looking at, we've been told by the building inspector from Boxford that there's a curb cut that needs to be done on the front walk on Endicott Road. There was a crosswalk, it's down on the Topsfield side of the school. So we need to actually, make sure that curb cut is done because it goes right to a crosswalk, ADA compliance. And then we've done quite a bit of work doing some initial design work on renovating the softball, the track that runs around the football fields, and our tennis facilities. And to go forward with that design and permitting project is another $194,000. The softball and track and field facilities are not ADA compliant. Softball is also not Title IX compliant. So we're going to have to do some work there to bring them up to speed.
Okay.
So that's the capital piece.
Okay, that makes sense.
All right. And then this is what, that first sheet is redone with the scenario 2 numbers in it. And so then again, the general operating expense after offsets budget gets as an increase of $979,000 or 2.2%, with a total proposed operating expenses at $44.8 million. As you can see there, the excess and deficiency number is plugged in there, and so the change in revenue is only a decrease of $73,000 year over year. And so funding sources of just over $8 million. And then when you get down to the operating assessment down there in the gray, it's 36,760,564. It's a change of just over $1 million or 2.9%. And then the next one breaks this down, so you can see the bottom line for Middleton.
259.
Right. So it's 259 total assessment change or 2.2% increase year over year. 297,000 in operating assessment or 2.6%.
Okay, at that number, we had asked the school committee to limit the overall community assessment to 2.5%. At a 2.5% increase, Middleton's share would be 11,816,991, because the distribution allocation formula works in our favor,
Including or not including capital?
not including
Okay.
capital.
So you said 11 what?
11,816,991,
So
which would result in a
$52,000 difference.
in a $52,000 override if this is the final.
Yeah, the committee's still considering other pieces, so there is a question, can we get to 2.5% overall? So they're going to look at it. As you can see, the scenario 2 list was pretty extensive, so I don't know how much further the committee's going
Is
to want to go.
Boxford or Topsfield looking at an override?
Both are.
Topsfield's like
Every-
they're gonna have
yeah.
2, like they did last year, if you remember how
Yeah.
they structured.
Which was kind of weird.
Yes.
Yeah, so Boxford looks at it as, because, Costa said the enrollment shifts that are going on with the calculation formula, Topsfield feels they take that on as their responsibility, and so they put it as a separate override from then, and then everything else becomes a third question on their warrant for our budget.
The distribution formula, has, 2 components, the net school spending number and then the 5-year average. If you broke down each town's, assessment, in that way, I think it helps when a town has a huge increase, higher than the total, they can really see that it's really the state number that's
State numbers
driving.
that drive it, right. It's a required net school spending number that really is half of the assessment number.
Yeah, so, at the net school spending number increases Middleton's portion, that portion of the assessment by 6.27%. The enrollment number works to our favor and drops the overall below the average of the total.
And this is probably the last year that the enrollment's going to play in our favor.
No. Because in previous, I think next year will be maybe the final year. I think both of the components will be pretty much status quo. The enrollment will help a little, but there won't be a big negative on the net school spending number. So next year, I foresee, yes, whatever the total community assessment percentage increase, Middleton will be within a tick, either up or down of that.
Okay.
And I think another important piece of this is that if all 3 communities do have to go to an override, it has to pass in 2 out of the 3. So I've been positioning to the school committee that where Middleton is the closest to not needing an override, if we could avoid one in Middleton by cutting a little over $100,000
160, I think is what we have to get
160,000
to.
more dollars. Middleton would avoid an override entirely, and that's half the school committee's battle. Then one community has already passed our budget. So I think that might be convincing to the other committee members, and I'm trying to get us there, but we'll see what.
And the other thing that has been brought up a lot by the Middleton representatives is that there is, the debt exclusion vote on the capital project. So if you couple that with an operating override, are you hurting the chances of both?
And when you look at like a community like Topsfield, then that's three
override
ballot
votes.
questions.
Three override questions, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Why do they
And
do
this would be, I think, the fifth consecutive year that Topsfield would have an operating override for our assessment. That's a lot.
Yeah. And
Fourth
last
or
year,
fifth.
the second ballot question in Topsfield, I think only passed by 56 votes
Yeah.
on the second override.
40. It was 41.
votes. Yeah. So they seem pretty tapped out as well, so.
Okay.
It'll be a challenging year. And this scenario too hasn't been adopted by the committee, so
Not
it
yet.
is subject to change.
When do you expect to
Wednesday.
do your, Wednesday is your
Wednesday.
final adoption?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
It doesn't change too much, but just want to put that disclaimer out there.
So we won't know till Wednesday if there's gonna be an override? We're closing our warrant on, well, we from Tuesday, not.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, they're gonna, school committee's gonna vote on the 11th. We were originally scheduled for the 18th, but Townsfield asked us, I think for the same reason, to move it up a week, so we're gonna do that.
I was counting too, Jeff.
Okay. So as you all know, we're accepted into the MSBA's accelerated repair program for the roof replacement and HVAC replacement project. And so kind of move into the next. I love AI. It's amazing. I put in a bulleted list and this is what comes out. So we are, as I said, we were accepted in at the end of October. Our commencement date, however, was March 2nd. And so that starts the clock on the 90-day window to secure funding. This is for schematic design and the owner's project manager's fees that are associated with schematic design. So we're good.
Even through
Yes.
town elections,
Through the
not
vote.
just, okay.
Through the vote. It's the
Close.
School committee, well, the school committee is going to, yeah, it's close, it's June 1st. School committee is going to hold off its vote on this as well until I think, April 8th, whatever that Wednesday is in April, so that we're also within the 45-day window for town meeting and the ballot vote, because it's, again, another one of those scenarios where the school committee, how this process plays is the school committee votes to borrow the $1.75 million to fund this. The towns then have, I believe it's 45 or 60 days to hold the town meeting to disapprove the vote. And so we're going to make sure that the school committee's vote will start the clock for town meeting, and so that it'll fall right within
I mean,
the
what I can
regular
say,
town meeting
Trevor, you
schedule.
obviously know this, this town has been historically very supportive of capital projects, whether it's at schools, municipal or others. I think your point on Topsfield, like 3 override votes is, and what Costa was saying, could potentially, because this is something that needs unanimous approval, correct?
Yes, all three communities have to
If
to vote
for
to
some
allow
reason,
it.
and I'm just saying this, I don't want to jinx it, but if one of the towns said no, would MSBA give us another bite at the apple, or are we going to start from scratch?
We've got to start from scratch. We have to file a new application.
Which, remember, it's in 2 years.
Yeah,
no, I know.
We're in 2-year cycles now, so yes. So that's the issue. So just kind of working through this process. All things go well at town meeting, and all 3 town meetings approve that $1.75 million. That would start the schematic design phase, basically on July 1st. And that would take about 14 months for the OPM and designer to do their work on designing the new roof and HVAC system. There are lots of decisions will happen over those 14 months. The HVAC restrictions from MSBA are we must go with a heat pump system, and that the expectation is that all the classrooms will be air conditioned as a result of the changes to the HVAC system. And so, as I said, that'll be a 14-month process, take us roughly to September of 2027. The MSBA board usually holds its votes to accept programs into different phases at the end of October. So that's what I expect would happen again here, that we would get all of our work done, have it submitted to the MSBA. The board would consider it again at the end of October. And then that would trigger another 90-day window to secure the funding for construction. The full estimate would come out of the schematic.
Is the
too.
construction vote of the MSBA only in October?
Yeah, that's generally when they do it.
And what happens if, you anticipate a 14-month process? What if it takes 16 months? You gotta wait a year for the construction?
I think you do. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I've never had that happen to me, so I'm not sure. We'll have to find out.
So, because, an October vote would mean sometime in November or December,
Yeah, it'd
or early
be by the end
January.
of January. You'd have to,
We would have to have special, all three towns, special town meetings and special elections.
right.
We could potentially hold the special in conjunction with the state election in November. I will tell you, there's good and bad in doing that.
Yeah.
The good is that towns aren't scheduling another special election. The bad is you're gonna go from a usual municipal turnout of small percentage to a very large percentage turnout. So the way that, like, you're gonna have voters that are gonna be showing up to vote on an override for a project that just aren't engaged in what's happening at the schools.
I was hoping that they met
Yeah,
quarterly.
they generally, at least as I've been watching, casually, it's usually that October, meeting where they're inviting people into the process, so.
Is there a 27 November?
Yeah, that's what Trevor.
26.
Oh, is there? I thought it'd
We're
be-
27.
We're
No,
talking
we're
November,
talking
we're
27.
talking
I'm sorry.
27 to 28.
Okay,
I don't think
no, so that would just be a regular
Yeah.
scheduled
election.
special, yeah.
Can the MSBA funding be hijacked at all chance by the MBTA?
No. Not associated with those.
I would
MSBA
say,
is a private.
I would
entity.
say that would be the state pulling the nuke option.
Yeah, that would be big.
I mean, you'd think suing us was the nuke option, but,
Well, they're not gonna hurt two communities for the sake of hurting one. You know what I mean?
Or three.
No.
yeah, this
Oh,
would
and
be
But
three.
you know what I'm saying?
All
You
at
know,
once.
I mean,
I mean, and again, technically, Masco
Oh.
is its own political entity, so we are not.
yeah, right, you're
We're
not subject to.
We're not subject
Separate
to
from the
Middleton.
towns.
Yeah, we're separate from the towns, so.
Those,
It is, but.
But to your
the-
point,
But the
yeah.
bonding
Yeah.
and
Oh,
funding
yeah.
for that happens through us, so it's,
No, the the funding comes
No,
through
that-
you, but the bonding
bonding
comes through the
is you, the
district.
funding comes
Right.
from us, that's what I
Right.
meant.
Right, it would again be, when you look at that capital assessment, the service on those notes would then become part of your capital assessment every year.
Speaking of bonding, let me ask this question. Moving your excess and deficiency from 4 to 3 percent, is that gonna have an effect on your bonding rate?
Most of the time, our bond rating is based on yours. It's been my experience with regional districts,
'cause
is
you
that
don't really- 'cause-
we don't
well, you
have
don't
any,
have a- you don't
our
have a tax
revenue
base.
comes
You
from
don't have
you.
a tax
Right,
base.
Right, so our revenue comes from the
So,
towns. and
so they look at the 3 towns and say,
They
what is
look at
our
the credit
rates?
rating of
And
the
they-
3 towns, the bond rating of the 3 towns, and that's basically
Which I
what they
can't
give the
speak for
regional
Boxford
district.
and Topsfield, but our bond rating
Yeah.
is
I
strong.
wouldn't expect
That
that.
OPM fee, that's just the OPM fee for the design or the OPM fee?
For the
whole
design,
project?
I'll get
Just
you,
for the
I'll
design?
get you the details. The next slide has all the details
Oh,
on the costs. So back up, actually, let me finish this one, that's all right. So, the thing, right now, we're estimating approximately $70 million in total, the total project costs. And the bonus on all of this is we're looking at 40% reimbursement. When we, going back to the $1.75 million, that would be secured through a bond anticipatory note or a ban. Interest-only payments, those payments would not start until FY '28. The payments would start coming due on that note. Again, a ban for the construction of the project. And then once the project is all closed out, we would look at converting those bonds to a 20-year bond. And as I said, those bonds, the debt service on that would be assessed to the towns through the formula that's in the regional agreement, and would just be part of your capital assessment every year.
So is your electric service robust enough to support heat pumps with electric supplemental?
We have had a few assessments, yes, it is. But one of the things, I was explaining last week when we met with some members of the FinComs and select boards, the MSBA is actually pretty liberal on what they're going to count. So when you look at the vote language, it says "and associated costs with the project."
That's exactly why I was asking.
So if we need to ramp up electric service, yes. If we need, if we go with a roof-based heat pump system and the roof needs structural improvements, that happens.
Well, you have a generator there, correct?
We do.
So I will tell you,
we have two.
Running a heat pump with a generator, the kilowatt hours that you need for a generator to run a heat pump is ginormous. I guarantee you, your generator will not run your heat pump.
Our generators the one for the high school is actually oversized for the building. I do know that. And one of the things right now is it's underutilized. Most of the building systems are not hooked up to it. So that's something, the generator I think would definitely be, the MSBA said that was something they would look at. If we trigger any ADA compliance issues because we've renovated over I forget what the percentage of the assessed value of the building is, and this will hit it, that's all covered too. So there's a lot that is included. Somebody asked me the other night, what about solar panels? That won't. That's not.
It's not 40% of 70, it's 40% of whatever this.
It's 40% of whatever the allowable costs are. So the way this works is, and this is why the towns have to authorize the funding for the entire
full
project,
shebang.
not the 60%. Because the way it works is a reimbursement model. We get our invoices from the contractor or the OPM or designer. We pay the invoice, then submit it to the MSBA. They review it and determine what's allowable on that invoice and reimburse based on that. So it would be conceivable that we could have to actually lay out the full 1.75 and then get reimbursed. It doesn't work that way. It's usually monthly invoices. But that's why the MSBA says you have to come up with the money for the whole project yourself.
And he has to bond the full
So
cost.
175 is reimbursable too?
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
And that includes the mandated air conditioning that you have to do?
Yeah, MSBA used to do, the accelerator repair was roofs, windows and boilers. And now they've taken boilers out and replaced that with heat pumps. And so they're not doing boilers anymore. If you want MSBA money.
Are windows still in it?
Windows are still in it. And a roof has to be over 25 years old, and if you do it with the heat pumps, I think they pushed that back to 20. We made the 25, no problem anyway. But
Unless I misunderstood, the elementary was here, they said they're getting 47%?
yeah, it could be higher.
And why are you only getting?
I mean, we're using 40 as an estimate. They haven't.
40,
Until you
it's usually
apply.
been about, for schools and communities in our demographics, I will tell you, Boxford and Topsfield may be changing the demographics different. I don't know if Boxford did their own elementary school, I don't know if they'd be getting 47%. So I think probably 40 is a little low. I think 47 may
it
be
could be
high.
higher.
You're probably somewhere in between.
Yeah, we're just kind of
So you don't have a
ballparking.
final number?
We don't have a number from them yet, no. So
It could
we're
be
just.
less, you don't know.
I don't think it would be
I've
less
never
than
heard of
40. I
less,
think it's going to
yeah.
be probably a little
Yeah,
more.
I've never heard anybody getting less than 40. I've heard about 42
So it could
is
be
a number, yeah.
And, the trigger point for full compliance, which, you have to spend 50% of your assessed value.
Yeah.
The assessed value is 103 million.
Yeah, I knew we were gonna hit it no matter what, so.
The 51, if you spend 51, you gotta improve the whole building.
Do we have a cost, if we wanted to just go in and change exactly what's there with exactly what,
You got it?
just replace like for like Fuller Meadows doing, just went in, not air conditioning the whole building, just exactly like for like. Do we have a cost estimate for that?
Yes. So we did a study, we actually just paid for from town meeting last year, it's done by CMTA, we have the study back, and what's that number? 46.
$46,600,000.
That's without air conditioning, anything?
That's
And
without
that's putting
AC.
a boiler in
That's
and a
boilers for
roof.
boilers.
With air conditioning.
That's not the roof.
It would be $59
That's just the heat.
Oh, that's not even the roof.
That's not the roof either. The roof's
that's-
another 10 million on top
And
of
that's
it.
straight cash, it doesn't
Right,
fall
right.
into MSP.
No
That would be
reimbursement.
100% funded by the municipality.
And another point is we got accepted into the MSBA in the program with roof and HVAC.
Right.
And there's separate programs for just roofs or just HVAC. Now that we're in the program for both, if the community was to decide, or Masco, that they didn't want to do heat pumps anymore, we wouldn't be reimbursed for
For the
either
roof either.
part of the project.
Yeah, the roof
So-
would be
Correct.
ours fully.
Like for like, 42 plus the roof 10, 52, do the MSBA, it costs you 42 maybe. And you gain the benefit of air conditioning the building, which then opens up at least a possibility of being able to rent that space during the summer. And there were years
Yeah.
in the past where there were substantial revenue generated from rentals during the summer.
Yeah, I agree. All makes sense.
What, like theater companies or that kind of thing?
Could be
or-
theater companies,
Yeah.
some of the local colleges actually run classes in the
Ah,
summer,
okay.
Yeah, I remember my wife got her master's through
Oh,
Leslie.
that's right,
through
Western
Leslie at
Union,
Masco.
whatever, yeah, right, I remember that.
How was the 1.75 calculated? Is that based on the?
Next roll. It's really small and blurry, sorry. So when you look at the total project cost for the heat pumps, we're looking at, oh my God, I need my glasses,
650.
That comes from working with the MSBA. The problem is there's no book.
Is that all new ductwork too?
It depends on what system we put in.
Okay.
If we do if it's an air source, yes, but
or a
yeah, it
system like
could be
that.
something like that where there's no ducts involved. You just put.
I mean, we have some
cartridges in.
ducts here. We have
Yeah.
a mix of both, but yeah.
Yeah, it
So-
depends on what system they come up with.
So their estimate would probably be ducts, which is more expensive.
I don't know whether the
New ductwork is more expensive, but it also depends on efficiency,
system?
room size.
Yeah.
There's a whole slew of things.
Yeah, I mean, they could go with a cartridge-based system, like just putting these pieces into the rooms throughout the district.
The point I'm getting at is their estimate may not
That's
be anywhere near reality.
Yeah, you cut me off. What I was going to say is there's no book on this. That we are the first round of this heat pump conversion process. And so
I think the bigger potential effect on your budget is going to be if you have to do electrical updates.
Yeah.
And in doing things, if you have ADA effects on the buildings.
Yes.
Because of
those
your
all
percentage of
be
size.
in play. But so we had to call the MSBA and say, how do we figure this out? How do we get to a number for OPM and design? They said they're using $150 a square for, square footage of the building for this. That's what their recommended number was. Jeff Sands was on the phone with them for 2 weeks working through this because he had to put this schedule together to figure it out. So that was their advice was, use $150 a square. Their heat pump study from May of 2025 is using that number. So that's what they told us to do. So you're looking at a total project cost of, $55,650,000 for the heat pump piece. For the roof, we've had PM&C came in 2 years ago and did an estimate on the roof replacement. That was just, materials and labor for the estimate, and we asked them for escalators for, how much would it cost next year and the year after and the year after. So that 10,584 is the total project cost. We added 15%
How many
for the
square-
soft costs.
How much
Oh,
square
God,
foot?
you gotta ask.
Well, the reason why I was asking, we just
huge.
talked
Is it
about the
in there?
roof for Fuller Meadow, which is about
41,000.
41,000 square feet, so.
Bigger than that. You have it?
You're I'm figuring you are about 9 times bigger.
Yeah, I would say so.
So I think that number is accurate.
Yeah. So, so that's what we're looking at. So out of those, the top line is the estimate of the designer's costs. So we used the historical data from the MSBA on design costs for this at, around 11% of the total project costs. We used, down the next line, about 4% of the total project cost for OPM costs. That's sort of this center column, and so that would be 15% for the total designer and OPM costs of the project. And then we used, based it on 15% of the total OPM and design costs of the schematic design phase. And so when you get down to this, in about 3% of the total project cost. So that's where we get, backed into that $1.738 million number for the estimated schematic design and OPM costs.
So, and the designer is appointed to you.
Both the designer and the
How do you
OPM.
get select that?
Both of those are assigned to us by the MSBA.
So there really is no way to negotiate
No,
that
absolutely.
number down.
No, absolutely, you negotiate.
We negotiate.
But they know what.
They know what we budgeted, but there is a negotiation process that goes through. We have to sign a contract, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean.
They know the number, so yeah.
I would be curious if other districts were able to negotiate that number down.
Probably not.
If you lose that, you have no choice.
Now, this does include OPM though, I thought you said,
Yes.
okay.
This
I
is,
thought it
so that
said-
1.738 is that bottom right corner of this is the total for the schematic design and OPM costs. So that's just this small.
Because
thing.
going through what we just went through here,
Yeah.
that's
just
gonna be
gonna say-
invaluable to your building where
Amen.
whatever system is gonna have to be special, tailored,
Right.
custom to.
Oh, yeah, this is,
that.
when the MSBA was here, they looked at us and said, this is gonna be a really complex project.
And they would assign you one OPM for the roof and the HVAC.
Yeah, it's one for the whole
One,
thing.
yes. So having just done a
'Cause
small
it
project
It definitely
here,
has to be an integrated
Yeah,
system, especially
right.
if.
having just done a small project here, I learned every single day through the step of this, the OPM is, I would say,
Yeah.
almost more critical than the actual contractors.
Depending on who you get.
Yeah.
obviously.
On this
Architecture's overpriced, but the rest of it, yeah.
I see here, right, when you add the three together, it's, 76, 70 million, 77 million.
No, 66 is the total project cost.
66 total.
That's the
Oh,
total
now
cost,
what's
that
9
includes,
million?
so the 66 is a total project cost. That includes the design work and the
And
OPM
OPM
fees.
costs.
Oh, okay, so 66.
Yeah, the
that
9 is
left-
part of the 66.
Yeah, the 9 is in the 66.
Okay. And
So
then
we started with the total
1.7
cost and backed out of it.
1.7 is the additional.
No, 1.7 is also included in that 66. That is 2.63% of the total project cost, or 17.5% of the design and
You're breaking
OPM
those
cost.
two numbers out
Yeah,
of the 66.
right,
the-
right.
the
We had
second-
to start with a total project cost and back into that $1.7 million number, and that's how we did that
For
year.
the second, you're including in the total project the money we're gonna vote on this year, right?
Yes.
Yes.
But so when we vote a year and a half from now, it'll be reduced by that because the voters already have voted for that.
Yes.
So the number won't be.
But that 1.7 is also able to be covered by MSBA.
Reimbursement, yes.
Right, but the total.
But yeah, the
amount
1.7
that we
is in the
voted on has to be
66.
reduced by the first vote.
Yes.
Not correct.
Yes.
We borrow up to.
Right.
Yeah.
It's an up
It's
to
a
number.
maximum, it's a maximum.
It's an
borrow.
up to number, and as I said, it also says including all associated
And then if the
costs.
number that you agreed to borrow to isn't enough, you have to go back
You
to
gotta
town
come
meeting and
back.
ask for more.
Right.
You know what that's like.
Yep.
So in your first chart, when you showed the timeline.
Yep.
In the numbers, the second vote should be
Yeah, I mean, we're saying
the 70
approximately,
million.
we're saying approximately
should be voted in
70,
November.
that'll be the
That
ballpark.
should be reduced by the,
It will be, it would
By
be
the-
reduced by the,
They'll
by the
They'll know
175.
that, they'll know
What
But-
the actual
Exactly.
number.
But we don't know what the
But
actual
no, the
number
people
is.
looking if they.
by then.
Yeah, but people looking if they wanna vote for the 175 should know that the second,
Should know.
that second one's gonna be that much less.
Well, when we vote for this, right, I'm seeing the bonds and the vans. So when we ask for the towns to vote on this, is it to vote on borrowing the money to do this?
It's voting
borrow.
it's voting to allow the school committee to borrow the money to do this. The district borrows the money,
And then we get an annual
assessment.
assessment.
Interest plus principal, basically.
Yeah.
Well, the
we-
first
we get a mortgage
first set,
payment.
the bands will be interest only, and then, once we roll them into bonds, then it'll be a P and I for
Right, but I
20
mean,
years.
that's what it's gonna be.
Yeah.
You guys borrow the money, and then you charge us to pay off the
Yeah,
loans.
yeah, right.
We have an assessment based on the formula.
Yeah, the regional agreement has a formula for capital assessments, sort of that schedule I showed you earlier, and it's the same for debt.
Right, we're
That
not
works through
asking the
capital.
town
So
to pump up
this
money.
isn't on our debt ledger sheet, but this is on our
Assessment.
annual assessment, well, quarterly assessment that we pay.
Okay.
But the town is only being asked to pay this assessment every year, not 70 million.
No, and again, it would be, roughly a third.
Technically,
Of the
the
70?
town is just giving the authority to the school committee to enter into
Right.
bonding, and then,
That we have to pay for.
yeah.
Right, but then every year, do we have to, when you come and say, oh, the bonds require this much interest, do we have to vote again to
Yes.
say, okay, we authorize to pay the interest on these bonds, which we already said you could borrow?
It'll be
No,
part
that's
of the
just in the
annual
operating
budget.
budget.
It'll be part of the annual budget. When we come, as I said, there's a capital list here. The capital list in those years would include a debt service line.
So
But
you
there's,
have-
It does now.
there's a town meeting vote
For an
that's gonna happen, and for the borrowing, and then there's a town election for debt exclusion
exclusion.
override.
Because
So the-
we're not paying our assessment through our current tax capability. We
Through
have to
11.
do a debt service override to pay for this. It's just not our bond, it's their bond.
Right.
But we still have to get vote to pay the interest and principal.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we still
Every
need to
year.
come up with the revenue in order to pay
But we
for
can
it
do
within
over
the
20
assessment.
years.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's an annual piece. At the high school,
Okay.
the
It's
high
just
school
one vote at
bond
the
just
beginning,
rolled
though.
off probably the last 3-4 years ago.
The same thing as this building, the difference is it's their bond, not the town's bond.
So we have the vote in November of 27.
27,
The town meeting vote. What will be the dollar amount? Will it be it'll be Middleton, it won't be 70.
No, it'll be the
No.
whole, so the school, again, the same thing. The school committee is going to vote to borrow the whole number.
No, I understand that.
And then the towns are going to authorize the school committee's borrowing.
But
It's
our
not-
debt exclusion is only roughly a third of that because there's 3 towns.
But our debt
No.
exclusion number is gonna change every
Every
single
year.
year of the borrowing based on the formula. So we have to vote to approve the full amount,
Right.
just like our interest payments.
But
We
I don't
actually get
understand
the
the
schedule, but.
full amount of Middleton's share. I'm just confused why Middleton voters would have to vote for 70 million. We're
Because
only-
you're voting on
Because-
the whole
It's all-
project.
Because our share is gonna go up and down every year based on, school population, enrollment, and so forth. And, like any bond, it goes up until you reach the point where you're paying more principal than interest.
And you're
And,
voting on the whole project is what you're voting.
I mean,
to
think
approve.
about, it's the same thing
borrow
like,
for, yeah.
the vote we're gonna take for the roof over at, Fuller Meadow.
But that's just
We're
Middleton.
gonna vote for a debt override for the entire project,
I understand.
even the portion that MSBA is paying for.
I understand, and I understand that we would do the exact same thing for here, but we don't have 2 other towns. My thing isn't the MSBA or the interest rate, it's that Middleton's only responsible for roughly a third of the cost of the project, because there's 3 towns. There's not
Yes.
3 towns
In-
for the Fuller
in-
Meadow. So
in
I'm surprised
effect-
we're not just, Middleton voters wouldn't only be asked for the roughly 1/3.
But debt exclusion overrides usually are not,
That's how it will work.
debt exclusion overrides usually do not say an amount up to. A debt exclusion override says the costs of this project are excluded from Proposition 2.5, and those costs will be borne by an override. Correct? Am I saying this
Yes.
correctly? Yeah, so.
Excuse me.
So when we did a debt exclusion for this building, our debt exclusion was not, now, we went to town meeting with a number, but we didn't go to the ballot with a number.
It's just
And that's the difference.
Voters have to be very clear that 70 million is divided by 3 towns.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you're right, look, a voter looked at that quickly.
I mean, we'll be able to give them somewhat of a back of the envelope number that says,
Right.
over 20 years, this is what our payment will look like, knowing that it's gonna shift over enrollment.
And
that number
that
will
sort
be
of
firm.
education starts with this town meeting, because the question will
Will
be
be-
to authorize 1.75 million for the design, not Middleton's share of that, just the whole thing.
Right.
And we can tell voters, we're not gonna, you're not gonna be responsible for 1.75. Your share of that, less
Right.
whatever
Roughly a
MSB.
third.
Yep.
Roughly a third, yeah.
So that
Reimbursed.
kind of
Reimbursed.
education
Yep.
for the full amount starts
That's the
now.
thing, this, like if a voter was just to look at this and make a decision how to vote, that, nowhere in that is that made clear.
The MSBA, very clear, they give us our language.
Yeah.
When are
the
they
language
giving
comes
that
right from
language,
them.
by the way?
But the three towns,
The
Trevor,
MSBA language.
is
I gotta work it
what
out.
isn't clear on it.
Correct, but the wording of the ballot question will be that,
Okay.
and it's our job to explain.
And that's probably what we'd also put in the warrant book underneath in the little summary that we do, just because that's where we usually add clarity.
But maybe even in that graphic, it should say divided by three, make it
Well,
clear,
we will
divided by three towns.
put that clearly in the warrant book, and then during the discussion that both the school committee and the administration will speak, and then finance committee in making the recommendation. Okay. Anything else for us?
That's it.
Thank you. I will say, I know a couple of years ago, this was a little bit of a rocky discussion about this topic. I just want to bring that up. I appreciate where we are today and how this ended up. This is what I had always hoped it would look like. I appreciate greatly. And to you, Superintendent, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
And I think we also need to acknowledge, even though he's not here, Matt Alexander, there's always, the chair of the committee always does a lot more than, just a regular member.
That's
But
right.
Matt has gone way above, and beyond, and especially because of the challenging, budget year and other things going on at the same time, so.
I agree.
And he's been supported by our, our other representatives,
And I
so
am-
thank you to all of you.
And I am very appreciative of how you guys have worked so hard to stay to the guidance number. And I know you've still got some votes next week, but that's not lost on us either. Thank you.
And our emails are open if because advocacy is always important, and your opinion should be noted by all the committee members, not just
I appreciate
us. So if you want to send emails to the committee asking that we stick to your recommended guidance, that would help us make our case.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, I know we're a little behind schedule here, but I think we can probably move quickly here. Next on the agenda is Jackie of all trades, the acting director of the Flint Public Library, Jackie Bresnahan, who will not be acting much longer. She'll be relinquishing that to our new library director that'll be coming on shortly. So the floor is yours, Madam Director.
So much. Month to go in my time at the library. So just want to thank the staff there for being so supportive and the trustees for also their support. Moving into the capital items. So a reminder, we have a beautiful, beautiful library. We're so grateful. It is turning 20, the renovation. So I've been working with Peter Coleman and our custodial staff at the library to start doing some significant assessment. You're not seeing things in the outlying years right now. That's going to change very soon as we build out the outlying years. The push for the municipal campus has derailed our process a little bit. But one of the things that we're going to be bringing the new director up to speed on very quickly is the assessments that we've been doing to build out the 5-year capital plan. There's a need right now for a critical investment into the library's infrastructure so that we can continue to maintain it as the beautiful building that it is. So I'm actually going to start with the smallest of the capital requests today. So the first one is the AC condenser. This is for a unit for the HVAC room in the back. If you're familiar with the library's layout on the first floor, you can keep going back. And in the back there, we have the various rooms for electrical and HVAC, but also for IT. It's currently where the head end is for our PEG system, as well as our municipal fiber. Those items will have some items staying behind. Some of the things have moved here. But it also has all of the servers for the library itself, how the library is very interesting because some of its IT infrastructure is through the Merrimack Valley Library Consortium, some is through the town, but this condenser unit keeps that room cool and appropriately temperatured for the year. The unit is close to failure. This is going to be one of our first capital purchases in the beginning of the fiscal year. We are also adding a temperature control alarm so that when that room does get out of temperature for the server protection, the alarm will go off. So most of this $7.2 thousand is for buying the unit itself, the safe installation of the unit. They will also take and decommission the old unit, remove the glycol from it, and safely dispose of that.
So Jackie, is this just the condenser? Is this the condenser and the air handler?
This is the condenser, and please hold.
The reason why I ask is because if that's a 20-year-old system, what was utilized 20 years ago for Freon is not today. You can't add a new condenser to an existing air handler system because of the change. So you have to, ask me how I know.
Yeah, I know.
You've done it.
I know.
Ask me how I know.
So this is basically a new mini split system. So this would install a 12K BTU GE mini split. It would decommission and dispose the old condenser and head. It would evacuate the old refrigerant, a new blower head and remote, new
Okay, so it's a
condensate pump.
condenser and a head. It's the whole system. Okay, okay. Yeah, if it's a mini split, you're fine. Okay.
So, the need is there to do this. I think it should be, I'm not sure we should wait till July 1 to do it, when there are funds that were turned over by the trustees to the custody of the town, that there's 135,000 there that can be used. 22 more can't be used because they're,
Restrictions on it.
yeah. And then there's state funds of 140,000. I think would be done more expeditiously by asking the trustees to authorize from their funds that this be done, and this be done before it starts getting
Summer.
hot and something bad happens.
So trustees are meeting Monday, if that's the recommendation of this joint body. They've seen this capital request, so if that's the recommendation, I'd be happy to report back to them on Monday and ask for those funds.
Why wouldn't we?
It does
I mean,
require a
like,
vote of
That
the-
seems to be an obvious thing to do. If the money's there, that's what it's for. Why wouldn't we do it? What would-
Peter, I don't know why you wouldn't do it. I just don't get to make the decision of
So
where
it
the funding comes
sounded-
from.
It
I'm
sounded
just
to me like
asking.
Costa made a motion. Was that in the form of a motion?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor to request that the library trustees at their coming meeting allocate funds through those dollars that Costa has described to immediately address the AC mini split issue at the library rather than waiting until July of 2026 in a town meeting vote.
July of 27,
July of 26.
fiscal 20.
Yeah, fiscal
I got you.
27.
Can I ask, before we vote on that, the miscellaneous library improvements, do we see what those are? Because maybe we could include those?
That's fine with me.
Okay.
Okay,
makes
so
sense.
I think there is further discussion. Why don't we talk, before we move on to that motion, why don't we talk about miscellaneous library improvements as well, Jackie?
Great, thank you. So I have there were three smaller requests that I bundled into this $18,000 request for miscellaneous library improvements. 5,000 of which is for light fixture repairs. 5,000 for repointing a quarter of the masonry. So we're gonna try to start getting into a schedule for that. And 8,000 for skirt and threshold repair adjacent to the back door. That's for if folks are coming in the door adjacent to the parking lot. You'll notice that the door is actually not sitting flush with itself. But after some assessment with Peter Coleman, we think that some of the cement work is going to have to get pulled up and the door readjusted so that the door is not hitting the concrete. And so we're still working on refining that quote. I hope it comes down. But whatever we don't use out of this 18,000 for that, we could just do more of the light fixture repairs. We just have some ballasts that at 20 years old have served us very well, but are just here hitting the end of life. So this would do some light fixture repairs throughout the new section of the building. And then repointing masonry, part of the greater exterior improvements. We certainly still have work to do with the roof and the gutters, but this is something that the repointing masonry, just to keep the building in good condition and to ensure that we don't see any leaks.
That makes sense.
Jackie, is that 5,000 doing the whole building?
1/3, you said.
About a quarter. We're gonna break it up so that it's not as much of an impact on operations and get on. Ideally, at some point, we'd turn it into an operating item where every few years we do it, but in an effort to try to help Peter and a new director manage workload.
I'm assuming the bigger need is the existing building than the 20-year-old building.
Correct.
I'm assuming the mortar in the 20-year-old building's in good shape.
If that 5,000, if the repointing was on the old building,
It could be CPA funds.
it could be CPA.
I don't know that we want to restrict ourselves, Costa,
Okay.
because there may be bits and pieces. Like, I think the goal is to do the initial assessment and make sure that any problem spots from wear and tear are settled first. But I think at some point, this looks like a CPA request for part of the building and then a traditional capital request for the other parts of the building. But this year, I'd like to not have it be protected CPA because I appreciate your point. But I want to give Peter some flexibility as we book and just to make any spot repairs needed.
So I motion to combine that 18,000 with the
Okay,
70.
so there is a motion to amend the motion to, or unless you would like to rescind your motion and
But
second.
I will make a different motion.
Okay.
All right.
To do ask the trustees to fund the condenser, the repointing, and the door. I'm sorry. The condenser and the fixtures for a total of 12,200, and that the other 13,000 for the repointing and the door be in the capital plan.
Okay, there is a motion. Is there a
Second.
second? There is a second. Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, if any? Okay, that passes unanimously. Okay, the third item is the generator that is currently connected and housed over at the fire department needs to be moved over to the library.
Yep, thank you. So the scale of this project does require that we do some electrical engineering, bid documents, and go out to bid. So the total for the project, including that engineering and construction administration, plus the actual work, is coming in at approximately $160,000. I found that amount to be significant when I first heard it, but I will offer that if we were to buy a new generator and do all of this, we would be somewhere in the $750,000 to $950,000 range, based on some previous generators that Peter's done, and also the costs of the generators that we've been putting in for this building and this campus. So currently the library has no backup power whatsoever. So we had a flicker actually last summer at one point, which I do want to say thank you to Meld, because that is not something that happens often, but when it does, it can really damage some of our systems because of our building maintenance control systems, whether it's the lighting system, the HVAC, the IT, the servers. That jump in power can really impact a lot of those sensitive mechanicals. And the fire department no longer needs this particular generator. It's already on the property. So the scope would include the design and engineering and construction administration, as well as pouring a pad and having a crane come in, pick up the generator, put it down on the pad, and then there would be some wiring work in the building to ensure that the appropriate conduits and conductors from the generator to the building's power would happen, and then get an emergency power off button wired as well. And then they would come in and do the factory startup and test to make sure that everything's in good working order, and do all those testing protocols. So that would be, so the 160 is inclusive of all of those different trades doing all of that. And I do think it would be helpful to keep that generator on the books. I do think it's going to continue to have a useful life.
How old is the generator?
Great
And-
question.
And is this moving the switch or
moving
installing a new switch?
everything.
So this is a lift and shift of existing equipment, not anything new?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, let me get back to you on the year. I have it, I'm
mean,
sorry.
Ballpark, it doesn't have to
Yeah.
be.
I think
And what a useful life.
I think what I recall for the useful life is that it's got at least another 10 years to go. It's been very well maintained by the fire department, and I do want to thank Bill Donovan, who retired from our call department, has been a helpful resource for the generator. Chief, I apologize. I don't mean to call on you, but I don't know if you remember what year
I
it
want
got
to say it's
installed.
at least 20 years old.
Yeah,
Gotta be.
but
No, I think
but
that's,
it's well
I think that's
maintained.
logical. I mean, I will tell you that, I mean, part of the generator being there was not just about the library, it was about firefighter and fire equipment and making sure that you guys could do your job in 24/7. Luckily, we live in a town that has a light department called MELD, so even when lights go out, it's usually a short flicker. I've lived here since 2006. I've lost power 3 times. The longest it's ever been was 1 hour. So I think it makes sense moving the equipment, not spending for new equipment. But let me ask at the same time, the other thing that has to be moved over there at some point is everything around the septic.
Yeah, that's a great
Is there a
question.
logical discussion of doing this simultaneously? Because we know we're gonna make a decision with that fire department building. We're not gonna let it sit there forever. So part of that move, of change to that building needs the movement of the septic controls and so forth, which sit within the fire
We
department.
did already quote it, and I'm happy to move it from fiscal 28 into fiscal 27 if the board thinks it makes sense. It would only be another $5,000 to $10,000
Let's
to
do
move
it
it.
now. Let's do it now, because what I don't want to be is in the position of, we decide we want to move during FY '27 to do something with that building and say, well, we're going to have to wait to do something here. So if that's, and work is going to be happening, let's do it at once.
Just do it all at once.
Now,
Okay.
that includes, the equipment for that was going to be put exterior to the building, correct?
So some of the stuff that is interior to the fire station will find a new home in the interior of the library. So the head end for PEG is moving to this campus, as is some of the head end for the municipal fiber that we have. Those will still go into that building, but the main bigger technology will leave. And so there will be room in that back IT room for the septic controls to be added there. And that's likely where the generator switch would go to. That's still all to be engineered, but there is room in the building. And I think that's the goal of getting the septic controls out of fire and into the library, is that they're in a protected and secure location. So to me, it makes sense.
Jeff's earlier discussion, you know, even though we're mothballing the building but not completely shutting it down, it's just one less thing that somebody has to go over to that building to regularly check on.
When we're talking about moving the septic controls from the fire station to the library, are those controls still controlling the septic at the fire station?
It's one septic
It's one
system.
septic for both
The
buildings.
library and the
They share a
fire
septic.
department share a septic system.
Oh, so it's,
But the controls happen to be in the fire station.
Now they're gonna
Tear
happen
down
to
the
be in
fire
the library.
station, they gotta move.
And that completely disconnects us from Four Lake, you know, the library.
obviously-
For the library, yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Obviously, the fire department, water and bathrooms will still be operational. We're not disconnecting them from the septic, we're just disconnecting the controls.
Controls.
And we do have other electrical work last year that we're starting to build out. Like one of the things that we're looking to do for fiscal 28 that unfortunately is not yet reflected in ClearGov is the lighting control system, and having that be work done next year, and then additional light fixture repairs. So the next couple of years, we are seeing continued electrical work. I think those are worth keeping in 28 though, because I just, from a work schedule perspective, I think,
That building all LED?
no. So that's part of what, like, if we're repairing a light fixture significantly enough, then we need to start switching.
Converting.
Because there are some areas where, like, there's newer bulbs, but there's some areas that have some older ballasts as well.
Yeah.
So that's definitely coming.
So if we took the move generator from fire department to library and the septic control move, you're saying that would be a total cost of what?
So the connecting the FD generator, we're looking at 160, and that would go out to bid, and so we think that's going to be a reasonable figure. Peter has 5,000 for moving septic controls in fiscal 28, so I think it's reasonable to bundle them together.
Let's do it together.
Mr.
as well.
Chair, if we're adding things on there, could we add a hazardous material survey to the building as well?
Do we have to do that?
If we're gonna demo it.
The fire department?
Yeah, if we're gonna demo, if the intent is to demo that building, you need to have an understanding of what's in there for hot materials.
We do.
Oh, you're talking about the fire
Fire
station.
station.
Yeah.
Oh, I must have zoned out for a minute.
So you're talking about the library. and then-
So, yeah, I mean, I appreciate that, I don't know if it's appropriate to sit in the library. I mean,
That's fine.
I mean, are those two separate lots or a single lot?
No.
They're two separate lots.
Two separate lots.
But I
yeah.
will say, I reviewed the deeds with Brad Swanson in the assessor's office, and where the building envelopes lie versus where the deeds indicate the two properties are separated is deeply entangled. Is probably the.
Then I'll withdraw my request.
Does the warrant article that passed a couple of years ago to allow for consultative services to support the sale and acquisition of land, would that cover that?
That's a possibility.
Or the money that we put, in for the mothballing buildings.
Yeah.
I mean, that money would be spent on one of those buildings, adjust that to cover the.
I think there is money in the earlier warrant article about the removal of the old buildings.
We'll double check the wording, and if that's flexible enough to use, we'll use
I mean,
it. But I'm just thinking of one more thing that might set us back on moving that. So,
Well, I mean, we went through this with the School Street property, and then we tested it, we're like, whoop, we're not gonna do anything with this building that's falling down, so.
it's already in the breakout, sorry, everybody.
Jackie, how big is that emergency generator?
Great question. Hang on.
Copy for your records.
I mean, is it big enough to drive the library?
So there'll be some items that won't be driven, but the goal is that the core IT functions, the emergency lighting, the septic controls, the HVAC, and the HVAC BMS system will all be available to that power.
Okay.
Let's see.
60 kilowatt, John.
Oh, really? That's a good
50
size.
kW? Okay.
60 kW.
Yeah, I ran the whole fire station.
Yeah, that would actually, 60 kilowatt would almost run that whole building.
Why is it so expensive? Like, if you look at the electrical and the stuff for the septic controls, and then you look at what's there for that generator, I think there's more stuff in that building for the septic controls than the generator. So why is the big discrepancy? Why is it so much money just to move a generator?
Because if I had to guess, they're putting a new switch in.
But even still, 160,000?
Anybody, well, I know what a cost is to put a generator in a home, and the generator is the small cost. It's everything else. I mean, you know what the cost of copper is right now?
The
There's-
pad is also.
There's a diesel tank on that too, they probably have to drain that before they move.
Oh, that's diesel,
Yeah.
it's not natural gas?
No.
They had to be separate,
So
fuel source from.
Sarah put up on the screen,
I'm reading it now.
this is everything that this 160 would include. The only thing that's not on this bulleted scope is the
Brand new sub panel.
electrical engineering.
It's
So
the
there's
new
quite a
switch.
lot to do.
Yeah.
And then the pad for the concrete, and then the crane that comes in and picks it up and puts it down. Because it's too large. We had explored if DPW could help move it, and it's just too large, and it's best to let a more professional operation move it.
Better off putting a new switch, because that switch, we had trouble with
Yeah,
that switch a few years
so
ago.
that's basically all new components except for the generator.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
actually, that's a bargain.
I do think, like, to be fully transparent, you could certainly not do this and the library would stand. I think it's we have an opportunity before that generator is out of regular service to use it and get good value on it. If we wanted to in future do a generator for the library, again, it would be in like the 700,000 plus range, and that's this year. So who knows what future year money might be. I feel like this is kind of like, we have an opportunity to do this right now.
Is the generator in the building or exterior to the
It's
building?
outside right at.
So if,
It has to be because of the diesel.
no, I understand that, but if that building came down, could the generator stay where it is?
It can. It would shift the concrete and the move costs to further electrical costs because we'd want to try to figure out how to run it underground. From a security perspective, there's definitely a desire to have it closer to the building it serves.
Yeah, I think it's right next to the old chief's office, and then when you take the building down, I would see it, it might be a
Okay.
way.
And I could see like, I fear like a car could hit it because it won't have like a building next to it.
And they're not gonna wanna demo around it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Probably.
it's gonna leave the campus if the building comes down anyway. Better to pick it up and put it down somewhere
So
useful.
somebody has come and assessed the current generator and said, this thing is worth moving? Okay.
That's where we, had Nardone Electric Corporation come out.
Okay.
We also worked with Brian LaRoche, our OPM for this project, to assess what we were looking at, because he's been. I love
Brian. He's good.
He's very helpful. Shout out to Brian LaRoche.
Jeff, you were saying something?
Where are the libraries are gonna go?
TBD, that's part of the engineering work. It's probably going to stay on the same side of the building that the fire department will have been. But they need to figure out like flatness and everything. So, and then I think ideally we'll, when we're closer to that, put in some ideas about what we're gonna do to,
Enclose it.
thank you, just so that it's enclosed, so it doesn't, have code issues, but we wanna make sure it doesn't like ruin the beauty of the site either.
But you wouldn't be roofing it we wouldn't be roofing it and making it an addition to the library
No, but definitely
itself.
like some sort of fencing and arborvitae,
yeah.
so that like you can't catch it from you don't see it from 114, you don't see it from the parking lot. We wanna still keep the space beautiful.
The 160,000 includes that engineering and figuring out.
Yeah, and the engineering figure that Nardone gave us, Peter didn't find very competitive, so we did get design and engineering costs from another firm as well. This all has to go out to bid, so we felt that 160 was competitive for all in.
I think we get guidance here that we want to move both of these things simultaneously. And it may be, one of them may not have to be bid, the other one will have to be bid, so, okay.
Yeah, if you get 10 years out of this, you're gonna get more than your money's worth out.
Yep, I agree.
And thank you to the fire department for offering, because they certainly didn't need to, but definitely appreciate the partnership. We'll miss having them as our next door neighbors when the alarm system goes off, and the response time's impeccable, so.
But you're gonna love the new parking area that's gonna
They
open up.
will. They certainly will.
Okay,
All right.
anything further for our acting library director? On behalf of both boards, thank you very much for all the work you've done over 9+ months in both positions. We thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, Jackie and Justin, administration and any other miscellaneous department updates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So keeping an eye on the schedule here, we're about an hour behind, so I'm going to try to cruise on some of these. I don't want to gloss them over though, so if you have questions, please stop me, but I'm going to try to move a little bit. So going off the slide deck on slide 5, or do you want me to go off what you're going off
Well,
of?
no, I just need to get there.
Well, I'm gonna start with town administration for now. So we have a townwide comp and class plan, $60,000 that was recently discussed within the past month or month and a half with the select board. Basically trying to ensure that we're staying competitive with our pay, but also help better inform some of our ongoing collective bargaining and other items. Are there any questions on that?
Nope.
Okay. Document sanitization, digitization, and storage, $150,000. I had made reference to this earlier in the meeting. So there are some files that are remaining at Memorial Hall in the basement, a majority of which are in good condition. A small handful, though, have some water damage, and they're unfortunately what we call forever files that we have to keep. We don't want to move those to this building and put them amongst our other good files before treating them. So that's one piece. The other piece, as I touched on, is there is some space limitation here. We didn't want to build out a brand new building just to house files that we don't really need in the day-to-day, and a good chunk of these are exactly that. So we would like to store them in a secure area at 195. As part of that, basically building out a wall, a door, and that locks preferably, and potentially any small like fire suppression requirements, other code requirements. At 195 on the first floor, in the effectively cheapest legal way possible for us to securely store these.
I'm just gonna ask, so, part of the cost and bonding for this entire project was under the understanding that the other facilities were gonna some way, shape, or form disappear. Sold, repurposed, closed, whatever, they get torn down. So we have some capacity, obviously, left in the amount that was approved for that project, for this project we're sitting in. why can't we utilize those dollars? Because this is all part of, I know it's off-site storage, but, I mean, I think, let's put it this way, our files are only gonna continue to grow in size. So even the room that you have now, for what we've built out here, at some point, we're gonna have to stop moving files from here to that other location.
Right.
So, I mean, no different than any other town's dealing with. I get some of the files need to be sanitized, but rather than, I mean, can't we just utilize that, some of those dollars to?
Existing building project dollars,
Yeah.
or,
The 4 or 5 million that came under budget,
Well, I'm
is
not,
that what you're talking
not
about?
saying to spend the whole thing.
No, I know,
I,
but that's what
I
it's saying.
don't feel, that feels like a little bit of a stretch.
Really?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I get where, because we've had many conversations about like, well, it's a need that's presented itself because of this move, right? But I get it, it's a building that's not really wrapped up in it.
But I have a bigger question.
Sure.
So the entire upstairs of that building, all those offices, there's nobody up there anymore, right? At 195?
No,
they're still
that's
alive.
not entirely true, but it's, but a good, Travis.
Peter.
Okay, so there's a bunch of empty, like the whole building inspector where he was, which was huge area, is now empty. It has a door with a lock. Why can't everything just be put in the ex-building inspector's office, which is way bigger than this room?
Well,
and
you
lock the
gotta
door?
be careful
The
with
planning
weight.
board's moved here too, right?
So, but there was significant weight there previously, and maybe it's just that we're gun shy, given some of the issues we've had recently in Memorial Hall about loading floors that have floors underneath
Pretty
them.
big area.
It's decently large.
But there's the difference too of the regular filing cabinets versus the fire rated filing cabinets.
Concrete
Right.
lined.
Could you, if there are people on the first floor, could you move those offices onto the second floor so you don't need the weight? And then you could put these fireproof cabinets on the first floor. So you're just repurposing the space.
They serve the public down there.
Yeah,
right?
that's a problem, is we don't have elevators in that space, so it's tough to have public facing positions. I mean,
What public-facing positions? I mean, who goes to see the DPW people?
people, like their mailbox gets hit or something like that during snow plowing.
No, they just call us and complain.
Yeah, but people pop in from time to time. So with that said, I think we've received feedback on that one. So we can try to reimagine it and find a different way to do it.
But I would ask you, I know you're trying to do it as much on the cheap, I'd also ask you to, like, look at what the need's gonna be over the next 5 to 10 years, both files that are sitting here now that we're gonna run out of space, that we can, I mean, this needs to be an ongoing need as we have to keep paper files forever, until the state decides that
Until
electronic.
Gavin changes his
Yeah,
mind
well, that's
on
not
what
gonna
we
happen
need
until
to
he's
keep.
gone. So, I mean, that's the logical place for it, and I'd still ask you to kind of take a deeper look again if we could utilize the facility approved dollars.
We
for
can
that.
build out a good plan. I think for this one in particular, it came on late for us because we didn't realize some of those documents were molded, and then it kind of evolved into something else. But we have some time with Memorial Hall as well. It's not going away tomorrow, so, but we'll keep chipping away at that. And then the last item, legal expenses for 3A litigation, that's MBTA Communities money.
Okay, I highly recommend that that's a standalone warrant article.
Sure.
Please.
Is there consensus on that?
And
Absolutely.
I don't know if 15,000's enough.
We did 25 last year.
And what do we have left?
Of that, I want to say about 10. So we had asked legal if they knew, if they could project out what it would be. They're not really sure either. This is kind of uncharted territory. So
I just don't want to be partway through FY '27 and that line item starting to evaporate, and we're scrambling to cobble together within the legal line item to fund the rest.
What if we change the 15 to 20 and we have 10 in reserve, right? That would give us 30.
I'd rather have a more robust number there than.
You just want to do 25 again? It was
Yeah.
25 last year, 25 again.
And if we have it as a single item, right, because, and not stating my opinion one way or the other, right, last year the town voted against doing the MBTA. The thing is, if we have this, just another thing, if we have this legal expenses related to that as a single line item, where it's out, hey, the town decided to vote this down, and now this is gonna be the beginning of what we're gonna have to pay because we voted it down. So it just makes it more clear that,
It's an ongoing expense.
results in, or no,
Picking up what
decisions
you're
and
putting down.
consequences.
Yep.
And we were only planning for what, the actions that we've been taking thus far. We're not, I don't know if it would fall within 27, but we may be looking at a whole other set of repercussions when,
It could be.
on the other side.
I mean, if they force us to do something,
25.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to the assessors. So conveniently, we have an assessor in the room who can speak to this as well.
Actually, just one more question on back to the document sanitation, digitization and storage. Can any of that be used in CPA historical dollars?
Yeah, it depends
No.
on what kind of records.
We're looking to digitize the treasurer's like payroll records and my records as part of that. So none of those are really historical.
Okay.
How many years do you need to save that stuff?
Payroll
Permanent.
forever.
Forever. Yeah.
Forever. My journal entries are forever. It's
Insanity.
Don't
It's
they become
forever.
historical though? I mean, like, why would you need something that's 50 years old?
Because there's people who
because
are
people who
working
retire.
that
Sometimes you have to go
We've had to
back
go down
because
into the
somebody
records.
retires and they're questioning that
We've had to
the
pull stuff from the
retirement
80s
system.
recently and go down and look at the ledgers.
But do you have stuff that's 90 years old?
Oh, we have.
I
stuff.
have stuff that is from the 1800s,
So
but
isn't
I'm
that
not looking to
historical?
digitize that.
If you look at people's lifespan, isn't that historical? I'm just thinking of a way to.
At a certain
Minimize.
point, but not for these specific
yeah,
ones.
these are
They're
too
not old
recent.
enough.
These specific ones.
Oh, okay.
So for assessors, $6,700 for a certification year, commercial, industrial valuation. It's kind of specialized.
Seems a little low.
He has some of it in his operating budget.
Oh,
This is
okay.
the extra
Supplemental.
cost of it.
And then historic record scanning and archive storage, which we've been doing throughout the organization.
What kind of historic record?
This is in addition to the money that he got last year. This is additional funds to complete that project, which was
Okay.
funded by the CPA.
So let's move that to the CPA. It's the same historical records, it's just doing more.
So
when you
these
scan them,
records
can you
are
destroy the
the
paper
permanent
copy? Nope.
records for the field cards, which some of
What was the
them
question?
are.
I didn't.
If
I mean,
if you
they're
scan
from
them,
way back
can you
handwritten.
destroy the paper copies?
No, the state doesn't,
Keep 'em.
the
You
state
Why would
does
you
not.
bother
Keep the
scanning them
paper.
if you gotta keep them anyway?
If you have a catastrophic loss, it's nice to have a digital
Okay.
backup. Yeah, I know, tell me about it.
And then we can store it in an area that we don't have to worry about, like tuck it away.
Please lobby the delegation about
Yeah.
the records retention schedule.
IT
Painful.
and cybersecurity, $28,000.
That's not even a question.
Yeah,
That's the
it's
best
money
thing in the
well
whole
spent.
budget.
Yeah,
Money
I was
well
gonna
spent.
say.
That was the move from operating since the first Saturday meeting.
And then police department record digitization. This is something that they actually thought was in the plan last year, but was not.
And do they also have to keep the paper records if they digitize them?
Yes.
But it means that they can actually recall them on the computer. You don't have to physically dive into your filing cabinets every
You get
time
the
you need.
old handwritten incident reports, like all that stuff, man.
Be less excited about that, Rick, please.
They're still available.
When I used to be thorough and active.
Put it
So
in a
do they-
box and mark it archives.
So does the police department have, well, Rick would know, like, how often do they have to really search out an old paper record from years ago? Is it worth digitizing?
I would say, I wish I could give you that answer, I don't know. I'd
If
have
you
to-
think of court cases and how
Well,
long the
we've
courts are drawn
We've
out.
kind of transitioned to like, just in like their investigation stuff now, where they're dealing with,
Well, everything is
people
electronic
losing
now.
thousands, tens of thousands of dollars and, families stealing from each other and that stuff. It would be bigger than I know, it would be more than I know.
I mean, it's no small amount, $50,000.
No, I know, I'm kind of struck that it's that much.
That's a lot of money.
No, I know, I agree with that.
Excuse me.
And if we're gonna have to pay to store
Half a
all these
police
things in
officer.
some other building
Yeah.
anyway.
I wouldn't think it would cost
Well,
that
I'm
much.
assuming the police department records, there's room in that building across the street. If there's not, I don't know what the hell they're doing with the rest of the space over there,
Maybe
Right.
they'll have room for ours.
but,
They're over there. But
yeah, I mean, I think
That's a good point.
to Jeff's
point, I mean, let's think about which of the documents that are being as much as I'd like to get as much of our documents digitized, I'm more concerned about the documents that are like extremely historic, that if something happened, it would be horrible that we've lost them. An arrest case from 25 years ago,
No, that's, yeah,
So-
I mean, Matt must have had some, discussion.
This is what the captain has asked for.
Okay.
With Liam on it, it's coming
Yep.
from the police department, and we just are doing it through IT, because we're trying to converge Laserfiche. I will say, having to do a lot of public records requests, would love to have more of our stuff digitized. Like, I think if you're underestimating how much time we spend on public records requests, this is a huge time saver for us.
Huge.
But
And
are
they're
these
permanent-
records from 20 years ago or records from 6
For
months ago?
police, this is everything they need digitized for the entire lifespan of their existence.
Yeah, but
That's go back, at some point, you started putting your records on.
Already digitally.
Yeah. Well, like,
So
when did
go
you start
from that starting point that you started doing digitally, go back 20 years, digitize those and forget the rest, because the police department has been in existence for over 100 years. When are you ever gonna search
Well, like
for
Peter
arrest record from 100 years ago?
Like Peter said, if the life expectancy of the human that's on that document.
Yeah.
But that's okay, it's a
No,
matter of the probability of
that's-
needing to
no,
get that record. And the older it is,
what I'm
the
saying.
less likely you're gonna need to see it. And if you do need to see it, dive into the records and dig it up. You'll do one of those every 3 years, maybe.
So it sounds like we got feedback on that as well that we'll pass on to the captain. As a courtesy, I'll double check with him to make sure there isn't some driving reason to do it that we're missing.
If,
We'll communicate.
I would say for all of these records, if there is an argument that can be made that we are regularly looking at, and I get somebody that's like your point, Sarah, you had to go back and look at payroll records from the 80s. Makes sense to me. That's the time frame somebody's retiring and they're like, what the heck? Essex County Retirement said that I only have 27.9 months, years, when I know I've done 32. I gotta go back. In 1981 to 83, I worked for the town of Middleton. I understand that, but at some point, the records from the 1950s and 60s, that person's either already retired or.
Yeah, we're not looking to digitize those. We're looking to digitize the stuff that we're gonna have to look
Exactly.
at, and if we don't have them in this building to get to,
And
we
that
want
I
the
agree.
capability
So-
to look them up
But I'm using that as an
easily.
example
Yep.
of, let's look at what is the logical look-back period that we should be Now, if there are things that we are moving that we find that are extremely historical, that are old, by all means, those should be digitized as well. But there's gonna be a point where we're gonna move materials to either this building, that building, or DPW that are just gonna be put in a file cabinet and will never be touched again, and that's fine.
So have we currently in possession of any digitized police department records?
They haven't done any.
All right, so then that would maybe explain the bigger number. That's everything.
Other
Everything under
than the
everything
records
under the
that
roof.
have
Other
already
than records
been
that are created
that are
digitally.
created
Yes.
digitally, yeah. Okay.
For the clerk's office, poll pads, 10,700 and change.
How old are those? Didn't we just implement that a couple of years ago?
6 or 7 years.
Yeah,
they're older than you think.
Yeah, I think they're 7
And
or
they
8
take a
years old,
beating.
yeah.
I
That's my
can't
understanding.
get the software on them anymore.
Well, thank you, Apple. As soon as you reach a certain age, you're like, yeah, we don't upgrade anymore.
Surprise. No.
Obsolescence, baby.
I hate it when I.
Council on Aging, there's the 14 passenger van. That is us backfilling the loss of grant funds.
But our legislative delegation got us a little bit of money, right?
So that includes that as a funding source, I believe, for.
Yeah, 141 is the full amount of the van,
Yep, and then there's the earmark that picked
They
up.
gave us
a portion of
37,
it.
I think.
35. Yep.
So that'll be $35,000 less net
So
after
it'll be
that?
106 out of our
Okay,
coffers.
okay.
And for the water department, which would come out of the enterprise fund, a new water utility
talked
truck,
about that earlier.
146,605. So that rounds out the random items.
Will
there.
there be a snowplow on that truck?
Can there be a snowplow?
Well, there should be, why not? It's a
I think it
DPW
does.
vehicle.
You can't buy it with water money.
Yeah, it's
but-
a water expense. I mean, you have to get to the pipes,
Does
I
our
guess, if
water
there's
department
snow on
employee
the.
plow?
Yeah,
That
yeah.
was a
Tony
reach.
plows, right? Yeah.
Not as much as the others. He's not on the sanding schedule.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think he does as much.
He's in charge of, he does like the hydrants, he's water.
I think he's out plowing now.
I think he goes.
I dug out my own hydrant.
So,
That's all you know.
Notwithstanding, so that runs out, the proposed
Mom, I dug
capital
out my
plan
own.
for fiscal '27, just a couple notes for those,
Before we go, you know, we putting the litigation money in a separate
warrant article.
Do we want to combine the COA van with it? Because, and look at it as articles that are costing us money based on the decision that we made.
What, does the van?
We lost the grant for
We
it.
used to get it
Money.
soup to nuts.
And this wasn't a competitive grant, this was a grant that was based on population, that you just submitted, like, this is what I'm gonna use the money for this year, and they say, okay, and then they approve it, and then
Because of MBTA, that's why we have to spend.
they were told, no,
For
you're out.
non-compliance.
So yeah, then I think at least 2 items, but I think Casa makes a good point. The decision we made last year, here's more money that we're
So I
spending.
think they have to be separate because someone
Yeah, we'll
that's
put them
adamantly in
together.
favor of us
No, no, I
passing.
wouldn't add them up, but I mean, I like his idea of calling it out as,
Yeah, but
the
no,
MBTA decision that the town made, here are already 2 line items
So,
that are consequential.
there's more than two, we should also, if that's the case we're gonna do,
I like that.
we should actually do a separate warrant article for litigation, and then another warrant article that includes the van,
Yep.
the $7,200 that the fire chief talked about today for the safe and senior home, and the $14,400 for $15,400 for the firefighter safety equipment. Because those are items as well. Now,
You might pull it, maybe.
the legislator, and he said that if that grant dollar,
15,000, I don't think she turned around on that grant, but the safe and safe, I believe she turned around again.
That's 35.
the safe at home grant or the safe?
The safe and senior safe, I think she turned around on that to give it to.
He said no.
I haven't seen that yet. From what the explanation I received is the reason they turned around on it last year is because they felt within reason, maybe communities didn't have a heads up that that's something that was on the chopping block. And that this year, communities should have a full and well understanding that that was something that was on the chopping block because of last year, so they don't seem as willing to pull back in the way that they did last year, where they kind of had like a, you know, oh no moment.
So I like that, I mean, I would support that idea of calling it out. However we want to do it to make the point, so.
Those are separate articles because.
Well, it doesn't have to
Yeah, I wouldn't have
be
them
each one,
together.
I would say a separate article for the litigation amount, and then a separate article for those items that we are funding now through taxpayer dollars that would have been funded through grants. And obviously, Chief said, if,
I'll know by town meeting.
and if those dollars are now funded by grants, he won't utilize the
You can always
dollars.
reduce it also on the floor.
Well, I think
Yeah.
the ones, the fire ones have to be, the fire ones should be separate because if he, let's say he receives one and not the other, because some we might pass over. So it's easier to pass over an article that, like, let's say he receives those 2 grants. You don't want those still listed with the,
Connected with the van.
with the van that we still need. I think those have to be separate in case there's some that we just, this article's not needed.
I would say at minimum, there's value in at least calling out that even if at the end of the day we get that money back, that we've been jerked around on.
Right, but it's still gonna be in the warrant because it's gonna be too late not to be. But when it comes to that article, it's gonna be confusing to have the dollars for these fire grants.
Yeah,
and the
you can just
ambulance.
amend it on the floor to reduce it.
You can-
One article.
But Jeff,
And then
if
tell
we
people,
go
hey,
to
we don't
town,
need these 2.
if we go to town meeting, and by then, they've said, hey, you know what? We look stupid, so we're gonna allow you to apply for that grant, and you're gonna get it.
Yeah.
We can amend on town meeting floor and remove that line item. But if we approve it, and then sometime in August, we get dollars, we just don't expend from it.
So I'm just saying, it's easier to pass over the articles if we don't need them, if they're separate.
But we don't want to pass over them, we want to.
Well, they'll still be in the book.
I want
No, you guys are saying the same thing
Yeah.
in different ways. Instead of having one article for the van and the 2 fire things, you have 2 articles. And Jeff is saying, if we get the grant by town meeting, we just pass over.
But we can say we're passing over this, originally we thought we weren't getting it, and this is why.
Right.
But I think the two fire ones almost need to be separate also, because you might get
Make
one
them
and
all
all.
separate. It's probably gonna be on a consent agenda anyway, if it's all organized by town meeting.
But they still have to pull those out if we get the money.
And we can do that right at town meeting.
Right, they're separate articles. But
Yep.
I think that each fire one and the van, you can
Yeah.
talk all you want about the MBTA Act and why they're on there, but they should be separate articles in case two are unnecessary or one is unnecessary.
Yep.
For that? No.
No, nothing.
I mean, yeah, whether they're together as one lump sum or individual.
I don't care if they're in a row and it's explained, this is why these three things are on there. I don't care what anyone says, it's just if we have to remove one, it's easier to remove a separate article than to chop one up and.
Okay, so we will, a week from Tuesday, when we finalize the warrant, we will add those as separate warrant articles. Okay.
Okay, so just, and, we've made up a little time here, but still behind, so, I'm gonna wrap this up. Sarah does have, some free cash calculations and other items that she put together in a slide deck. So basically, for the folks watching at home, so we tend to jump into this assuming that people, have a full understanding. Capital items are different from operating, items. They typically have a 5-year lifespan. They cost $5,000 or more. It's something that's not an annual reoccurring cost. And so when that happens, we carve it out separate. Specifically as a capital item, we're looking at several different funding sources, I believe 6 different funding sources. This year, free cash is usually the first that comes to mind, but oftentimes there's grants or other enterprise funds. Sarah will break down that a little bit as well. In addition, what we're looking at from a free cash perspective seems pretty high, but there are some reasons, A, for why it's higher than it typically would be. And also B, some of the upfront costs that we need to carve right off the top of that as well, which Sarah will run through. So with that, thank you for putting this together and let it rip.
So to start off, as of July 1st, 2025, our free cash was certified at $9.3 million roughly. Our policy states that we keep 3% of the prior year general fund operating appropriation, which carves out about $1.4 million right off the bat. And then this will be a separate warrant article this year. The future is here for our arbitrage payment. It's due in FY27. I'm earmarking about $3 million. We do have another calculation set for July that will firm that up. I think our last calculation, we were just over 2.1 million for our arbitrage payment. So I'm giving a little bit of a buffer there because there are more calculations, more interest that we're earning, albeit it's less and less as we're actually spending the money. But I want to just give plenty of a buffer because this is a payment that happens in the middle of the fiscal year. So I want the funds available so that we can just go ahead and do that. That being said, at the start of our capital budget, we had $4.9 million available to use for capital planning. Within the warrant articles that we proposed, obviously this number is going to change from everything that's happened today. But this morning it was at just over $2 million. And then I'm also proposing free cash funding of reserve funds, which I'll walk through later, of $550,000. I don't have the number in G for the other warrant articles because depending on how things go, that's our prior year bills, snow and ice deficit, CBAs, things like that. So there's several things in there that'll factor into that. But the good thing is we have about 3.7 million or 2.3 million available to pull from for town meeting articles. So we should be good on that side of things as far as the budget goes.
I would, if you could go back to that for a second,
Yeah.
I would recommend after today or when we finalize the capital budget, any of the items that we pull out of the capital budget, I think it's evident the master plan spending is not going to happen. I recommend we strongly consider moving some of those dollars into reserve funds. We have a very healthy free cash this year. I don't know what it's going to look like next year. It'll probably still be fairly healthy, but then I think we're going to start seeing a little bit of a reduction in what we've been seeing over the last 3 to 5 years.
The reason I didn't go higher is because I'm planning on pulling money out of free cash and our reserves in FY26, if I can get to the next slide.
But the reason why I was saying is because
Yeah.
last year we took a pass on
When we
some.
get to I have a slide for what I'm proposing for the reserves, and obviously that's at the will of these two bodies. But, so these are capital items that were submitted by department heads but omitted from our plan that you didn't even hear today. Service contracts for MMC were already in the operating budget. Peter had put them in both places just as a full picture. And as we discussed when Peter was here, there was cleaning equipment to be purchased through our current FF&E budget for this project, the floor scrubbers and things like that. Jackie had proposed additional PEG funding for the municipal complex because that came in over the $300,000 that we had already reserved. We're proposing that for FY26, so it's not in our 27 capital plan. And then we're proposing additional use of free cash for the Middleton Municipal Campus to help reduce the borrowing that we need to do of $500,000. One thing not included in here, but I think, is there a warrant article for it, Jackie, is using the Facilities Project Stabilization Fund also, pulling $500,000 out of that to, again, help reduce the borrowing. I think those are...
So a total of $1 million between that 500?
Well, $1.1 million, the PEG, the free cash, and the stabilization.
With that, Brian, to your question, when going through the final budgets with Brian LaRoche at the beginning of January before Justin's return from leave, we needed to give Hilltop a number for the second borrowing, which we have locked in at 4.5 for the second and final borrowing. So we can exist without this 1.1 million, but I think it's gonna help bring that borrowing down. And I think overall for the taxpayers, you're gonna see a better deal because we know the interest rate's gonna be higher for the second borrowing than for the first borrowing. So there is, it's all a big pot of money and it's left pocket, right pocket, but I do think that using it this way is going to be a better savings for folks rather than having more money at that higher interest rate being borrowed.
So here is our summary by department. This includes all different types of funding, whether it's state grants, federal grants, what have you. So in total for 2027, we're at just under $5 million, FY28 at about $25 million, 29 at 18.6, and FY30 about $4 million. And all the different various departments have come in and spoken to those.
So for the Masco number for capital, that's what they showed was like 600,000.
500 and some odd thousand.
That's it's the Middleton share of it that I got from the assessment. That's the amount of free cash we'll use this year based on that. That's all that is. That's
okay.
That's not their $60 million because I didn't have that when I put this together. Okay. That's only the amount that's in the FY27 assessment.
So can you just go back to that? And I understand we talked about this, but this happens a lot at town meeting, and I'm not blaming anybody for this, but we always show a capital summary, and we always show the next 3 out years, and we always show numbers on there that just never end up happening. I mean, a year or two ago, we showed a $2 million item for the parking lot at Fuller Meadow that we all knew was never going to happen. And so I understand the process, everybody in this room does, but my concern is that somebody at town meeting is going to be like, okay, we're going to vote on $4.8 million this year, and next year we get $25 million. That's going to be a huge override.
Well, in the one that I put in the warrant book, I only do the money that's going to be taxpayer dollars, free cash. I don't put in the $10 million state grant for bridge repairs. I only put in the numbers that are proposed from departments for actual spending. Granted, they do shift out like that $2 million for the project at Fuller Meadow is in 2029. Like that's still sitting there. It's just, it keeps getting shifted based on other needs coming forward. So I don't know how we can describe that this is just a projected plan and that there is rooms, like things change just depending on what comes up during the year. But it is just our estimated 5-year plan. Or in this case, there's only 4 years showing, but.
Okay.
The 2027 column is just really a summary of all these different presentations.
Yeah, this is just for this body. This isn't what's going to go into, like the capital budget is not 4.8 million that's coming to town meeting. And then this is just a summary that we've just gone over with Justin for all of that. So that brings by funding source. So this is the breakdown of that 4.8 million. So the ones that'll go to town meeting are the CPA funds, which in this case is just the Affordable Housing Trust transfer, obviously because of recommendations. Today, that number will change. Debt service, that 2.2 million is just the Fuller Meadow roof. Free cash is at just over 2. Grants, this is the $35,000 earmark that we received for the van for the COA. State grants is the the Chapter 90 money, and then water retained earnings for that water truck.
Okay,
to bring us there.
You have it listed as $35,000 as a grant for the passenger van?
Yes.
I wouldn't call it a grant because it's
Yeah,
not
it's
a grant.
kind of not, right? It's an earmark.
It's a gift.
No.
It's not a gift, but I just.
Not kind of not,
I
it's
just,
not.
it kind of, it's counter to the argument that we're not eligible for grants now. It's just a nomenclature.
We didn't have to apply for that because it was an earmark.
Yeah.
Correct. We just, yeah.
And the state grants at 300,000, what is that?
That's Chapter 90.
Chapter 90.
Yeah, can we call that Chapter 90 instead? Roadway?
This is just for this meeting.
Oh, okay, okay.
This doesn't go anywhere else. But in the future, yes, I will make those
Okay, I
changes.
just didn't know if this was gonna be
No, this is just
somehow
for this
referenced.
meeting.
Okay. You understand
I
what
will-
you understand what I'm doing, right?
I will
Yeah.
update it when I will change what's on the website for people that look at it, yes.
It does call out at the bottom as an earmark in his chapter 90, but yeah.
So the warrant article for the van, is that the amount, the van cost minus the 35 or the whole cost for the van?
The free cash, the warrant article will be the 141 minus the 35, because we don't need to raise the 35,000.
Is the
Okay, so it'd be like
35
110 or whatever,
We actually have
yeah.
already received half of that 35,000 in the bank.
Oh, it doesn't come over on our cherry sheet?
No, it does not.
Oh, okay.
Some of
The
them are
warrant article would be
reimbursable.
minus
This one
the
is not.
35?
Yeah, correct. And then honestly, the explanation underneath will probably say the total or value of this is X and we received and you're marking the amount of
Right,
Y.
okay.
And that
Gotcha.
this is why we're asking this much.
Yep. So here are my proposed reserve fund appropriations, putting 250,000 into the OPEB trust fund, 100,000 into the stabilization fund, 100,000 into the pension stabilization fund, and 100,000 into the capital stabilization fund. I purposely have left out the special education stabilization fund based on the school's meeting that they had on Tuesday or Monday. They were talking potentially funding it next year, our proposed amount using tailings from this year, but they were going to decide on how they wanted to do that. So I don't have anything going in or out of special education stabilization here.
I mean, we could top it up to the 500, but the calculation came out that we should be putting 277,000 in, but that would hit our
I think if
limit.
he said that it's gonna be changing, I'd rather wait to see if there's adjustments coming to that spreadsheet to see if there's anything different, but.
Okay.
We absolutely could, if you would like to make that go up to the full $500,000. I think that would be $126,000 roughly going into the special education stabilization. And then although our current policy states to put $250,000 into the facilities complex stabilization fund, I am proposing that we don't do that and hopeful that when we get to the next article or the next agenda item, that we adjust that policy. Because right now it states we have to put in $250,000 into that fund every year, but this is the time to start drawing down that fund.
I would also argue that at some point, we're going to move on the Locust Street property. And I would state that if that happens, the proceeds from that, I would recommend putting into the facility stabilization fund.
I don't know if you can do that directly.
It would come into free cash and then at some point transfer it over. Not directly. It wouldn't come from, we're at the closing, they hand us a check and you put it in.
I guess my question is, what would be the purpose of doing that?
Because I thought the rationale always was in the sale of that property that we would use those dollars to
Pay the note.
Offset the cost of this
project.
Yes, absolutely.
So it would be, a clearer thing, if that sale occurred before the bond.
I agree.
Right.
having, if it comes in, after the bond is done, putting it into here and paying a portion of the interest from this would be, I guess, the other option.
Yeah, you just run the risk where you now have, if you're putting it in the stabilization fund and you're funding the general fund operating budget that way, then every year you have a 2/3 vote on your operating budget, so.
I mean, I don't know if the voters are gonna not wanna vote for something that's gonna have a positive effect on their tax.
I don't think so either,
Yeah,
but
but no, I
it's
get
just a
your point.
risk
Yeah,
that
no, I
you
get it.
have.
The risk is if they don't like something else in the budget and the whole thing needs 2/3.
Right.
I think, to Sarah's point, revisiting the policy makes sense too, though, because the facilities complex stabilization fund policy was written at a time when we thought the borrowing was going to have a lot of peak and valley that we've now known it doesn't. So I think that's the other piece of, like, we're actually gonna save people more money by using free cash on the project now than we would by putting it into the stabilization fund to use later for the project.
How much is in the stabilization fund right now? The capital, the
Facility.
facility stabilization fund?
Hold, please.
MMC.
Brian didn't like that.
I know.
It's funny, I went back and looked at that meeting that night where we went in circles trying to figure out the name.
Municipal complex.
Yeah.
That seems like a logical name.
One thing we didn't install in this room is
Campus
was when someone needs
I
to
know.
look something up. Some of the stuff that you didn't.
Oh, actually, you know what, I just got the February statement, so this will be pretty accurate.
Oh my God. Round and round and round we went.
It's amazing how the simplest and cheapest decisions can often take more time.
Right? So true.
There is currently $1,038,000 in the facilities complex stabilization fund.
All right, so why not use all of it to reduce the borrowing?
Right.
If we know there's not peaks and valleys now, let's just take it and make it go.
Yep.
So are you proposing closing out the facilities complex stabilization fund? Okay, because then I think that's separate warrant article language that we need to do for that, but we can add that in.
Because what other thing would we use the money in that account if we still left money in that account?
Yeah, I mean, we could either use $500,000 now, which is what we're proposing, and then we can do the same thing that we're saying is pull the money in to offset the debt service payments. But we could also just use the full amount,
To lower the debt.
whatever the value is as of March
Final debt.
or May.
Yeah.
Because I think there's language where you
Well,
can
if we
put
don't
it,
do that this
whatever
year,
the
we-
balance is, correct?
If we don't do that
We haven't
this
done the
year,
final
we
borrow.
definitely do it next year
So
if we
Of
are
that
talking
last
about an
one, that
operational
10 million,
override.
We didn't know the amounts, we haven't borrowed it yet.
Say that again, Brian?
Yeah,
If we don't do that this year to reduce, then we definitely do it next year.
We've had some conversations about, for next year, if it's determined, which it's looking likely that we'll need an override for the town side budget, that it should be underscored, the 10 million or just under 10 million that folks had voted to take on, that we significantly reduce that. And as such, when they're anticipating their taxes, because of that project to raise by this much, they're really raising by this much, and that might help better inform how much hurt
I
they
think
may
that
take.
will confuse people.
Yeah.
It might,
Well, it's kind of like we didn't,
It's a guarantee.
your taxes didn't go up as much as we thought it was.
So now let
But
us
it's going
raise
up
it.
now, so it's still a net savings. This would be,
They'll think it's a
if we didn't do it this year and we did it
I'll
next
be
year, you'd
busy
see
that
total taxes go
So,
down
see, you
and then
can't
the
trust them.
override.
It didn't
Kick
happen
in.
what they said.
Be busy.
So it's, I don't disagree with cost.
but if there's a way to make the
I didn't know any
point,
about
even if it's amongst the people in this room that fully understand
At the
it,
table.
that's gonna help people at the end of the day.
No, I agree.
So,
I mean, and we still will have, and I'll stand by, you nodded when I said it, I stand by the argument, when we were gonna sell Locust,
Shotgun.
those dollars were gonna go to,
In the original presentation.
yeah, so And that's gonna happen at some point. And then, if we do sell the police station, those dollars will go back to
Well,
free
that's what they
cash.
promised.
We sell, if the decision is, I'm not prejudging it, I know what my position is, if we sell Old Town Hall, those dollars would as well.
So, maybe, you said it's 1,000,003 or something?
1,038,000.
Okay. Use a million, leave 38,000, in there. And when these other properties sell, they flow into that and then they're used for the taxpayers.
What's the longest we can wait to bond the rest of that money if we wanted to see if maybe we sell some of these properties first?
2 years.
3 years from now? Or
2 years.
2 years from now?
From now, yes.
So maybe we can sell
Yeah,
some of
maybe.
these properties, but maybe we should be in no hurry to bond that.
Well, we're not bonding, we're doing a ban right now.
No, I agree with Costa, let's take $1 million.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's take the $1 million now, leave 38,000. Locust sells, goes to free cash, and then town meeting puts that into that fund. If we sell police station, goes to free cash, dollars put it into that fund. Remember, at the same time, those two properties are now gonna enter the tax rolls, and we're gonna have new tax revenue anyway coming. And then, if our board and town meeting gives us approval, we make a decision on Old Town Hall, sell that, dollars go into there, then we close that account out.
But that's why I'm saying, wait to bond that $4 or $5 million we're gonna have to bond. Let's
If
wait
we
as
have
long as we
2
can to see what we
years,
can
I
sell
would-
first to borrow less.
Some of those dollars, well, this may not work, but some of those dollars, like if we're selling police station, Locust Street, and others, at some point, we're gonna have to spend some dollars to do something to the fire station. I just don't want a closed building sitting there forever. And then at some point, we're gonna have to make a decision about Memorial Hall, which is gonna include, whatever that decision is, we're gonna have to spend some type of money to whatever happens there. That's a logical utilization of the dollars from Locust, Police,
Yeah.
and possibly Old Town Hall. Whatever's left,
Yeah,
plus
then
the
you-
million, all has to reduce the cost of
Yeah.
that project.
Right, so I'm saying, wait to bond that final piece of the project until we have more finality of, get some of those dollars in and we can borrow less.
When is your time frame
Two
to
more
actually
years.
do the final bonding?
I don't have one.
I think you said 2 years
I-
we could wait, right?
So we're taking out a ban
Yeah.
in April
Yep.
for the 4.5 million, the 2.2 for the fire truck, and the 300,000 for the first part of the school roof project. I'm gonna have to do another ban, most likely over the summertime, to do the other 2.2 million that the school, if that gets approved. I'm not doing any bonding until final costs for all of those are figured out. Because it's, to your point, there's no point in doing it until you know your final cost at the end.
Probably a year from now then.
I would say I don't want to do more than 2 years because then you have to start paying down that
Right.
principal. This is what happened when we bought the land.
Mm-hmm.
We banned it for so long and then we had to start actually making principal payments on that. But you have 2 years from April, basically,
All right,
to do it.
Let's use $1 million to reduce the size of the band for right now.
Yeah.
And then next year, we can reevaluate depending on what the costs are. If we're close to selling anything, and you leave the 38,000 so that the account
Keep the account open.
exists.
And make your recommendation, which is not put 250,000 into that account this year.
Right.
Can I make one clarifying point though, is if $1 million is going from facilities complex stabilization fund to the project, we just need to cleanly say it's to the project. We all know that it's reducing the band and we can speak to that, but we also just, from a money standpoint, we wanna make sure that that article isn't overly nuanced. So that way,
We're using it for direct
it's
construction
a direct
costs.
appropriation to the project, not an appropriation to the debt.
Yes.
With the end result of minimizing the debt.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, the article will be appropriating the funds for the construction, just like we did last year.
To
Si-
reduce
Similar
the-
language.
Which reduce the cost to the taxpayer.
Correct.
Correct.
But if it's too specific in the motion, it kind of ties us up a little bit.
Okay.
So what happened? We had a policy of putting 250,000 a year into that. So our vote now should be to not end it just for this year, but end it permanently.
And that was because we got the gift.
No.
And there's funding,
Right?
250,000.
No, that wasn't the-
Permanently, so we don't have to do this.
For the senior center, that wasn't a two,
No, that was a gift and donation account.
No, I
That was a
understand,
separate- completely
but I don't
separate
wanna
funding.
make a motion, we're not gonna put 250 in this year, and the policy still stands that we put 250 a year in this, so then next year we'd have to take
Well,
another
I-
vote not to put 250 in.
I don't agree with that we close the account, because
That's
we're,
what
no, I'm
I'm
not- no one's
is
saying that.
I wanted to clarify, because I didn't think that that's what you were saying.
oh, I thought
But
you
I was
said close the
clarifying
account.
Jeff's
No, I'm saying
We don't want to.
amend the policy permanently of putting 250,000 rather than just for this year, so we don't have to every year vote not to put
So
250.
I would entertain a motion for the utilization of $1 million from the Facilities Complex Stabilization Fund for purposes of reducing the upcoming bans that the treasurer will be going to market for. There is a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There is a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, if any? That passes unanimously. I'd also entertain a motion to amend the policy of,
It's,
Go ahead.
oh, sorry. It's up here right now. It's a minimum goal of 200 per year transferred to that facility stabilization fund each year. So that's the part that you want.
So eliminate that sentence.
okay, so there is a motion to remove the March 5th, 2024 policy to have a minimum goal of $200,000 per year transferred to the fund.
I'll make that motion.
There's a motion, is there a second? There is a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye. Opposed, if any? Passes unanimously.
FinCom, do you also need a separate vote for the policy, or is it?
I count this as a joint meeting,
Okay.
yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. I think that is all I have on item 11.
Would you like to move on to
Oh,
item
yeah,
12?
no, I thought you were moving.
Waiting on you.
I thought you were moving on it. Don't wait for orders, keep moving.
Okay, thank you. So, with the capital portion of, this morning and afternoon closed, we just want to roll over quickly to a fiscal 27 operating budget update. Just talk about some outstanding items and also kind of walk through some of the movement that we've seen from when you all met about a month ago. As a refresher, walking out the door on February 7th, I believe we were about $860,000 in the hole, with a lot of unknowns, which is typical for March. Since then, over the past 4 weeks, we've had a lot of movement, a lot of different areas. As mentioned earlier in the meeting, health insurance, for example, came in at 2.9 instead of the 20% we were told to hold. That helped move the needle pretty significantly. Beyond that, we've been doing a lot of work, shifting things, also as referenced earlier, out of the operating budget that really should be a capital expense because it was a 1 or 2 time expense. And then also Jackie and Sarah are going through with a fine tooth comb, looking at opportunities in the budget to try to pull back on some things or consolidate some items, but also taking a look at revenues and moving them to an extent appropriate to help try to bring those points together. And so with that, I'll hand it off to Sarah. She can go into some of those things in a little more detail. We're not quite balanced yet, but we're far closer. So thank you.
Thank you.
Far closer.
We are very much closer in that point. So from our, that says 3/7, I'm sorry, that's supposed to say 2/7/26 meeting. Here are some changes. This goes in order of biggest addition to biggest reduction. We got numbers from Hilltop for the preliminary ban that we discussed in April. That's $223,000. The majority of that is for the additional construction. That is a exclusion, so there's an offsetting revenue to that as well. We got an adjustment for our new buildings. based on our rates. We had a couple of higher loss issues that are causing us to have a little bit of a higher rate on that side of things. Utility expense adjustment for the town buildings. This is for that electricity, where we did pull electricity out, but then added an adjustment for the cost of these two buildings.
Sarah, so what is the cost that's in the budget for this building and that building?
So in the budget for this building is $45,000, and in the budget for the public safety is $75,000.
Okay. I think maybe this could be lowered a little bit, because for heat, electricity, and water at the library, which is a 20,000 square foot building like this, is $37,000 in next year's budget. So, fine, this is a newer building, better insulated, newer equipment, more efficient equipment. To me, it makes sense that it'd be 40 instead of 45.
For utilities?
Yeah.
Gas is cheaper than electricity.
That's
The cost of heat pump versus gas, everybody's living it that has a heat pump right now, so.
Even with Middleton.
Well,
low
yeah, I
rates?
would, I would,
Even with Middleton.
really?
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know that I'd want to risk for $5,000 not having enough in the budget. I think for,
I mean, if anything, I think
until
75,000
we
might
have
be low,
time,
so.
until we've been in here
Yeah.
long enough. I
Well-
think I'd rather overestimate than underestimate.
Yeah.
And I would agree with you if we were balanced.
Right?
Well,
I will say
no doubt.
$5,000 helps, but it's not solving everything.
I agree, Costa.
To that point, speaking of $5,000, we did have to add $5,000 to the budget for library books and materials based on the formula, adding in those salaries, as we talked about
And
previously.
that's just because of the contract finally being
Yep.
executed. Yep, that makes sense.
We did remove the line item for the historical commission. They had a $1,000 budget in their department. We pulled that completely. I have in here, obviously, if they need funds, we will find money that in the budget for them.
Are they aware of this change?
I don't know.
I don't actually even know if they know that they had a line item in their budget. It's spent so infrequently. I think the last time they were spending was maybe 3 or 4 years ago.
And we also have put aside money for the 300th anniversary separately, so we'll work with them if there's something of need, but for now.
Animal control, I know when Tracy was into the select board, that was a line item that we hadn't really looked at yet. So I went through and did reductions within that budget.
That's mostly around, we're not being charged for when they're keeping an animal.
Exactly.
We're not being charged for what?
When they have to keep an animal, like a
For the
stray that's
boarding?
found, they just don't charge.
And
it.
there's like a training and education that they haven't used, some mileage reimbursements, things that it's just right sizing it a little bit that I did. This also, the next line item came up when Kristen came into the select board. There was a $5,000 line item within her budget for contractual services that we have removed. The PFAS testing, we moved to a capital article that we discussed when Paul was here. There was reductions made to training and education in police and fire. Police was asking for an increase. We have removed that increase that they were asking for, and also did a further reduction in their budget to go in line with actuals. Cybersecurity was moved to capital. There was various salaries and wages for corrections that I gave out to department heads for them to just make sure my math was correct. There were some adjustments done in there.
And this include the salaries, FY '27 salaries of our 2 new department heads?
That number includes one of the 2 new department heads. I didn't get the other number until after I'd put this together. So there is an additional
I'm thinking about it.
4,000?
9?
No,
It went at
it's the COA. Library's in here, it's
I'm
the
sorry.
COA. That's not,
So it's 4 and change.
yeah, it's $3,000 to $4,000 additional.
Closer to break even.
A little bit closer. So this NASCO adjustment is moving it to the number that Costa provided, taking that 2.5% guidance. So basically, this would be what our override is.
Is this the number at, this is the number, because they're sitting at 2.6 right now.
The number, what Sarah had in the budget originally was our assessment increasing 2.5%. The number that it moved to is what our assessment would be if their overall assessment increased by 2.5%.
So what I heard Trevor say today, that if they make further reductions on Wednesday, we would see about a 56,000.
That's factored in.
Oh, that's already
Factored into ours.
Okay.
So this 46, or this 43, it would actually be closer to like 50-something thousand that we would need for an override if they didn't make further reductions.
You know, if they get to an overall assessment under 2.5, then the number that I said, 11.8 million, could be reduced.
Okay.
But that's a big assumption.
Okay.
And then Essex Tech adjustment, I was holding 5%. We got our preliminary assessment in. Our enrollment is down, so there was roughly $77,000 in savings there.
Wow.
And
Our
then
enrollment's down a lot then, if it's 77,000.
it's down 3 or 4 students, I believe.
I think it was 6. Wasn't it 6?
Oh, I don't know, I did just give it to you, but I'm not sure. But I think our enrollment numbers, where we're at with their new lottery system, we shouldn't see the big fluctuations that some of the other towns are seeing. Ours is pretty steady enrollment-wise, so that should help us, at least in the future. And then, of course, the big one is reduction in health insurance for rate, and then Nick went through the enrollment again, made any corrections, any retirees that we know of, moving them to MedEx plans, or anyone aging into a MedEx plan, and all of that. So overall, our expenditures budget decreased $165,000. And then, as I had mentioned at our February meeting, I hadn't really looked at revenues yet. So I took the time, did my analysis, looking at the past 5 years, and made some tweaks here and there where I could. The biggest one is increasing motor vehicle excise. So our budget would now be $2,415,000. We brought in $2.6 million last year, and I know the commitment this year is up 5%. 5%?
Mine was too.
Over last year. So I think we'll be able to hit that 2.4 million number relatively easily.
Unless the governor allows folks to re-register
I will say
vehicles.
our collection rate is actually very good with motor vehicle excise. It's usually those smaller dollar amounts of the ones that are like $25, that's the minimums that people don't pay. The bigger ones people actually do pay because a lot of it's through leasing companies.
And leasing, yeah.
So we actually do have a decent one, but it is something that I'm still concerned with. This is the increase in real estate is net of the excluded band interest above and increasing our overlay a little bit. We did spend we spent all of the overlay that we raised last year this year. We still have enough in reserves, but it's increasing it a little bit to make up for that. I did increase our transfer from the ambulance receipt reserve for appropriation fund. This would be $725,000 that's transferring into the from the ambulance into the general fund. Looking at our penalties and interest on taxes and excise, I increased that $25,000. It was actually very much underperforming over the last 5 years. My budget was very much lower than what we were bringing in. So I did bump that one up. Fees, this is taking on, we closed out the firearm revolving fund 3 years ago. So this is actually accounting for, or budgeting now for the revenue that's coming into the general fund that used to go into that revolving fund. And there's a few other small adjustments in fees there as well, but that's the majority of it. And then increasing other departmental revenue to right-size it to actuals. And then our state aid increased from our preliminary number, or my proposed numbers, about $4,600.
So do you think the number that you were carrying on meals tax is
Status quo.
I'm leaving it status quo until I get third quarter.
But that's usually our worst quarter, isn't it?
It is, and that's why I want to see, is it still a worse quarter? Is it trending up? Last year's third quarter, sorry, was actually higher than it normally is. So I want to see if that's a new trend or if it's just
I think the 99s of driving, like, the volume that's happening there is crazy.
yeah, it's, so far, we're doing really well. But right now, we are almost exactly at the same revenue collection rate as last year. So I don't see a need to really increase it, or I don't feel comfortable increasing it at this point in time. But I also don't think we need to reduce it either. So that brings our net change in the positive of $450,000 to help bridge that gap that we have. That being said, we're still in a deficit of, I'm going to say it's approximately 150,000 now with, and I know a couple other changes to the budget since I put this together yesterday. Of course, with this, our outstanding items, Masco's final budget will kind of determine what we do there. Elementary school, as we spoke with them earlier, and then if there's any other stated adjustments that happen before we go and publish to see if we can close that gap. But
So I think the big what if for us that we can't make a decision here today is Masco, but I don't think that's going to be dramatic. I think at a minimum, Masco's probably going to move to a budget that eliminates any override in the Middleton side.
I do too.
You know,
see it.
because it means they just need one town to pass an override. And then I want to see what the elementary school's going to do.
I don't think their next meeting is until March 23rd. That's their next scheduled one. I think they are doing an additional meeting to
When's the next
come up
meeting
with that.
of the liaisons?
Monday morning, 8 o'clock.
Okay.
So that's our only hope is the elementary school really at this point?
Well, I think, I mean, hopefully the message was received. I mean, in past years where they've come close to but not been able to reach, as a town, we've done the solid. It's time to return the favor.
Exactly.
Again, not putting it all in the way of the liaisons' shoulders, but I think the communication increase that has happened over there, that's a very clear message. Once we get some clarity on that, then I think it's when we sit down and decide what is that deficit number still, and then what do we do? I would still go back to, I'd prefer not to do this, but I would still go back to, we have seen a surge this year in the cost of our Essex County retirement items. I would state the whole reason for the reserve fund that was created around pension costs was to, A, get us fully funded, but B, to kind of be able to push down and push up those peaks and valleys. That may be an option for us. I don't recommend 156,000 as an option, but that's, I think, at least one arrow in our quiver.
We have to hope fuel doesn't go way up for the police and fire.
I think fuel's gonna go up, and that is what it is. We'll just have them coast downhill in neutral.
Right?
Pedal power, do the police cars.
That brings a whole new meaning to the evening.
Henry will do it. Henry will
High-speed
drive.
chases.
Okay. So I'd say at this point in time with some of those outstanding items, it's a little bit of a to be continued. It would seem, waiting to see what happens with the elementary schools and then going from there. Do you all want to schedule a joint meeting?
I would recommend we reconvene as a joint meeting at the first available meeting after the elementary schools meeting. Now, you may
Who's
get.
first, Masco or elementary?
Masco is this Wednesday and elementary is the 27th, you said?
I think it's the 23rd.
23rd?
See if they posted anything.
Just so I understand, my understanding is that on March 17th, the select board is gonna lock down the warrant,
We're gonna close the warrant.
but that doesn't.
That doesn't mean we close the budget, no, we
Okay.
just close the items on the warrant.
It's like overrides.
Okay, what'd you say?
Like overrides would have to be decided by that date.
But then if we're waiting, for.
But I will say, at least the select board, we've made a very determined decision. Now, the finance committee can make their own decision, but we've made a determined decision that there will not be an override this year. Now, if Masco comes in and there's a forced override, that's outside of our control.
They're meeting before the 17th, so we'll know either.
Right.
But the 17th, when the select board closes the warrant, either there will be a Masco operating override or there will not be. We'll know prior to that, the 17th. They're gonna decide the week before, the 13th, I think. or
11th. But you guys have already made a decision yourselves that one way or
We will
another,
not
there's not gonna
entertain.
have an override.
Right.
No, on the municipal side, right,
I
so the
mean,
only
if we were sitting
potential,
right now, still looking at a $750,000 deficit,
That's different.
we'd probably be having a different discussion
Right.
right now.
Okay.
150 will just.
but the health insurance cut it in half and that put us in a better position.
So would you
Roughly
like to
speaking.
hold the evening of Tuesday, the 24th, which is the day after the school committee? FinCom usually meets at 7, is that accurate?
That's not one of our meeting dates?
No, we have the 17th.
March 24,
This room's available.
So I actually, just yesterday, committed to the local scout troop. They wanted to come tour the new building and see
Yeah,
this
do it.
room. Now, we could make them sit and watch this meeting, which there may be a valuable civics lesson there. Would you mind having, I doubt we're
Yeah.
gonna talk long, right?
Bring them in.
Yeah, so, we'll overlap it and then we can do some handshaking too.
and I don't have to order a room on the Flint, you used to say,
No.
there right now.
No.
So the 24th at what time?
6?
Okay.
24th
Unless,
to
for
6.
some reason, the elementary school doesn't make their decision, then we'll move accordingly.
Roger.
March 24th at 7.
Any other items around policy direction, other than the decision we made on the up to 200,000 minimum to the facilities?
Sorry.
Reserve fund.
If we decide that we want to pull from the pension stabilization, we might need to amend that policy. But we don't need to make that decision tonight.
Okay.
Or today, whatever day it is. Whatever time of the day it is.
And do we have any other outstanding items that you need decisions on prior going into your meeting on the 24th? Is there anything?
I think we're in good shape.
Is there any feel, I think you've gotten a very clear feel of the two boards on some of these capital items, but I'd ask for any of the members of the two boards here, are there anything on the capital items today that we talked about that you're like, ooh, wait a minute, I don't know if we should be doing, other than the items that we've kind of clearly delineated?
I think we asked what we needed to ask.
Are there any changes in the transfers into the reserve funds? John, would you like me to do the special education?
I think you do the sped.
The SPED, okay.
I think it's a good idea. At
Sorry,
126, whatever brought it up, whatever brought it up to 500K.
How much did we pull out last year?
133. So I can get whatever the number is to get to, I'll get it as
500.
close to 500, because, I mean, there's interest.
Plus or
rates on it.
minus.
Justin, you feel that
Yeah, 495, it'd be
we
fine.
were
I
all
mean,
clear
just-
on capital of what's a yes and what's a no? Are there any that you're questioning if we were unanimous or?
I think you were abundantly clear. Thank you.
I think there's a couple of items that, there's one item that was clear, I don't think the $50,000 vehicle at the police department right now, not the cruiser, but the
Polaris.
Polaris, I don't think, I think that was clear, I think.
50K police digitization, any.
The master plan.
Planning, master plan, the file storage
Those weren't shot at.
from our office, I think that was.
That's
Well, I
the
think
point
some,
of these
I
meetings.
would
not
give
to
you the
be
discretion on the file storage of the items that you know are logical based on the time frame that are gonna save you time and resources.
We'll
By all
we'll
means,
right-size that,
digitize it,
yeah,
yep.
Okay.
And I would offer too that
part of the sanitization is that we're gonna digitize anything that, like, even if it's something's moldy, we legally can't throw it away. So they're gonna clean it up and digitize those so we can use them, and then they basically like store and pack them.
They
So we're-
seal them.
They seal them up.
So we're gonna digitize the moldy ones too.
So do you just wipe it down with Clorox?
No,
Is that what you
it's
do?
very serious.
Send them away with the Ark
think
of the
this is a
Covenant.
funny
They go sit
topic,
into the
it's a
warehouse and
wrap.
we never see them again.
Where are we on the storage area? That's a no for this year? or-
We'll rework it. We have the time to do something better than that.
I felt bad for poor Anna, she got plumb by.
No, that's fine. Are there any other items from members of either board before I accept a motion to adjourn? Hint?
Not from us.
Motion to adjourn.
There is a motion. All those in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.